can't be.
Yeah, because if it's again, we don't know the facilities, but if it's a individual housing, but a common, in the Army we call it a common latrine facility, but a common, restroom facility, want to make sure that we're preserving the geopolitical subdivisions that's responsible for this facility, the ability to, okay, we're going to put you in a hotel, or we're going to, so that they've got, they can respond to that unique, if there's children of opposite sexes based upon the facility layout.
Right, and if they, for example, had I guess wasn't a home, but you could designate this restroom as for males, as females within the facility itself. It doesn't prevent them from doing that.
Okay. On page 8 of the bill, I'd like to make a recommendation to you, if I may, and essentially see if you'd be amenable to a more precise amendment, if I may. It's the paragraph that gives the Attorney General authority. It says, an action under this section may be brought or filed in a district court in 1, Travis County, or 2, a county in which the principal office of the political subdivision or state agency is located. I think we need to be attuned to, in the same way we made the change some sessions ago, that if instead of giving the Travis County District Attorney authority over state legislators and their conduct in office, we removed it back to the local districts. The business court, if I recall correctly, correct me, Chairman, because I know it was your bill, the business districts, if a case is filed in County A, and of the 20 counties in that district, it's headquartered, say, in Travis County, but the case is tried in Williamson. What I would prefer to see here is the case is tried in the county in which the principal office of the political subdivision is located, but if it's a state agency, then the Attorney General can try it here in Austin. But that way, because look, I don't want to sound harsh, but I'm not worried about the convenience of the Attorney General to be able to try a case here in Austin. I'm concerned about breaking the relationship between local entities and that local district court and bringing everything to Travis County. So I'd be interested in adjusting this where, if it's McLennan, Eastland, Bowie, pick a county that's not Travis, that the district court there hears the case, and then it's brought to the 15th, as you've done. It was a great change, what you've done with the 15th, the adjustment you did here. Then for appeal process, it's brought to the 15th for appeal. But I think the trial ought to be in the local court rather than drug to Travis for the district level of the case.
Right, and under Civil Practices Remedy Code, Chapter 15, it's going to be where the events occurred. That's really why that's there with the or, county in which the principal office or the state agency is located. That's going to be where a potential violation would occur on this local level, whether that's a school district and name the county, right, or name the city. That's where that action should be brought. You're correct. I'd be happy to clarify that.
Okay. Okay, then we'll vote the bill, but we'll work on a
Perfect.
Hooah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell, Senator Middleton. And so, that made perfect sense. So that I'm clear, is the thinking then, if a state agency is involved, that's Travis County, but otherwise it's going to be where the events took place?
Right.
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that? Oh, very good. Thank you. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Middleton, for the bill. And I wondered if you wouldn't mind just describing the difference between this legislation and prior legislation that we have passed relating to this topic.
So this bill is nearly identical to Senate Bill 240 that we passed in the Senate and the regular session out of this committee. Very little difference. Obviously, one of the main ones is it designates the 15th Court of Appeals as the exclusive intermediate appellate court for any challenge under this or any action brought under this. But that's basically the main change here. So
and the difference between previous legislation, before last session, that we've considered in this chamber?
I would say that this piece of legislation has more teeth. I believe the last time it was brought on the floor was maybe 2017 in, maybe the first called special session, a little bit before my time in the Senate. So I would say that that's one of the other changes too, is it's got stronger penalties in it.
Stronger penalties. So very similar scope as to
Yes.
what it's addressing,
Yes,
but stronger penalties.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Birdwell.
Just one follow-up from the answer to Senator Paxton. When you said exclusive appellate authority for the 15th, does that mean a decision of the 15th is final, or can it be appealed to the Supreme Court of Texas?
Oh, it can be appealed to the Supreme Court.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, that's,
yeah.
okay.
Are there any other questions for the author? Very well, we'll open testimony. And with invited testimony, the chair calls Gary Zimmerman, Kim Slusser, Amy Ichikawa. Calls Gary Zimmerman, Kim Slusser, Amy Ichikawa. Good morning. Welcome to each of you. We'll begin over here. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Go ahead and start my testimony.
Please do after you pull the mic a little closer,
Yeah.
or get a little closer to it, and
So
then
you want me to go ahead and start my testimony?
Yes, ma'am. Now introduce you, give us your name and who you represent, if anyone, and give us your testimony.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of Senate Bill 7, the Texas Women's Privacy Act. My name is Kim Slusser, and I'm here as both a proud Texan and mother of Brooke Slusser, whose story shows exactly why this bill needs to pass. My daughter's Brooke collegiate volleyball experience is a prime example of what is at stake here. Brooke was forced to share intimate private spaces, including her apartment, hotel rooms, and locker rooms with a biological male teammate who identified as a woman. San Jose State University and the head coach, Todd Kress, never told Brooke that there was a man on the team. She was not asked how she felt, and she certainly was not protected. Instead, she and her teammates were expected to stay silent, conform, and suppress their discomfort for the sake of someone else's inclusion, even when that inclusion violated their privacy, fairness, and dignity. Her experience did not end there. After joining the NCAA lawsuit with Riley Gaines in September of 2024 and voicing her concerns, she felt targeted, isolated, and ultimately placed in harm's way. She became the subject of a plot by the trans-identified teammate Blair Fleming, also known as Braden, and from the opposing player at Colorado State to intentionally injure her during a match, a case serious enough to trigger a formal investigation and eventually a formal Title IX complaint. Brooke's case drew national attention not just because of the danger involved, but because of what it said about the erosion of women's protections everywhere. When institutions like San Jose State put ideology above common sense sex-based boundaries, it is women and girls, our daughters, who pay the price. They lose not only their right to safe play, but to basic privacy, dignity, and fairness. Brooke's collegiate experience should have been one of achievement and growth, not one interrupted by fear, confusion, and injustice. It was ruined by having a man on her team and in her spaces. It ruined her college athletic experience and all of her teammates' experiences. The blast radius effect of having one man on a women's team is immeasurable. Immense collateral damage. Senate Bill 7 is not about discrimination. It's about setting clear, fair rules that protect everyone. Women and girls' safety should never be negotiable. This bill provides a necessary correction and a clear message that Texas stands with women, protecting their right to private space, to compete fairly, and to live without fear of having their boundaries crossed. I urge you to pass Senate Bill 7, not just as a mother, but as an advocate for every young woman too afraid to speak out. Let Brooke's story be a wake-up call. Girls in Texas deserve the right to privacy, safety, and fairness. Women and girls are counting on this bill to pass. Please don't let what happened to my daughter, Brooke, ever happen again to any other girl. Thank you, and God bless.
And thank you for your testimony. Senator, you want to wait now or wait till we get through the whole panel?
Whatever you want to do.
If you don't mind, let's get to, if you don't mind, let's get to each witness, and then we'll have questions for each of them. Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony, and hold tight. We're going to have questions for you later. Welcome. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Senate, State Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Amy Ichikawa. I'm an ambassador for independent women and the founder of Woman to Woman. This is a support group for incarcerated women in California and throughout the nation, and I want to urge you to please support Senate Bill 7. I served nearly 5 years in the Central California Women's Facility, which at the time was the largest women's prison in the country. During that time, I personally experienced how vital it is to have single-sex spaces for the safety, privacy, and rehabilitation for incarcerated women. When California passed Senate Bill 132, the so-called Transgender Respect Agency and Dignity Act, in 2020, it allowed any inmate who is trans-identified to transfer into the prison of their said or selected gender identity, at which point a lot of trans-identified male inmates started to transfer into women's facilities. This is without undergoing any kind of gender-affirming health care. You don't have to have a reassignment surgery or be receiving hormone replacement therapy. So at that point, I started to receive a lot of emails, phone calls, regular mail from women I had never even met before. These women were crying out for help, and their whole world has been turned upside down. Women in prison already live in conditions where privacy is almost non-existent. Now they're being forced to share small, overcrowded spaces with men, including those with violent criminal histories with no intention of transitioning. These are not hypothetical concerns. I'm in contact with women from California to New York, and this is really happening. I personally know of a person who was isolated in men's prison for assaulting other men, who was put directly in women's general population in a cell with 7 other women. Senate Bill 7 would preserve the legal existence of women as distinct from men. This bill provides legal protection to defend women's single-sex spaces, such as locker rooms, rape crisis centers, dormitories, and prisons, which are critical for the dignity and well-being of women, especially those in vulnerable settings like prisons and shelters. Recent action on the federal level safeguarding women's rights is encouraging, but it's not enough to ensure the rights of women and girls in Texas are upheld. The Texas legislature must pass SB 7 to ensure these rights are fully safeguarded. We all want to ensure the rights of all are protected, but when men invade women's spaces like prisons, women are disproportionately harmed and their rights are discarded in the name of inclusion. You can be both for equality and single-sex spaces. Similar legislation has received bipartisan support across the United States. Recent polling has shown that 91% of Americans agree when it comes to prisons, there are important reasons to separate the sexes. This issue is deeply personal for me. I know what it's like to live in a cell where privacy is a luxury and safety is a constant concern. I know the fear of being unable to escape, of not being listened to when you ask for help, and I also know the importance of standing up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. I urge the committee to please pass SB 7 to protect women's rights and help restore fairness, safety, and dignity to spaces where women are most vulnerable. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, Nate. Remember, since you're on the end, you got to get real close. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. From a previous State Senate State Affairs Committee, you know that 7 of the members on this committee are the senators for many of my family members. I am here representing myself and my family members, who are as many as 80 different voters in 7 of these Senate districts. I am here to let you know that on 5 separate occasions, women in my family have gone into state park shower and facilities and have come across men who have had their male man parts being exposed in the process of taking a shower. One of my family members, a cousin of mine, has 2 young daughters, an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. They went into the bathroom thinking that they would be just fine, and they saw this man with his male parts out. No 8-year-old, no 10-year-old should see a man's male parts at that age. God did not intend that to be that way. My family, we are conservative Christians. I am a faithful, loyal husband, and even my wife, who is a faithful, loyal wife, went into a state park, and she herself also witnessed a man in the process of taking a shower and saw his man parts. As my wife told me, being a faithful, loyal wife, there's only one man I want to see male parts on. That's me. And as a man who's a faithful, loyal husband, the only parts I want to see of a female are my wife's. And that's the way it should be. That's the way God intended it. Now, my family, we could care less what you identify as. We're not racist. We could care less if you're transgender, if you're gay. You know, that's your life. You live your life the way you want to live your life. We don't care. But if you have a man part, stay out of the women's bathroom. If you have female parts, stay out of the male bathroom. Man parts should be in men's bathrooms. Female parts should be in female bathrooms, regardless of how you want to identify, period. Because little girls don't need to see male man parts when you're 8 and 10 years old, period. And somebody has said this doesn't happen. It does. This happened to my family on 5 separate occasions. Enough is enough. We need to pass this bill and keep our little girls safe. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senator Middleton, do you have questions for the panel? I was going to recognize him after you unless you have any. Senator Hall, go ahead.
Kim, thank you for coming. Thank you for your testimony.
Of course, thank you.
And what you had to go through there. What is the status today at San Jose? Are they still doing the same?
The status today is there is a federal investigation right now with the Department of Education at San Jose. They're just like they did with UPenn recently. Also, Brooke is in a lawsuit with Icons, not only with Riley Gaines, but with her own lawsuit with them, Brooke Slusser versus the Mountain West Conference, San Jose State University, and 3 staff at the university. And of course, being, court cases, they take many years to go through. So that's kind of where we are right now.
And are you seeing any changes in any of the schools that have had this policy that have on?
Yes, actually, as a matter of fact, there was one that the other day. It's a smaller college with the fencing that ended up with the girl that was protesting against fencing against a man. And now they have completely gone back on that, and they are no longer allowing men on the women's team, and apologized. I know UPenn very forcefully, probably not by choice, also, sent out apology emails to their team and told them, sorry. And yeah, so it does seem to be changing a little bit, but there's a lot to be done on the West Coast where Brooke was. It's still happening a lot there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Middleton, you have the panel.
Thank you for being here today.
Yes, thank you.
Brooke has an incredible story. Could you maybe explain some more and walk us through some more about some of the harassment that Brooke went through for speaking up and
Yes.
speaking for her teammates that couldn't? It's
Yes.
obviously part of Riley Gaines' story is there were many teammates she spoke to that agreed with her.
Yes.
But someone has to be the first to say what's right and say this is wrong, this can't be happening, and then the adverse actions that were taken against both of them. So if you could walk me through some of those adverse actions that were taken against Brooke for her just simply saying this is wrong and needs to stop.
Yes. Well, first, the plot, which we know happened because we were told by another teammate, with the Colorado State girl that I mentioned to hurt Brooke during a game. And then she was getting harassed on campus quite a bit. One specific incident, girls were in the elevator with her in her apartment building, and as they were getting out, they said, "Oh, that's Brooke Slusser. We should have ripped her hair out while we had a chance." She had comments like that on campus. And again, this is in California, and this university itself is an extremely hostile environment for her. And she got cussed at and yelled at on campus, and of course, all of the social media, on every end in social media. And just recently, she decided she needed a fresh start and moved. She's no longer in Texas or California. We just moved her, and she just needed a fresh start and seems to be getting on the right track. But yes, there was a lot of harassment, and she ended up withdrawing from San Jose State. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, is there any other questions for the witnesses on this panel? Ms. Slusser, Ms. Ichikawa, Ms. Zimmerman, thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thanks for your testimony. We'll now open public testimony. We do have over 100 witnesses registered to testify. We want to hear from everyone. So that we can do that, we will be sticking close to that 2-minute time limit. So we'll be calling folks up in panels, and we'll try to give you some notice when your name's called. If we call and they don't hear from you, we'll call you at least once more to make sure everybody has a chance. I'll remind everyone that when you registered to testify, you took an oath that you just would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And look forward to your testimony. Again, we're going to stay close to those time limits. And so the chair calls Masha Davis, Hayden Cohen, Anna Wynn, Ash Hall, Mary Elizabeth Castle. Call Masha Davis, Hayden Cohen, Anna Wynn, Ash Hall, Mary Elizabeth Castle. Looks like Ash is on the way down. Don't break your neck. We can get you on the next one if you don't. Head on down this way, Ash. Let's get one more since Ash is coming. Okay, someone else is here. Is Michael Adamo on the floor a little closer? If not on this panel, we'll get Michael on the next one. But if he's here, we can get him in now. Come on down. I'll tell you what, let me call a few more names. We're going to be looking for Michael Adamo, Amanda McLaughlin. So if you're not on the floor of the Senate, make your way down here so that we can get you on. Oh, there we go. There's Amanda. All right. Also, Tricia Kim, not on this panel, but be making your way to the floor of the Senate so we can hear from you coming up. Also, Gordy Carmona. Gordy Carmona will be hearing from you on the next panel, so please make your way down to the floor of the Senate. All right, I think we have a complete panel. Welcome. We don't quite have a complete panel, so if I think Ash is going to make it. All right, welcome. All right. Very good. All right. So again, if I call your name, please be ready to come down, and we'll call the next panel in just a moment. And hey, no, you've testified before, but remember, you got to get close to the mic when you're on the end. So welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Alrighty, my name's Hayden Cohen. I'm representing Students Engaged in Advancing Texas as their state policy director, and I am firmly against this bill. Let me be clear, this bill will harm trans students, not hypothetically, right now, real time, as soon as you pass it. Students are already under attack for being who they are, from students facing harassment in hallways, bullying in classrooms, and intentional attacks by this legislature. This law will make schools feel even more unsafe. I know what that's like. I was in those schools. Now this bill would turn our basic needs to use the restroom into a legally punishable act. It gives students and staff permission to report us, and it gives the state power to penalize our schools for affirming who we are. I'm gonna be honest, most normal people don't question it when a trans person walks into the bathroom. Nobody should be spending this much time thinking about trans people and where they're taking a piss, because it's creepy and weird. You are creepy and weird for doing this. Let's get some cold facts straight. This isn't about privacy. It's not about protecting women, because it sure as hell isn't protecting trans women. It's about punishment. It's about trans people as pawns to score political points. This bill tells us we're not welcome in the most basic of spaces, like a restroom. Please don't use this law to try to erase us, because we sure as hell won't. Vote no on SB 37, please. Or SB 7, sorry.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Members of the Senate Committee on State Affairs, my name is Marsha Davis, and I'm a 72-year-old transgender parent with a trans son. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you today. I am against SB 7, and here's why. Let's talk technology. I have over 220 patents and was recognized by HR 2476 for my achievements in the security industry. When I was asked to relocate to Austin 12 years ago, I researched Austin as to how suitable it is for a trans person and my family. My research was favorable, and I relocated here to head the intellectual property department at a local tech company. If I was asked to relocate to Texas today, I would conclude it is not suitable for me and getting worse. How easy do you think it will be for companies like Apple, Facebook, Google, and even Tesla to attract trans talent and their family members? If SB 7 is passed, tech companies will be at a disadvantage, negatively affecting Texas's economy. Trans people have made many contributions to the benefit of their employers and society. Did you know that the cell phone would not have been possible without the invention of Lynn Conway of IBM, a trans person? That access control reader that you used to gain access into this very building embodies 3 of my patents. If I never relocated to Austin to work, it is likely that your access control system would be less secure. I can go on enumerating trans inventors, but time doesn't permit. If companies cannot attract trans talent based upon qualifications, both companies and employees will think twice about relocating here. In closing, think about the unintended consequences of requiring trans men to use the women's room. How will women be able to tell the difference between a trans man and a cisgender man claiming to be trans? Well, that's what's going to happen in mass, as our trans brothers will be acting in solidarity with us to obey the law. I'm available to answer any questions.
And thanks for your testimony. Ash, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Absolutely. My name is Ash Hall. I represent myself and the ACLU of Texas here against the bill. I'm going to try to get through 4 points on this as fast as I can. First one being that there's some really problematic provisions here around shelters and prisons. SB 7 mandates that all individuals incarcerated in Texas be housed strictly by their sex assigned at birth, and this poses substantial 8th Amendment and Prison Rape Elimination Act, or PREA, concerns, particularly for trans people who are incarcerated and are significantly more likely to face sexual violence when housed in facilities inconsistent with their gender identity. I don't even understand how you're going to make this line up with PREA. I don't think there's a way to have this bill be constitutional while PREA is still law. So, not sure how you're going to pull that off. Best of luck. With regards to the committee sub, I saw that you put in some new definitions for male and female that it feels like almost attempt to acknowledge the existence of intersex people. However, it falls far short of that, and all of these facilities and the people who run them are not given any advice on what to do if intersex people use the facilities, and this opens up intersex people to facing more discrimination and harassment in public, also very problematic. The other thing that this bill does that's really terrible is that it creates a culture of gender policing, especially with regards to how vague it is. What this is going to look like is it's not just going to be that in a bunch of public restrooms, trans people are getting singled out for how we look or for what restrooms we're using. It's going to be anybody that doesn't fit so-called gender norms that our society abides by. So we're talking like a young girl with a pixie cut could get harassed in a public restroom just because of how she looks. And last but not least, you all already know that there's huge mental health concerns this will have on youth. It's going to have physical impacts on people too, physical health around people potentially getting infections and UTIs because they're not going to be comfortable using public restrooms. I would personally know because I just finished an antibiotic regimen myself based on my discomfort with using public restrooms at this point. So thanks a lot for that.
Thanks for your testimony. Mary Elizabeth, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values, testifying in favor of Senate Bill 7, the Texas Women's Privacy Act. Texas Values has consistently stood up for the truth in biology and protection of women in our efforts to keep men out of women's sports, but our effort is not finished. And we are pleased with Governor Abbott's recently signing into law the Women's Bill of Rights that clearly defines biological reality and truth, that there are only two sexes, male and female. And so the claims that were previously made about not covering intersex or covering some kind of vagueness or discrepancies, that's been settled by a law that was passed and will go into effect a month from now. The Texas Women's Privacy Act will ensure that women's spaces are for women only, and the problem has only gotten worse over the years, even since 2017 when we first brought this issue to the Texas legislature. By now, many of you have heard the story that happened in Round Rock High School where a male student walked in on a female band student and began to drop his clothes. One girl ran out of the locker room. They were not warned that this male student would be undressing in their locker room, and after several complaints from the girls themselves and their parents, and several lengthy grievance processes, including even legal action by the Texas Values team, the issue was not resolved at Round Rock High School and still continues. While that was the most talked about incident in Texas, it would not be the last, as parents continue to call our office constantly of different incidents of guys and girls' restrooms or locker rooms. But so many parents have feared retaliation of speaking up and even coming to the Texas Capitol to talk about this issue. And the concern works both ways. You may have seen the story recently where some guys in Virginia complained about a female student who was allowed to be in their boys' locker room and actually videotaped them while they were changing. School will start very soon in our state, so the time is of the essence to make sure that we have clear laws in Texas passed. Now, the Democrats may feel like it's easy to flee the state, but it is difficult for a woman to flee a locker room while undressed, a bathroom while she is menstruating, or a maximum security prison while an unwanted man enters these women-designated spaces. Please pass this now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Amanda, welcome back. Remember, on the end, you got to get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Amanda McLaughlin, testifying on behalf of myself. I am a woman. It's who I am. It's not a choice. This bill is transphobic with no basis in fact or reality. It tries to create a false narrative based only on fear and hate of transgender people. This bill tries to define sex by biological means, but lists many ways to determine. This shows the difficulty even the authors of this bill have in defining sex. Chromosomes, sex organs, and endogenous profiles often do not fit in traditional boxes. It is well documented that many people have ambiguous sex organs. Many people don't have XX, XY chromosomes. What about intersex people? And what about babies that can't be assigned sex at birth? All this proves that defining sex is not as simple as we are led to believe. This bill creates a narrative based on fear. In less than a 2-year period, Dallas reported 1,743 sexual assaults. None of them were for transgender women. There were 5 cities in the study with similar findings. Where's the proof that bathroom bills make women safer? Diverting law enforcement resources to enforce bathroom bills makes our communities less safe. Putting transgender women in men's spaces significantly increases the odds of them getting assaulted. Transgender people are over 4 times more likely than cisgender women to experience violent victimization. This bill ignores the dangers of transgender women. We are being treated as less than human. The message is that our lives don't matter. This bill does not address any real issues, but it does create a serious issue. Legislation should focus on real threats to women. Are women and girls' genitals going to be inspected? Is anyone that looks transgender going to be detained and need to go to court? There are already too many stories of cisgender women being harassed and assaulted because it was thought that they were transgender. This bill will lead to harassment and assault of both cisgender women and transgender women. No one benefits from this bill. Please do not advance SB 7. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Committee members, any questions for any of these witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. You're excused. Call Anna Wynn, Michael Adamo, Tricia Kim, Gordy Carmona, Mike Swanson. Call Anna Wynn, Michael Adamo, Tricia Kim, Gordy Carmona, Mike Swanson. Call Michelle Evans. Michelle Evans, And then we'll ask the following folks to be prepared for our next panel: Francis Sepulveda, Juliet Thurber, Rai Vasquez, Megan Fairbanks, Autumn Lawner. So on the next panel, we'll be looking for Francis Sepulveda, Juliet Thurber, Rai Vasquez, Megan Fairbanks, Autumn Lawner. Welcome to each of you. We'll start over here, and welcome back. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Evans. I'm the chairman of the Williamson County Republican Party, speaking today in support of SB 7. In 2021, at a high school in the suburbs of Austin, several teenage girls who were dressing out for band practice were confronted with a disturbing situation. A teenage boy who identified as gender fluid was in the female changing area with them. When one student reported this to her parents and the family confronted school administrators, the females were given the option of changing at home or in pop-up tents. Deference was given to the district, or by the district, to the male and his identity. In 2023, a male in his 40s who only recently had decided he identified as a woman felt entitled to use a women's restroom here in the Capitol. After women spoke out about the incident, they were treated like criminals. Recently, a post-operative trans-identifying male was housed with women in a federal prison in Texas. Subsequently, an incarcerated female was treated for catastrophic injuries after he penetrated her with a pencil. The passage of HB 229 was a significant step toward acknowledging what humans have known for millennia, but men who adopt a false identity do not care about statutory definitions. Further, they and their enablers ignore the fact that males make up the overwhelming majority of perpetrators of violence, sexual or otherwise, and they ignore that males cannot simply identify out of these patterns of aggression. In fact, trans-identifying males have been shown to have an even greater tendency toward sexual predation and violence. This is not to say that all of these delusional males are violent, but there's certainly no way for a teenage girl to know which trans-identifying male is a friend and which is a foe. We mustn't treat these males any differently than we would any other male. Women and men are inherently and beautifully different. On the whole, women have distinct physical vulnerabilities as a result of immutable characteristics, and as a society, we have rightfully respected that these distinctions are worthy of legal protections. It is only in recent years that we've seemed to have lost this respect, and as a result, women have lost their rights to safety, dignity, fairness, privacy, and consent simply because men are afraid of other men in men's spaces. That is not women's cross to bear. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Adamo, and I'm honored to serve as the first ever Miss. When I accepted this title, I knew it meant more than a sash or a stage, and it meant showing up in joy, in protest, in pride, and in purpose. I may have grown up in Connecticut, but Texas is my home now, and if you call this state home, you don't get to stay silent when your neighbors are under attack. Senate Bill 7 doesn't protect people, it punishes them. It punishes transgender youth, it punishes trans adults trying to live with dignity, and it punishes anyone who dares to exist outside of someone else's idea of what gender should look like. Let me tell you what this bill actually does. It forces trans people to use the restroom that don't align with their gender identity. It put kids in impossible positions to where some would stop drinking water during the day to avoid having to use the restroom at school. It causes shame, trauma, and fear to people who already face high levels of discrimination. And numbers do not lie. 59% of trans people avoid public restrooms out of fear, 12% have experienced physical harm in them, and 40% of trans adults have attempted suicide, a heartbreaking figure that rises when they're denied dignity and support. This is not about privacy, it's about cruelty. And we've seen this tactic before. First about race, then about marriage, now it's about bathrooms. But I'm not here just to give you statistics. I'm here because I've sat with trans kids afraid to go to school. I've listened to their stories, their fear, and their heartbreak, and I can promise you being trans is not dangerous. What is dangerous is telling someone that their identity is a threat to public safety. Texas is strong enough to be kind, bold enough to be just, and big enough to make room for everyone, even those who make you feel uncomfortable. As Mr. Corpus Christi Bear, my platform is about inclusion, safety, and joy for everyone in our community. I didn't accept this title just to wear a sash. I accepted it to speak in places like this and say trans people are not a threat, but this bill is. To every trans Texan, we see you, we love you, and we will never stop fighting for you. Trans rights are human rights, period. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Honorable committee members, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Tricia Kim. I brought a copy of my birth certificate in case anyone cares about that. I normally come to the Capitol to advocate for public education. I'm long overdue to advocate for trans Texans. I oppose this bill, which attempts to control embodiment and superimpose male identity. SB 7 dictates behavior and rights based on penises and vaginas and bodily activities such as peeing, pooping, and bathing, inescapable parts of being alive, as certain as birth and death. My stance on this issue usually centers on the example of a hypothetical trans girl high school soccer player who practices before school, sweats, as athletes do, and needs to shower before moving on to first period math class. No one even pretends this bill is about accommodating or understanding or welcoming this hypothetical scholar athlete into enforced genital segregated spaces. You flex your own belonging to the ageless archetypal space that is the male locker room, a famously intimidating space where teamwork and character development might occur, as well as potential ridicule, bullying, and violence. Y'all cannot stand the idea of a trans woman because you have internalized the groupthink of those male spaces, of this space. You can't handle the strength and vulnerability of a biological male who honors inner experience over fitting in, who would surrender belonging to express an identity. You reveal your worst shameful beliefs about men's true natures in the ways you regard this issue. Texas communities should solve these challenges on their own, without state interference, ignorant paranoid fantasies, and boys' club political posturing. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Oh, my name is Mike Swanson. I'm a resident of Bexar County, and I'm here in opposition of Senate Bill 7. The first thing that I'd like to address is that I am absolutely disgusted with the fact that we still have not provided any meaningful legislation to protect the residents of Kerr County and everyone in Central Texas that have been victimized by the floods. The first 4 items on the governor's decree for the special session were to handle that issue first. We are prioritizing way out of line with what is needed for Texans right now. I'm here in support of every trans Texan, every trans American, and every trans person on this earth. We cannot go on in the year 2025 living in such a way to create such a movement towards Christian theocracy in the means of hatred. This is not the time to be focusing on things that aren't affecting the material changes that are needed for every American and every Texan. Minimum wage needs to be raised so that we can address the cost of living. We need to ensure that all Texans have access to meaningful health care. But here we are, sitting amongst this committee to worry about which rooms that we decide to relieve ourselves in. I can provide one suggestion about this bill that would make a meaningful change for all Texans. That is to strike everything from the text of this bill and to then exchange it with a criminal penalty to ensure that everyone washes their hands before they leave a restroom. Because that would create more meaningful change. At least that would contribute well to the health of Texans. We are focused on the wrong things, senators. We need to be focusing on things that are actually going to matter at the end of the day. And I hope that you all vote no to stand against this takeover by Governor Abbott.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and other senators. My name is Gordy Carmona. I'm here in opposition to SB 7. I'm embarrassed to be here. We have bigger priorities to talk about. People died, children died, and we're worrying about where people pee and poo. Why all of a sudden are trans people the big boogeyman? We're not new people. We've been here since as far back as 400 BC all across this globe. We had the Hijra in Asia, we had the Mujes in Mexico, we had the Two-Spirit individuals from the Americas, we had sister girls and brother boys from Samoa. from actually Australia, sorry. But we exist all over this globe. We don't know this because of colonization and the erasure of our history. We're not the big scary man. The big scary men are in this room. Stop legislating things that don't need to be legislated and focus the priorities on what needs to happen. If you're seriously concerned about the safety of women, how about protecting women in this building that we're here right now? Why not focus on something like that, where we're actually seeing people assaulted in this Capitol by different people, by people who claim to be these moral high ground? We need to focus on real issues, and y'all can ignore our testimony all you want. We'll be here every single time you try to bring these bills up. The harm has been done just by the bill being filed. People are being assaulted in restrooms because of the perceived notion that they might be trans. This bill is supposed to protect women, but it's hurting women now. Women are being assaulted by other people. We've seen people escorted out of bathrooms because police officers think they're men when they're cis women trying to go to the restroom. People are being targeted now, and the bill hasn't been passed already. Please vote no.
And thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for our witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. You're excused. I call Francis Sepulveda, Juliet Thurber, Rai Vasquez, Megan Fairbanks, Autumn Lawner. And then for our next panel, just if you can be making your way down at least toward the end, we'll be looking for Noel Freeman, Brad Pritchett, Felicia Martin, Arwen Heilrain, Robert Heil. Again, we'll be looking for Noel Freeman, Brad Pritchett, Felicia Martin, Arwen Heilrain, Robert Heil, and Charlotte LeMay. And again, thank you each for coming down and moving things. For a lot of folks waiting to testify, so thank you guys for working with us. Welcome. You've done this before. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. My name is Autumn Lawner. I'm a transgender Texan and vice president of the Texas Transgender Non-Discrimination Scholars. I'm here to speak in opposition to SB 7 on behalf of our organization and because of the direct harm it will cause me personally and our community. Growing up, I was the autistic boy in rural Oklahoma. I came out as gay at the age of 12. I was bullied, isolated, and I didn't get the support I needed. I dropped out in the 10th grade, convinced that I didn't belong anywhere. Then I moved to Houston. I began transitioning, I found community, and I found myself. I built a life and started going to college. 8 years and 2 degrees later, and finally in just 2 weeks, I'm graduating with my master's in social work and a 4.0 cumulative GPA. Just as I'm ready to get back to the state and start applying to jobs, I'm realizing how many doors are quietly closing. If SB 7 passes, I won't just lose access to a restroom. I'll lose access to the future in this state I've worked so hard to build. I'll be forced to use a men's restroom in workplaces that perceive me as a threat, risking harassment or worse just to keep my job. I've done everything the system told me would make me worthy. I earned degrees, I worked hard, I showed up, and every time I do, y'all change the rules again. Every time I speak up, I'm told to be quiet. Every time I try to belong, I'm told my existence is a disruption. If this is what we're calling justice, then justice has forgotten me. Justice has forgotten Texas. You know, I've been through a lot to get here, and the hardest thing I've learned is that there are no villains. There are no evil people. Not in this room, not in this world. There are only people. Some are hurting, some are afraid, but we're all people, and we're all doing the best with what the world has taught us. And dehumanizing each other does not work. We have to stop turning each other into enemies and start talking like neighbors, y'all. We have to see each other as humans and before we judge each other.
And thank you for your testimony, and congratulations on your degree. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Rai Vaz, I'm against this bill. The circus is back in town, y'all. Not for any common sense reason, not to get funds to the families impacted by the latest natural disaster, but we're here to talk about the big, bad, scary trans people. Don't get me wrong, this hatred of a big bad other, despite them usually making up less than, 0.01% of a population is nothing new to a Republican platform. The welfare queen African Americans who weren't even collecting the lion's share of benefits, the Asian Texans who built the railroads to ship the precious oil around our country, the immigrant labor that you were oh so happy to employ for pennies on the dollar until you realized you could make more money deporting them than you could save not paying them. And now we're back for the 5th or 6th time to debate trans people, to liberate what is between people's legs in a borderline rapey way. Because despite my gender presentation, I have not once deliberated what was between someone's legs. Thank God Superman doesn't exist, because if he did, GOP lawmakers would find a way to reverse engineer his X-ray vision to stare at the crotch of every woman that passed them by. We have laws that prevent these so-called assaults, of which you have no data to link to trans people. In fact, there are about 73,000 priests in this country I can think of that have hurt children in the way you're fearing trans people will. Go after the churches, not the people just trying to exist. Why would men pretend to be women to rape people when rapists get treated better than women in this country? If you're afraid of rapists going into women's bathrooms, go after rapists. Write laws that criminalize sexual assault that doesn't allow 90% of reported sex crimes to go unpunished. I'm sick of you targeting at-risk groups for cheap political points when you refuse to do your jobs. Bring forth something that'll actually help Texans, and maybe I'll give a damn. Till then, I'll be fighting you every step of the way.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, members of the committee. My name is Sofia Sepulveda. I am from San Antonio, Texas, and I am asking to vote on SB 7. The truth is, abusive men do not need permission or laws to invade women's spaces, to abuse us. They do it on their own. Taking away our access to public spaces will not only put trans women at risk, but also all of us at risk. SB 7 is a discriminatory bill, plain and simple, aimed to attack a woman by putting social requisitions for using the public spaces, trying to erase us out of existence, but the reality is that we will always be here, even after you leave and new representation comes. Now that you want to allow trans men in women's restrooms with muscles and beards, will that be safer for us? If men assault us in the restroom, will they blame us like they always do when we report sexual assault or physical abuse? Will you arrest people going to the restroom you are forcing because everybody don't look or sound like the person that you think they are? And what will happen to our sisters who aren't trans but have a deep voice or male characteristics or a broad body? Will they ask for their ID or ask us to show them their private parts? The reality is that if y'all care about women's safety or children's safety, why are we having a hearing to further marginalize 150,000 people in Texas, rather than focusing on gun reform, which are killing our children, or fixing our infrastructure, or even our alert system, which just killed 37 little girls in the flood in Kerr County, or moms having miscarriages and dying at the front of the hospital? You don't care about protecting children or women. You care about discriminating other people. The state has more people without health insurance than any other state, without infrastructure that is crumbling before our eyes. According to Wallet Hub, we're 41st in education and the minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour. But sure, trans women are the problem. Don't let this bill move. Please vote no on SB 7.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Juliet. I'm here to ask why we're here. I am against this bill, obviously, as I am against being here. I could go on about how bad this bill is and the fact that trans people do exist and that this is going to cause more harm to cis people than trans people. But that would go on deaf ears. You all have made up your minds on this already, so any kind of sympathy I could give about any kind of sympathy I would give about the facts that you could not even identify me as an intersex person, much less the danger you would put me in through this bill, and it was all but pointless. But let's get down to the facts. You want trans people to be in dangerous situations. We all know the purpose of this bill is to discriminate and dehumanize us as trans women. Here's what you're not realizing in this bill. It's going to hurt cis women in public facilities the most. And I don't think you know how badly it's going to hurt these people in spaces. Or maybe you do, and that's the point. Cis women, time and time again, have been accused and harassed in bathrooms under the guise of rooting out trans women. There have been numerous news reports about cis women being dragged out of bathrooms because they are not the Republican blue-eyed blonde, blue-eyed definition of a woman. And making a bathroom ban in Texas is going to dramatically increase the number of reports and cause a literal witch hunt of all non-blonde, blue-eyed white women. And this will affect all public facilities like Austin city limits that's on state land, or even this building. When I go pee in these restrooms, because I go to the women's restrooms here already, so think about that cost. And yes, think about the consequences of this bill, because holding a bathroom ban here, protest, could cost this facility a lot in self-reported fines. And one final note, as a trans intersex person, intersex people exist, and we are here.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome back.
Good morning. My name is Megan Fairbanks, and I'm here to register my opposition to SB 7, and frankly, I'm tired. I'm tired of coming to the Capitol. I'm tired of being nice and cordial. I'm tired of trying to defend myself, my community, and people that I love against bigoted attacks by lawmakers sworn to protect us. Need I remind you that trans Texans are your constituents too? I'm tired of listening to the gaslighting by legislators telling us of the importance of public testimony, thanking us for being here, thanking us for staying late, only to vote against us straight down party lines, even when an overwhelming number of folks show up to testify against hateful legislation like this. We hear you loud and clear. Party politics means more than people do. The system is rigged. And you know it is because otherwise the legislature wouldn't currently be working on off-cycle redistricting to keep yourselves in power. I'm tired of the lies about how this is all about protecting women. If y'all truly wanted to protect women, well, the families of Texas women who died at the hands of the draconian abortion laws in this state might want a word with you. I'm tired of listening to lies about who we are and what our intentions are and how we're supposedly attacking women in restrooms. Why don't you just call me a rapist to my face? Maybe it's because you and I both know it's not true. I mean, if we truly were rapists, it seems more likely you'd be defending us like you do the president. Instead, you just expect us to roll over and take it like a teenager at Mar-a-Lago. If the system isn't rigged, then prove it to me by voting against this bill. Otherwise, thanks for wasting my time today. Now, if you excuse me, I have to pee.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for anybody on this panel? Very well, thank you each for being here. You're excused. Call Noel Freeman, Brad Pritchett, Felicia Martin, Arwen Heilrain, Robert Heil. Thank each of you. We're going to be looking on our next panel for Charlotte LeMay, Greg Fowler, Quetzale Daniela Solano Gomez, Jerica Van Sliders, Sarah Beth Nolan. So if I called your name just now, please be making your way down here, and we'll be hearing from you on the next panel. Welcome to each of you, and now since you're on the end, you got to get close to the mic so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Noel Freeman. I'm from Houston. I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. First, the lawmakers in this Capitol have a weirdly unhealthy obsession with genitalia. But, let's go back and look at history. When President Truman decided to integrate the military, one of the big arguments was, oh no, all the white men are going to get attacked by the black men in the bathrooms and in the locker rooms. When the Equal Rights Amendment was introduced, Phyllis Schlafly famously went coast to coast all over the place screaming, oh no, this is going to lead to women being attacked by men in bathrooms and locker rooms. When the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy came up and the issue of gays in the military was debated, the argument was, oh no, all these straight men are going to get attacked by the gays in the locker rooms and in the bathrooms. And here we are talking about bathrooms again. The arguments that, oh, our women and our children are going to be attacked in bathrooms. This is the same old ugly pig that's been trotted out for the last 80 years. This bill is just the latest shade of lipstick that we're going to slap on it. But this bill isn't really about protecting women and children because it doesn't do that. As others have said, statistically speaking, trans women aren't attacking people in the bathrooms. There's no evidence. It's just not happening. But this bill is not about protecting people. This bill is about punishing Texans. It's about beating up on people, demonizing an entire population of people as a convenient enemy just so that you can win elections. It's disgusting and it's bigoted, and it doesn't do anything other than score cheap political points. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Brad Pritchett. I'm the interim CEO of Equality Texas. We're the state's largest LGBTQ advocacy organization. I'm speaking against SB 7. I think it's necessary for us to call out the raw hypocrisy and misdirection at the heart of this bill. So let's address the real facts. The most commonly reported offenders harming women and children in Texas are not transgender people. They are overwhelmingly white, non-cisgender, heterosexual men, usually in positions of power in churches, schools, or other agencies. And statistics show us that they are frequently men with Republican voting history. And that is not left-wing spin, it is straight from the public voter file and the news headlines that seem to pop up every other week right now. So to any lawmaker who is pretending that trans people are the threat, I have bad news for you. The call is coming from inside your house. These bills don't make anyone safer. They scapegoat vulnerable Texans and distract from the uncomfortable reality that predators often move freely in your own circles of influence. Does anyone remember State Representative Brian Slayton? You might want to think about that when you're talking about protecting women, especially in this building. You want to make women and children safe, the data says start closer to home. Governor Abbott boasted that he would eliminate rape in Texas, and where's that promise now? Why are rape clearance rates so low, and why are survivors in this state still being failed at every turn? It is because you are here obsessing over where trans people go to the bathroom. Every time you debate a bathroom bill, you send a message that trans lives are expendable, that scapegoating and bullying are acceptable, and that real solutions to violence can wait. Texans have seen through this farce in 2017, 2019, 2021, 2023, and again in 2025. It is transparent, it is tired, and it is harmful. Please vote against SB 7. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Arwen Heilrain. I'm here representing myself, and I'm here against SB 7. I am the person you say you are trying to protect with this bill. I grew up here in Texas, and I grew up in locker rooms and in bathrooms with trans people all the time. And let me tell you, I have some horror stories, but they are not from my school. They're from the schools that made trans kids use bathrooms that did not align with their gender identities. They're from the schools that forced trans children into hateful environments where they were bullied and learned to hate themselves. The school I went to was also religious, and while I was there, I learned some things about Jesus. One of the things that sticks with me most is that Jesus told us to care for the least of us first. Trans children and adults face a 3.5 times more rates of suicide attempts than the general population. It is proven that trans children who grow up in accepting environments are more likely to grow into healthy and happy adults. We know how to care for trans people. It is giving them life-saving medical care. It is allowing them to use the bathrooms that aligns with their gender identity. It is by accepting them and loving them. Please, I want you to do what Jesus said to do and to care for those of us who need care the most. What is incredibly dangerous is, what is incredibly dangerous, way more than trans people in bathrooms, is other people watching me as I walk into the bathroom, trying to decide if I'm woman enough or not. Trying to decide if my hair is long enough, if my voice is high enough, if my chest is big enough, if my dress is girly enough, if I am woman enough to be allowed to pee. I never felt unsafe using bathrooms and locker rooms with trans people. Never. This bill would make me feel incredibly unsafe. It would make me incredibly unsafe in the bathrooms and locker rooms here in Texas. This bill does not protect women and girls. It puts them under a microscope to determine if they are women enough to pee. Please protect women and girls, and please vote against this bill. Thank you so much.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Chair and members, my name is Felicia Martin. I'm a mother, a lifelong Texan, and president of the Texas Freedom Network. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 7. Let's start with the fear at the heart of this bill, the idea that trans women are a threat to cisgender women in bathrooms. There is zero evidence, none, that trans women are attacking women in public restrooms. Law enforcement agencies across the country, including right here in Texas, have not reported a single case of a trans woman assaulting a cisgender woman in a bathroom. Not one. The myth has been recycled for years, but no facts support it. What is real is that transgender people, especially women, are far more likely to be victims of violence, not perpetrators. Texas, unfortunately, remains the state with the highest number of anti-trans murders in the nation. And yet, this bill would continue to punish trans women, isolate them, and deny them safety in shelters and schools, all under the false banner of protecting women's privacy. And let's talk about privacy. If privacy were truly the priority, this body wouldn't have spent years invading women's most personal decisions, like whether or not to carry a pregnancy. You can't claim to protect women while denying us autonomy. And who will enforce this? Teachers checking kids' birth certificates at the bathroom door, shelter workers and government employees deciding who looks female enough before they let them in. But we see bathroom vigilantes across the state who deputize themselves to be enforcers of the law. You have not thought this through. SB 7 is not about safety, it's about fear, and it's about control. And let's be real. Trans people will not disappear because you refuse entry into the bathroom. They will continue to exist like they have for centuries, whether you like it or not. Please vote no.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to that mic, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Robert Heil. I'm here representing myself as a proud Texan, brother, husband, and father. And I have come this morning to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 7. This bill has a stated goal of protecting women, but it does not protect women from any real threat, and instead does real harm. Trans women are not a threat to cis women. The threat of sexual violence does not come from trans women. It comes from us. As other speakers have said, and as the Department of Justice has documented, more than 99% of sexual assault against women is committed by straight cis men. Men like me, men like most of you. As a straight cis man, I find that deeply uncomfortable, but it is the truth. Blaming trans women for sexual violence would be ridiculous if it were not also so dangerously cruel. By demonizing the trans community, you give tacit approval to more than just bigotry. You say that trans Texans are less than the rest of us. You are saying that they deserve the discrimination that they face every day. And it gives a quiet nod to more than just bigotry. It gives tacit approval to violence, like the woman who was attacked at Barton Springs last week, and like the church here in Austin that was vandalized, targeted simply for having the audacity to open the church doors and welcome everyone. This bill will do nothing to protect women from any real threat, and it will only put marginalized Texans at greater risk. Please vote no against this dangerous, useless, and distracting bill. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. So, if there's any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. I call Charlotte LeMay, Greg Fowler, Quetzali Daniela Solano Gomez, Jerica Van Sliders, Evelyn Butler, Sarah Beth Nolan, Chair calls Greg, we got Charlotte LeMay, Greg Fowler, Quetzala Daniela Solana Gomez, Jerica Van Sliders, Evelyn Butler, and Chair calls Charlie Metzroth. All right, very well. Thank you. And then that will get us going for now. Thank each of you for being here. We're going to start over here. Now, since you're on the end, there you go. Get close to the mic. Introduce yourself and go. Please have a seat right there. You're welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Charlotte LeMay, and I'm testifying against SB 7. I work in a Texas public building, and the floor I work on has 2 bathrooms, a man's and a woman's. How do I choose which to use? Well, I do what everyone does. I use the one where I will look the least out of place. That's how it works. We know it's uncomfortable when someone's gendered appearance doesn't match the bathroom they're in, and we act to minimize that discomfort. That's the existing societal order. SB 7 would disrupt that order. So for instance, consider the case very common of a trans man, so female, but indistinguishable from a man who's not trans. You see them all the time. They testify against your bills. And this bill would force them into the women's bathroom, right? So imagine you, the hardworking Texas legislator, come home to your daughter Martha. You have a daughter Martha in this scenario. And you show her a picture of this guy and you tell her, now Martha, when this bill passes, be sure you give this guy a warm welcome in the women's bathroom. And she says, I think that's a man. And you say, no, well, not according to the endogenous profile. And she says, I don't really know what an endogenous profile is, but I think that person goes in the men's bathroom. So what Martha understands in this scenario is that the social contract dictates that gendered appearance, not birth sex, determines bathroom use. A study from the Williams Institute at UCLA Law confirms this. Trans men are more likely to be harassed and questioned in the women's bathroom, and trans women are more likely to be harassed and questioned in the men's bathroom. Obviously, because how else can others determine our sex except by looking at us? And when challenged, what can we do? We can't produce endogenous profiles on demand. The law encourages harassment and questioning in bathrooms with its complaint system, and it forces trans people into the place where they're most likely to face harassment and provides them no recourse for protection. I would face this impossible bind every time I needed to relieve myself at work. Please oppose SB 7. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Greg Fowler, and I am here today with my wife, Jerica Van Sliders. I'm representing myself to testify in opposition to SB 7. My wife, Jerica, is on every single official document that bears her name listed as female. This was done years ago, not on a whim, but after going before a judge and presenting evidence both medical and psychological that she will be living the rest of her life as a woman. This legislature passed HB 229 in the regular session to define my wife out of existence in state records. Now it attempts to push her out of public life. How can you wait in line at a government office for hours if you can't use the restroom? Furthermore, this isn't just about my wife. Thousands of Texans will see the disappearance of rights and basic human dignity should this bill come to pass. Would you really want to force a trans man with full beard, more masculine than me or most of you guys in this room, to use the women's restroom just because an F was on his original birth certificate? Would women feel safer with him in the restroom? What about a cisgender woman with a short haircut and a butch appearance? How many of them will be harassed because of the sort of thinking that's in HB 229 and SB 7? My wife and thousands of transgender Texans put no one in danger by accessing restroom and changing facilities. In fact, SB 7 threatens to put Jerica and people like her in danger. I would urge you all to not pass SB 7.
And thank you for your testimony. Jerica, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Jerica Van Sliders. I am here representing myself today as a concerned Texan and a transgender woman. I appreciate this chance to speak against SB 7, which would ban transgender people like myself from safely accessing bathrooms, shelters, and other single-sex facilities that align with our gender identity. I strongly oppose SB 7 because it is a boldly discriminatory, reckless bill that will cause untold harm to not only me and the transgender community, but also the biological women and children it pretends to protect. To be honest, I don't want to be here today. I find it degrading to have to take off time from work and make the drive down here to grovel before you for my basic human rights. So why are you making me? I've lived in Texas my entire life. I've known I was trans since I was 14, transitioning and living as a woman before you today for 11 years. And I've been happily married to my husband, Greg, for 3. I work at a city arts center with colleagues who know me only as Jerica, and by the way, have never had a problem with me using the women's restroom. All of my government ID, state and federal, has legally reflected that I'm female for several years, and if not for these changes, I wouldn't be here today. SB 7 would mean I couldn't use the bathroom at a job I drive an hour each day to get to. It would mean I'd need to change at home and dry off in my car after swimming at the natatorium. It would mean every stranger in public would be someone to be wary of. And for what? Do you really believe I belong in the men's room? How does this protect anyone? Back in May, I watched Senator Middleton, who clearly had somewhere more important to be, trying to defend HB 229, and I knew this is where it would lead. It was just about definitions, he said. Well, how many more laws do we need to enact to accommodate these definitions? Transgender people have never been a threat to you. We're not interested in your ugly potato-faced children. We're just trying to live our lives in peace and go to the bathroom. So why are you making us the enemy? Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. And hold tight just a moment. Before we continue this testimony, we're going to ask the next panel to be getting ready. So I'm going to ask the following folks to make your way to the Senate floor if you're not here so we can hear from you on the next panel. We're not getting anybody off. We just want to, you guys had to stand for a while. I apologize. We're just trying to manage this so it's most convenient for everyone. So for the next panel, we're looking for Evelyn Butler, James Lyons, Jennifer Mudge, Marie Walker, Chloe Wilkinson. So those folks, please, if you're not on the Senate floor, make your way down here so that we can hear from you on the next panel. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Beth Nolan, and I serve as legal counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. ADF is the nation's leading nonprofit legal organization that advocates for religious liberty, free speech, life, and the family. And we regularly analyze proposed laws and their effect on constitutional freedoms and litigate to protect such freedoms across the country and at the U.S. Supreme Court. ADF has served as co-counsel with the state of Idaho to uphold their privacy law that was recently upheld by the Ninth Circuit. Women and young girls deserve to have their privacy and dignity safeguarded in spaces where they are most vulnerable. And our right to privacy and safety should not be dependent on others' beliefs about their gender. And unfortunately, men who assert a female identity are invading these private female spaces, and as a result, many girls are experiencing harassment and abuse under these policies. The policy of SB 7 matters for our girls at school. Take our client Adelaide Cross, who was forced to endure sexual harassment over and over as she had to share a locker room with a male. Girls should go to school and get their education without sacrificing their safety. We owe these girls better than that. This bill would also protect survivors in domestic violence and sex trafficking who have nowhere to turn but a women's shelter, like our client, the Downtown Hope Center. These shelters are facing immense pressure to compromise the safety of the women they serve. And in the case of the Hope Center, the shelter was approached by a man claiming a female identity to be admitted into the women's sleeping spaces. With cots just an arm length apart, the center was faced with a choice. Should they risk these girls' rehabilitation? And the center ultimately decided it could not compromise the women by allowing a man to sleep beside them. And rather, the center chose to help this man get the care he needed at an alternative facility. And soon after, complaints were filed threatening the shelter's ability to keep its doors open. I'll stop there. I'm happy to stand for questions.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to that mic. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, so my name's Charlie Metzroth, and I was born here in Texas in San Antonio and raised in the Woodlands just north of Houston, went to college at Texas A&M, and then moved to Austin. I've been married to my wife, who I met at age 17 since I was 20. I'm 45 years old right now. We celebrate our 25th wedding anniversary on August 19th. I will be harmed by this bill. So I am a trans woman, I have breasts, I have a vagina, and you want me to go into the men's restroom. You want me to, at best, be harassed, and at worst, be sexually assaulted. And I do not appreciate that. I wanted to be here to put a face to the name of what you're targeting, and I'm asking you, please don't do this, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. You're excused. Call Evelyn Butler, James Lyons, Jennifer Mudge, Marie Walker, Chloe Wilkinson, call Eve Gamble. I hadn't called Eve before. All right, thank you. Come on down if you're ready. Thank you. Welcome to each of you. We'll begin over here on my left, your right. And so get close to the microphone so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Lyons, and my representative is Charles Schwertner. I'm here to ask all of you to vote against SB 7, as this bill would restrict my ability to be a part of my community and my family. Over this past year, I have walked over 300 miles all across my town and my nearby state park. I have a state park pass I go so often. It's a beautiful area, and sometimes I go to the bathroom there. The community center knows me. My family and I go there for an art class once a month. It's a great time for the whole family, and sometimes I use the bathroom there too. This is a shirt my family wears when we go to the state fair. Yes, we're that family. I love the state fair so much. We spend the whole day there, and at some point I will have eaten something that should not have been deep fried, but it is, and then I will need to use the bathroom. Passing SB 7 means I won't volunteer at schools anymore. Some of you might say, good, we don't want people like you around our kids. Really? Then why in a school of over 500 students was I the only person to volunteer to help pack snack bags for STAR testing? Why was I the only volunteer to help the librarian pack and unpack an entire library's worth of books for over 2 months? Voting for SB 7 pushes me out of my community and away from my family. It means I won't go to the state park anymore. It means I can't help schools anymore. It means I won't go to the community center anymore. It means I won't be in those memories. It pushes me away from my family and out of my community. Please, you have already erased people like me from state records. Please don't erase us from our family's memories too.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, I'm Evelyn Butler, a biological woman to you, cis woman to us. You say this bill is protect women. Sure, y'all care so much about women. Some have bled out and died because they were not given proper medical care for an emergency during pregnancy. Isn't there a lawsuit against Texas regarding that right now? We don't have the rights to what, according to y'all, makes a woman, our own uterus. That's not dignified nor safe. What about all those rape kits going untested? Speaking of jail safety, I've been in Travis County Central Lockup, and I've seen biological women undergoing mental crisis, stripped naked and deprived of a blanket, exposed to male staff walking by. That doesn't sound dignified nor safe. And every cell there is single occupancy, and no one shares toilets or showers. I've been in many, many bathrooms, and I've never seen anyone's genitalia. Do y'all? Are people flashing at the urinal? Because I've never seen that. Obviously, if this bill passes, I could be questioned if I go into a bathroom because I'm not gender conforming. And I tell you what, if a stranger put their hands on me because of my looks, it's their safety you should worry about.
Thanks for your
My name is...
Well, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Eve Gamble, and I'm a proud U.S. Navy transgender veteran. Thank you. I'm also a grandparent. I'm also a former teacher. I'm a great-grandparent. I'm a spouse. I'm a neighbor. I volunteer with my community. I'd be doing Meals on Wheels right now if I didn't feel compelled to speak out for rights in this forum. I'd be doing that right now, and I'd be doing it tomorrow. But no, even my senator, Mr. Middleton, doesn't pay us the common grace to face the opposition, and I am his constituent. It's legislate, not legislate. We need flood control, not bathroom control. When is enough enough? Now, I was assigned male at birth. I'm a cancer survivor. Oh my goodness. When is this going to stop? How do you guys look at yourself as Christians in the mirror every morning? How do you do that? How do you face yourselves? It must be hard. This bill is the most poorly thought out piece of legislation that I have ever seen. We don't know what we're going to do, how people, and I can't wait to break this law if it's passed. I can't wait to break this law, and I am a law-abiding citizen. And so please don't pass this bill. Please treat us fairly. We are Americans, and we don't need the hate. That's all.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marie Walker. Thank you for your time. I'm here because I share the same values of protecting and the safety that we all deserve. I'm opposed to this bill. I'm also a psychologist, and I'm here representing both my clients, but also my family. First, just a little tidbit. My first exposure to a trans woman was in 1988 when I ran into my client in the bathroom, of all places, after. And it took me, I understand the disconcerting feeling of seeing a person presenting as a woman, but I know for sure, because she's my client, that her anatomy is presenting otherwise. I'm a sexual assault survivor or attempted assault. I'm a sex abuse survivor. My body knows what it's like to feel threatened. So I get it when people are talking about trying to protect their children. It makes all the sense in the world to me. My major concern with this bill is the enforcement piece of this. I have trouble with the value behind it and the harm it would present to our trans families, but mostly I cannot imagine, and I have not seen anything in this bill that would support a safe way to enforce it. Would I ask my child to go through a visual search, drop your trowel, babe, so you can be seen by somebody else who's going to affirm whether you carry the anatomy or not? I don't know that anybody well, I'm sure many understand. As a psychologist, that's traumatizing. That is traumatizing to children. My fear is that you will be asking children to be forcibly exposed to the very thing you're trying to protect them from. I saw a young man in here a little bit earlier. At his age, would this boy be comfortable with another man saying, I need to check and see what you got? So I'm concerned about this. Thanks for listening. Vote against it, please.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. And we'll tell you what, I'm so sorry. Before you testify, I want to call to get the next panel ready. I do want to hear from you. Hold on just a moment.
No problem.
Thank you. So before we hear from Chloe, we're going to invite the following folks to be ready to testify on the next panel. We'll be looking for Sarah Depew, Ben Depew, April Ortiz, Jeanette Kincaid, Jade Dickens. So if you're not on the Senate floor, please be making your way this way. We'll be looking for Jennifer Mudge, Sarah Depew, Ben Depew, April Ortiz, Jeanette Kincaid, Jade Dickens. Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt after I recognize you. Please welcome back, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Chloe Wilkinson. I am the Secretary of Texas Young Democrats. By all means, I am not an exceptional person, but we're talking a lot about safety today. I am a survivor of sexual assault. I was raped by my own relative shortly after coming out as a trans woman. They had told me that I would be safe living in their home with them. And then only 2 weeks into living with them, in the dark of the night, I was raped against my will, forcibly. I ran away, lived in my car for 3 months after that. We're talking a lot about the safety of women, but let me ask you this. How would you feel if your brother raped your child if they were trans? How would you feel if your father raped your child if they were trans? If we are genuinely invested in the safety of all Texans, then our laws should reflect that. And we're talking a lot about biblical truths. I am a Jew. I'm proud to be an observant Jew. And our Torah teaches us, in the words of Rabbi David Myers, from the beginning of our Torah's imaginings of the creation of humankind, gender diversity was part of the divine plan. We read of the creation of humanity in the very first chapter of Genesis, that when God created the first human being, God said, "Let us make Adam in our image, after our likeness." Then we are taught that God created Adam in their image. In the image of God, they created them. Male and female, God created them. The sages explain the unusual language as meaning that God created the first human being as an androgynous person, containing both male and female characteristics simultaneously. There's a lot wrong with this special session. We should have been talking about flood relief, not partisan politics. And now, because of that, at 3 p.m. today, this session will come to a halt, and the corrupt partisan politics will end today. And the only people that will be to blame are the people who played partisan politics. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Now, hold tight now so that we can hear from everyone. We are going to try to keep moving through and listening. So whether you like or dislike what someone says, please don't clap or boo or respond. I'm not talking to y'all, I'm talking to everybody, so we can keep moving. We don't want to have to empty the chamber and have folks come in one or two at a time. So thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of these witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. You're excused. I call Jennifer Mudge, Sarah Depew, Ben Depew, April Ortiz, welcome. Thanks each of you for being here. Now, you probably heard me tell folks this on the end, you got to get close to the microphone so we can hear from you. So please introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jen Mudge with the Texas Council on Family Violence, here to speak on SB 7. We do this anytime we're working with an author to change a bill to better support victims, as we have with Senator Middleton and his staff. We appreciate the exception language to the original filed bill in the 89th session. However, we still hold concerns with the measure. I'll outline those in a moment, but our request is to remove references to family violence, or for family violence to be removed from the definition of multi-occupancy spaces and clarify that any dependent can stay with their parent. I previously worked as an advocate at a family violence program in the shelter, and I want to share with the committee what's at stake here. Family violence centers exist to be a safe place for victims and their children. When someone calls a hotline, it might be a quick moment when they're in the bathroom at work or at a doctor's office, when they have that moment to themselves. It may be the only chance they have to reach out for help and seek safety from the person who claimed to love them the most. It's not a time to ask about gender or income or anything other than safety. It's all too often a moment before a homicide could occur. Thousands of victims reach out every year, and it's vital that every single Texan who experiences abuse knows without question that the doors are open to them. If implemented, the bill is likely to create barriers to safety for vulnerable communities, and this is for a few reasons. One, some of our programs, primarily in rural areas, are actual homes, where it's highly possible there'll be a need to share a space that the bill considers private. If programs can't operate in their current structures, the costs would shut down their services. Two, federal law requires family violence programs to serve all victims. This includes men who often face a great deal of stigma when seeking help. Three, we know this body cares about efficient government. Sex-segregated housing for family violence programs is already allowable under federal law, making this a duplicative provision. And then lastly, we're concerned the bill could prevent a mom from fleeing with her older teenage sons, leaving them in harm's way. So we just urge you to send a message to all victims that their safety is the only thing that matters when they reach out for help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Sarah Depew, and I'm here to voice opposition to Senate Bill 7. This bill is aimed at protecting women's privacy in sex-segregated spaces. While I believe the state has a legitimate interest in protecting the privacy, and by extension, the safety of women, this bill is both over and under-inclusive in ways that don't advance that interest and would actually make people more exposed to privacy violations, harassment, and increase the likelihood of violence. This bill defines sex in such a way that it ignores the existence of intersex individuals. Just as a reminder, intersex is a term used to describe individuals born with sex characteristics that don't fit typical definitions of male or female. These are naturally occurring biological variations that people are born with. By design, this bill also ignores the existence of trans individuals. In addition, this bill will impact anyone regardless of their biology, identity, or social categories that don't fit the stereotypical idea of what femininity or masculinity looks like. We have seen many examples of women, including cancer survivors, athletes, and other individuals being harassed in bathrooms on the belief that they are men. Some are even asked to expose themselves to prove their womanhood. Women are having their privacy violated and their sense of safety shaken because of this misguided notion of what gender is and how it's to be enforced. Trans women are especially vulnerable in this bill. The National Policing Institute, an independent agency, did a study on sexual assaults in public bathrooms, and they did not find evidence of trans people or people impersonating them entering bathrooms to victimize women. Although there is remarkably little evidence of trans women being the perpetrators of violent crimes in public facilities, there's no shortage of evidence of them being the victims. This is especially true in men's prisons, and this topic deserves more consideration than the 2 sentences provided in this bill, given the scope and nature of violence that it subjects inmates to. For all of these reasons and more that I didn't have time to discuss, I'm asking for you to please vote no on Senate Bill 7.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone down close to you so we can hear from you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ben Depew. I live in Plano, Texas. I'd like you to vote no on Senate Bill 7. I'm a boy, and I've always been a boy, but I get mistaken a lot for being a girl. I have long hair, and apparently I look and sound like a girl. Normally this isn't a problem, but I sometimes get weird looks when I go to the bathroom. I'm worried it'll become a problem for me if Senate Bill 7 passes. I don't want to have to prove that I'm a boy to people in the bathroom. I want to testify because I want to help, and also I don't want going to the bathroom to get worse. It's already pretty awkward going to the bathroom in public. I like having long hair because it feels nice and also protects my neck from sunburns. I don't want to have it to be a reason for people to give me a hard time in the bathroom. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is April Maria Ortiz. I'm representing myself. I'm a native Texan. I earned a doctorate in math at the University of Texas. I'm a mother of 3, a wife, a sexual assault survivor, and a transgender woman. I'm against SB 7. Seeing as this committee has cited biblical principles in support of this bill, I hope I'll not be thought out of order if I cite my own favorite Bible passage. You know me right well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was being made in secret, intricately wrought in the depths of the earth. Your eyes beheld my unformed substance. In your book were written, every one of them, the days that were formed for me. God is not afraid of what I am. God made me what I am. I have always known what I am. I don't know how to explain that I'm a woman, born with a body like mine. But I know for a fact what I am and who I am, and that is where I must begin. On May 24th, 3 years ago, I was living in Uvalde, where my spouse was a 4th grade teacher. That day shattered lives as 19 children and 2 women were murdered after being left vulnerable by dangerous laws that remain in force. From my heart, I wrote about it for magazines like Texas Monthly. I sought to tell the truth of what I saw. It broke my heart. By the end, I knew that I at least had to tell the truth of who I was in transition. I just want to exist. Like many trans people, I take hormones that cause my body to develop in a way that accords with my sense of self. It's been 2 years since a stranger called me sir. I live a quiet, happy life as a woman, a wife, and a mother. I teach at a college. I don't ask for much. I just want to be able to go to the bathroom without fear. Some may retort that women should be free of fear too. Well, I agree, and I have two responses. First, I too am a woman. And second, statistically, the danger women who aren't trans face from trans women is vanishingly small next to the danger that both face from men. I beg you, please find solutions that will keep us all safe instead of expending time and resources punishing an already marginalized minority for the crime of existing. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Before you start, I'm going to call a few more witnesses, so hold tight, okay? Thank you. So for the next panel, we're going to be looking for, and some folks may already be here, for Jeanette Kincaid, for Melody Tremolo, Brian Clusterbore, Paige Schultz, Jade Dickens, Luis Cabrera. So if I've called your name and you're not on the floor of the Senate, please make your way down so that we can hear from you on the next panel coming up. Thank you for waiting. And if I called your name, even better. So thank you. Get close to the microphone and introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Jade Dickens. I may have stepped up here out of order, but
no problem.
I'm sorry.
No. Thank you for being here.
Thank you
for helping us manage
Thank you for
We
having
want to hear
me.
from everyone. Go ahead.
I am a retired state employee from 11 and a half years as a correctional supervisor, 8 years as a coach and teacher at the junior high level, and then I went back and did a few more years to finish out my 30 years as a prison educator. I am in support of the SB 7 because we do need to protect women's rights. It is important that we look beyond just the bathroom. We look into what we don't want to always see, which is our prison systems. There are extremely vulnerable people called women in our Texas prison systems. Having worked there for about 15 years, the terror that women feel whenever even a trans-identified man steps into a facility is unbelievable. What those women feel like. They feel like their safe spaces have been violated. They feel like they are no longer allowed to be able to express themselves. Our prison system in Texas is for rehabilitation, and we cannot rehabilitate whenever the most vulnerable population feels unsafe. I'm here today in support of keeping men out of our Texas prison system, our female Texas prison systems. I have worked on both sides. I've worked both with male and female, both in education and both in corrections. They must and need to please stay separate. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? If I can ask Ms. Munch, I was about to ask you a question, but go ahead if you have.
I was just going to offer that I could address the senator's question from earlier.
I was going to ask you about that. Thank you so much. And so, and for those watching, you're here. For those that may not be familiar with the process, so you are on the bill, and so your testimony was very clear. But so that sounds like so. Just if you can address Senator Bardwell's question and you were speaking for victims of assault and making sure they feel welcome. So if you want to respond to his question, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think you were asking about in a family
Get a little
violence-
closer to.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, let me.
Senator Bardwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I was trying to draw to is in the circumstance where, because not knowing what, I can't imagine these facilities are uniform across all the counties and cities that have a women's shelter circumstances. My main concern is I want to make sure that the counties or whatever geopolitical subdivision has one of these facilities, that if you have the mom with the 16-year-old boy and a mom with the 16-year-old daughter, that there's a mechanism or a discretion to the geopolitical subdivision authority to either house separately or so that the unintended consequence of, okay, I've got private rooms, but a common restroom facility, how do we make those accommodations? And the counties have or cities, or again, whichever geopolitical subdivision has ownership of that facility, that they have the the freedom of maneuver to make sure that those accommodations ensure that you don't have the children of the spouses that are in the ladies that are in those shelters been in common contact.
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, our concern would be around families being able to stay together. If a mom or a parent is fleeing with their children or dependents, that they would be able to stay together as a family in a shelter, because a parent is likely not going to be able to leave or not want to leave if they're not going to be able to bring their children with them. So that, of course, is the primary concern, is that families are safe and that they're safe in the shelter. Practically speaking, families have their own rooms in shelters and oftentimes own bathrooms as well, which is really important for their healing process. Where we worry and see an issue is if there's a perception that some people are not able to access the services, that if there is a mom with a 17-year-old son, 18-year-old son, who's maybe still in high school, that she's going to think, oh, I can't bring my child. So that's where we have a concern. And for rural, smaller programs, they might have like a single ADA accessible bathroom that's in a common space. So, but I will say that having worked in a shelter myself, the advocates and staff at family violence programs are very well versed, very well trained in assessing for safety when someone's coming into shelter and trying to help meet those needs so that that family or that individual can be safe. And that's ongoing in the shelter, where they're constantly looking to ensure people are comfortable and safe while they're in the shelter as well.
Thank you very much. Senator Perry, do you have questions for the panel?
It's not really hitting there, and having been around shelters for women for 20 plus years, and I don't know the answer, and I probably shouldn't ask the question, we can have an offline, but so a male identifying as a female that is sexually assaulted, if that person were to call typically Lubbock's was a women's shelter, what would y'all do with that particular case? Find an alternative place, or would you include them into the general population for services?
So I think first and foremost, an advocate is going to talk to that person about their safety, what their safety needs are, how can the program address it. That's their sole mission. That's their, why they exist, is to help people to stay safe or get safe, and really talk with them about what their needs are. And that's going to be paramount with any call that comes into the hotline. They're going to, they have that training to really assess safety. And assess if that person is wanting shelter, is there another option that person wants, to really work with the person on their individual needs. So much of this work is very individualized to that person, but I can say that safety would be paramount in addressing what happens there.
Well, I know, like I say, y'all do yeoman's work. I think, unfortunately, the statistic, and it's been years since I've kept up with it, but over 3,000 encounters. I think they host about 80 people in general every month in Lubbock, be it family and members for decades.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? I didn't quite.
So y'all do a great job, but this issue has put y'all, I would think, in a very almost untenable at some point, but y'all have formulated processes to manage all sexual assaults in a way that you wouldn't jeopardize your general population with a women's only shelter that has traditionally been the traditional female model.
So I can say for family violence shelters, under federal law, we are required to serve all victims. And, do serve the eligibility standard is that you are experiencing abuse. So we're, federal law would not allow us in any way to discriminate. Federal law allows for a sex-segregated option if a shelter determines that, but again, it's very dependent on what the needs are of the residents in the shelter and the individual calling in for help.
And heavily dependent on federal funding. most of it. I mean, a large chunk of it. State has stepped up and done a yeoman's job and actually supplanted some of the federal reductions over the last 20 years that I'm familiar with. So again, y'all do a great job, and I can appreciate the delicacy that this has put you guys in. And so make sure we get this right, I guess, is where I'm at, because interruption of those services at the most critical time is not an option.
Yeah, I think that's really our biggest concern, is that when somebody makes that difficult choice to call and reach out for help, you know, men who face a great deal of stigma, but you know, we know most of the time women are experiencing family violence. Men do too, but when somebody has that courage to reach out and make that choice, that they're not going to worry that they can't get that service simply because.
Well, I'd just say work with Senator Birdwell, and I'll help as much as I can or whatever, but we want to get this piece of that right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I just wanted to follow up. Thank you for your great work, but follow up on Senator Perry's question. So basically, are you saying that basically you have processes to deal with individuals on a case-by-case basis, given their particular circumstances?
I mean, I would say shelters vary across the state in their structures and their makeup, so it's hard to say, you know, one kind of universal way that shelters are, you know, set up, or how they would kind of have that set up for residents. But I can say, you know, that across the state, they're always going to have an eye to safety, and that, you know, when somebody's making that initial call to when they're coming into shelter to when they're in shelter and then beyond. So they're always looking at the safety of the residents and, you know, can make accommodations for someone as needed.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I agree. It's really, really important that we get that right, and it's important that we get it right in our prisons as well. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Ms. Mudge, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, the director of our policy team, Molly Voiles, is here as a resource witness if you have any other additional questions.
Good. We may very well. Thank you. I thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Thank each of our witnesses. That's right. Thank you. I call Quetzali Daniela Solano Gomez, Jeanette Kincaid, Melody Tremalo, Brian Klosterbor, Paige Schultz. Welcome to each of you. You've probably heard me say, but since you're on the end, get close to that microphone and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brian Klosterbor. I'm a senior staff attorney with the ACLU of Texas, representing the ACLU of Texas and myself against Senate Bill 7. We've already heard today many of the problems and the inherent discrimination in this bill. I also want to highlight some of the drafting issues that I believe would lead to unexpected and adverse consequences with the law. I particularly want to highlight the civil private cause of action, which we believe will drain the resources of Texas state agencies as well as local governments. The enforcement part of this bill for the Attorney General's office requires notice and an opportunity to cure. That gives the government agencies an opportunity to fix any alleged issues. And the private cause of action, however, does not require that. That means that any individual can file a lawsuit against a state agency or a local government with no notice. At worst, this actually incentivizes bad actors to purposefully violate the law and then sue state agencies. Most laws that this body passes have mechanisms that allow courts to sort out and dispose of frivolous lawsuits. This enforcement private cause of action has no such guardrails. There are no delineated defenses. State agencies and local governments will have no way to defend themselves from these suits. and that will lead them to overzealously enforce the incredibly problematic definitions in the bill. This will lead state agencies and local governments to engage in gender surveillance and policing. The bill does not explain how or who will determine someone's biological sex. That will push our government agencies to engage in sex discrimination. And even though this bill spends 4 pages trying to insulate itself from judicial review, sex discrimination anyone can sue, that exposes our agencies to more lawsuits. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Paige Schilt. I'm a licensed social worker, a former teacher, a wife, and a mother. I'm here today to speak against SB 7. While I know that this bill unfairly targets trans Texans, I'd like to speak to you about the unintended consequences that this bill would have for all kinds of Texans. I would like to tell you about my wife of 25 years. Katie was assigned female at birth in the early 1960s in Carthage, Texas. Her birth certificate says female. Her driver's license says female. However, Katie has certain physical characteristics that are not stereotypically associated with female bodies. A strong jawline, broad shoulders, narrow hips. Since her young adulthood in Lake Jackson, Texas, she has been chased out of women's restrooms by people who made assumptions based on a cursory visual inspection of her body. One self-appointed restroom monitor, confronted by her own error, defended herself by saying to Katie, "Well, you have a boy butt." That story is funny, but the consequences of a lifetime of avoiding public restrooms is not. Katie learned to avoid restrooms in order to avoid harassment. Now in her 60s, she has developed a range of physical problems, including difficulty urinating and chronic UTIs. For the past year, she has been on antibiotics more often than not. She's currently on a long-term low dose of antibiotics, and the doctors have advised her not to hold her urine for long periods of time because it makes the situation worse. If you've ever cared for an aging loved one with chronic UTIs, you know that they have a variety of symptoms, including cognitive impairment and greater risk of infection in other parts of the body. I fear that this bill, SB 7, will doom another generation of Texans, whether they are trans or whether they simply don't fit stereotypical ideas of men's and women's bodies, to repeat this cycle of harassment, avoidance, and long-term health problems. Finally, I want to speak as a lifelong educator and the former director of the Learning Center at UT Austin. This bill will make it difficult for trans and gender nonconforming students to pursue education in our state. Physical discomfort, full bladders, pain, and fear are not conducive to learning. I urge you to keep the future of our state in mind and to vote no on SB 7.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Howdy, my name is Melody Tremalo, and here we are again, me sitting before all of you who insist on being losers. I don't know what else to call those of you who consistently stand on the wrong side of morality, justice, and history. We've seen it time and time again. Politicians who cling to outdated beliefs and insist their bigotry is the one and only correct way to exist. You even use the same rhetoric, tried and true. It's to protect the women and think of the children. The same arguments for segregation, to protect women from black men, to protect children from harm from a segment of society that you insist is dangerous to them. The only difference is that you've replaced antiquated ideas of race with antiquated ideas of gender. In this day and age, it's particularly pathetic. Where science was once abused to justify racial segregation, it is once again abused to justify transphobia. You use policy and laws like SB 7 to distract from the real issue, that you are and have been in total control of a failing state for the past 30 years. To distract from the fact that you have eroded Texas from a state that stood apart from the rest of America to one that encompasses all of its failures. To point a finger at a population that is too small to adequately defend itself when that finger should be aimed at the mirror. I've been helping with flood relief for the past month without experience or training, and I can guarantee that I've done more to help my fellow Texan affected by floods than you have. Which of you insisted HB 13 be seen in committee? I direct that question to Senators Hall, Betancourt, Perry, Schwertner, and Paxton. who all share a seat on the Senate Finance Committee where that bill stalled and died. I insist that you kill this bill. You say that you want to defend women and children, yet you let HB 13 die just like you let over 130 Texans die on the 4th of July weekend. You were never interested in defending anyone, and you don't have to pretend anymore.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I'm Jeanette Kincaid. I'm here representing myself, and I oppose SB 7. I was at church this weekend, and there was time for personal reflection and prayer, and I found myself praying for transgender Texans, asking God to protect them and change the hearts of those that keep targeting them. And then my mind slipped to all the sorrow of the mothers who lost their children in the floods, and the sorrow of the mothers who have lost their children in recent wars. And then my mind wandered to the mother of Next Benedict, an Oklahoma non-binary teen who was attacked in the school bathroom of the sex that they were born, so badly by two peers that they required medical attention. The next day, more sorrow when Next took their life because living in a reality where they weren't safe or embraced by their community was too much to bear. Transgender Texans have been coming to you for years to explain how your continued focus to take away their basic rights harms them. They have explained the sorrow it causes. You have dehumanized them so completely that when they express their own pain and sorrow and beg for you to stop, you don't feel it. You don't connect with it because you view them as unworthy of protection and dignity. So I come before you to implore you to think of the sorrow of their mothers that wake every morning worried for their basic safety and well-being, knowing that the world is a dangerous place for their child, and praying day in and day out for God to change the hearts of those that hate them. There is a lot of sorrow of mothers that this body has no control over, but you do have control over so much of the sorrow of Texas mothers. And every time you push these anti-trans laws, you're telling those mothers that their children are not worthy, and you're convincing people that they are dangerous, and it fuels hate, and it makes things dangerous for transgender Texans, as we saw this last week at Barton Springs when 3 men started harassing and assaulted a transgender woman and severely injured a man who stood up to protect her. Please don't advance this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold on just a moment. We're going to hear from you just a second after we call some more witnesses, so hold tight. For the next panel, we'll be looking for Charles Soto, Emily Gogol, Emily Yemington, Morgan Whetstone, Luis Cabrera. So if you're not on the Senate floor, I just called your name. Please make your way down here so that we can hear your testimony. We'll be looking for Charles Soto, Emily Gogol, Emily Yemington, Morgan Whetstone, Luis Cabrera. Thank you. And welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Quetzali Solano. I'm a transgender resident of Clear Lake, Texas. I'm here. I woke up before dawn this morning to speak up for myself, my family, my community, my friends. This bill is yet another attempt to distract Texans from all of the things that are affecting us on a day-to-day basis. Instead of addressing the issues that really impact women on a day-to-day basis, their lives and their livelihood, what we're doing here, or what you are doing here, is demonizing and ostracizing trans people who wish nothing more than to live their lives in peace. At best, you will only be able to incentivize those that are most able to leave the state, those that contribute to the state's prosperity and culture. And it won't be just them. Also, there's countless engineers, scientists, teachers, and many more people who will opt to move to a state that values the public welfare and personal liberty. I do not believe that my testimony here today will affect the direction that this committee is bent on taking. Senator Middleton, you are my representative, but I do not believe that you represent the best interests of myself, my wife, my daughters, and countless other people in Texas and in your district.
And thank you for your testimony. If there's any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel, we thank each of you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
I call Charles Soto, Emily Gogol, Emily Yemington, Morgan Whetstone, Luis Cabrera.
Testimony for property.
Welcome to each of you. We look forward to hearing from you. And we're going to start over here. When you're ready, get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
My name is Morgan Whetstone, and I'm here to oppose SB 7. When you had gathered for SB 240, that was the first time I had testified. I had very little idea of what I was doing, and I did not give very coherent testimony. However, like most people, I thought about it on my way home, and I was very angry. There's a woman who had testified at 240, and I guess her mom was here earlier about being on that volleyball team with the trans person. And when she told her story during 240, it very much made it seem like this person was her friend that up until she found out that this person had male anatomy, she was completely fine with. But the moment she found out, it was like she had nearly been raped. That is to say that many of you seem to think that penises turn people into barely controlled rape machines, and while that is a concerning thought to have on this side of the table, it becomes sharply problematic on your side. This bill does what you want it to. It attempts to stop trans people from using public facilities, but it's a waste of time and resources to do that over personal issues, I think.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Emily Gogol, testifying as self and against. I'm not falling for your game. If you actually cared about women's rights, if you actually cared about trans people, this bill would be worded a lot differently than it is. Trans people deserve rights to bathrooms and access to public spaces. Women deserve the right to go into a bathroom or a domestic violence shelter without having their genitals inspected. Both of these should be fairly simple concepts to grasp, and yet here we are. This is a bill that is not about trans rights. This is a bill about using the trans people as a scapegoat to further unsupport federal institutions, public institutions that rely on government money. This is a way to take money away from institutions that you don't agree with, like domestic violence shelters, schools, libraries, parks, and other recreational centers that help poor people access things like help with raising their children, help with accessing other services, help with furthering their education. This is a bill that uses trans people as a scapegoat, and the bill harms women when it does this. You don't actually care about trans people. You don't care about trans people make up a small percentage of Texans. You don't care that trans women are actually more likely to be assaulted by cisgender men in bathrooms than they are to assault any other person. You don't care that you're inviting more cisgender men into bathrooms by allowing for genital inspections. You don't care that more people are going to be attacking cisgender women in bathrooms if they don't think that they agree with what a woman should look like. You don't care. Maybe some of you do. Maybe some of you in your heart of hearts are true transphobes. Most of you are actually just using trans people for the political clout that it currently gives you to hate on them and pass legislation against them. And that is sad and shameful. When I leave this chamber today, I'm gonna get accused of being a trans woman by people who don't know anything about me, when this bill already labels me a woman just because I'm standing up for people. The people in this chamber that are participating in the humiliation ritual of outing themselves just to the chance that they can stop this bill deserve better. And you know who else deserves better? Flood victims. You are talking about trans rights and bathrooms bills, things that have already failed to pass in this session. Talk about flood victims for once, please. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Will you pull the microphone down so we can hear you? Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, all. My name is Emily Yemington, and I'm a bioengineer born and raised in Austin, representing myself, a cis woman, against SB7. This is my first time testifying. I just graduated from UT, Hookham, and I'm just about to start my PhD. As an engineer, there's a saying that I learned early. All models are wrong, some are useful. This bill divides facilities based on biological sex. Biological sex is an extremely useful model that is, like all other models, wrong. It actually encompasses several different models, including sex organs, chromosomes, and endogenous profiles, as this bill states, but these models don't always agree. For example, there are people with male XY chromosomes with an activated SRY gene, making them anatomically more female. Which bathroom do they use? The model is wrong. Though the model is wrong, this bill is somewhat correct in that biological sex is useful. Females and males typically have different immunological profiles, disease symptoms, and metabolic rates, for example, and this has far-reaching implications in medicine. I want everyone in this room to guess. What year did clinical trials have to start including women? 1994. Pregnant women in 2018. Before then, drugs were tested in almost exclusively men. Similar exclusion across the board in biomedical research has led to a slew of modern travesties, including women being prescribed inappropriately high drug dosages, leading to severe side effects. Research institutions are today not required and financially and legally disincentivized to test on female animal models and cell lines, perpetuating a bias towards male biology and medicine being developed right now, this hour. There's an epidemic of misdiagnosis of diseases that present differently in women but are never studied. This is where biological sex matters, and these problems affect, disable, and kill women en masse, unlike trans women, as others have testified today. So why is SB7 the only area that we are discussing biological sex? There seems to be a lot of big feelings and fears about trans people in bathrooms, but the facts disagree. Biology is a beautiful ordered chaos made of molecules bumping into each other in impressively intricate ways. I've spent years studying it. And it couldn't care less about which restroom you use, but it does care about drug dosages and medical symptoms. If you are going to use biological sex as the basis for policy, use it to help women, not hurt my trans neighbors. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Pastor Luis Cabrera, and I strongly support SB7. I'm a Texas State Director of Citizens Defending Freedom, the Latino Faith, and I represent a large coalition of pastors from around Texas who also support this bill. Today, I sit before you to discuss an essential aspect of human rights, the protection and the dignity and the safety of women, especially my two young daughters that I have. Today, we live in such a day and age where we have to write bills and in return, make laws to protect my two daughters who don't understand if they walk into a restroom, especially a locker room. My daughter is a cheerleader. I can just imagine her walking into a restroom and there's a biological male in there changing with her. How would that make you feel? How would that make me feel? So as a parent and as a pastor and as a society member, we have to protect these children and these women. And acknowledging these differences is not discriminatory, rather it's an affirmation of their right to feel safe and supported. It's extremely disappointing that we have come to this day where we have to write bills again to protect them. When women's spaces are diluted, the risk of harm increases. This is not just a matter of stats, it's about real lives and emotional damage that can occur when a 10-year-old little girl or 8-year-old little girl can see private parts of a biological male in these safe spaces. In conclusion, safeguarding the dignity and safety of these women and their sex-separated spaces is a fundamental issue of human rights. It is imperative that we unite our commitment to create an environment where women feel valued, secured, and heard. By protecting these spaces, we affirm that every woman has a right to her dignity and safety, especially my two little girls. So please pass this bill. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. Hold tight, Ms. We're going to call some more witnesses. We're going to hear from you in just a moment. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to call some names, and if you're not on the Senate floor, please make your way down here so that we can hear from you on the next panel. Next panel, we'll be looking for Joe Good, Jael Henry, Sarah Roberts, James Jackson, and Richard Vega. Again, Joe Good, Jael Henry, Jackson, and Richard Vega. And with that, thanks for waiting. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Charles Soto, resident of Texas Districts 49 and 14 in the Senate. I'm here representing myself against this bill. I firmly believe the legislation proposed here will harm Texans who would be denied the dignity to live their lives in public as their beautiful selves. You've heard testimony before about how denying one's right to use a public restroom of one's choice will cause individual harm, as good law-abiding trans Texans will undoubtedly seek other options rather than risk the state's Gestapo interrogation and harassment. Worse yet, the legislation is entirely unnecessary. Texans are in no danger while using public restrooms in the presence of trans individuals. Attacks, as have been claimed, simply do not happen. There are, however, current events showing how women and girls have been harmed in other ways that this body could work towards preventing in the future. These pages illustrate just a few. This is the number of girls who died from Camp Mystic on July 4th. This is the number of sex trafficking victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his esteemed associates. They didn't all fit on one page, there's over 200. This is the number of women who have sued Donald John Trump for sexual assault. There's 27, but 18 of them have actually sued. This is the number of sexual assaults taking place in which men, under the guise of being women or transgender, entered women's bathrooms to commit sexual assault or otherwise victimize women. That's from the National Policing Institute. It's a blank sheet of paper. Texans do not suffer any risk by simply allowing our trans Texans brothers and sisters to use the public restrooms of their choice. To say so, to put it in words now posted in public schools across Texas, is to bear false witness. Supporters of this bill are simply targeting our trans neighbors for harassment, much the way certain groups famously targeted Jews, Romani, and others in the last century. I urge you to instead follow the teachings of a lowly Jewish carpenter who told the tale of the Samaritan, an ethno-religious group that Jews reviled, who was the good neighbor we should all seek to be. Please be a good neighbor and leave trans Texans alone.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Call Joe Good, Jael Henry, Sarah Roberts, James Jackson, Richard Vega. I call Megan Benton. Sorry, oh, either one you want is fine. Either seat is fine. I call Landon Ritchie, Laura Miller. All right, come on down for the next one, Landon. Thanks. All right, we'll get started, and someone may come in and fill that seat as we go. Thank you for your patience. We're trying to keep y'all from having to wait any longer than necessary so we can hear from everyone who wants to testify. Welcome. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Roberts. I am a straight woman and once a proud Texan. I'm a devoted ally to the LGBTQIA+ community. I speak for myself and I speak for human dignity. I strongly oppose SB 7 and HB 229. Your minds are made up. You're more concerned with political loyalty than listening to your constituents or even listening to science. Addressing real issues or working improving our communities is completely out the window. You claim to care about protecting women and children while pedos and traffickers are shielded and empowered. That makes you complicit. Exhibit A, Maxwell gets moved to a minimum security prison in Bryan, Texas. Science has evolved. We now understand that biology, sex, and gender are not fixed binaries. Yet this bill defines female as someone who produces ova. So what, you're not a woman if you don't produce eggs? That's insulting, regressive, and medically ignorant. You say you're for limited government, yet here you are controlling what people read, how they vote, where they pee, and even their rights to exist. You trample on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You invoke God and the Bible, but ignore their core teachings: compassion, empathy, and loving your neighbor. You don't care about human rights. But let's talk about protecting women and children. I've been harassed, catcalled, groped, followed, and assaulted by straight men since I developed breasts. My daughters have experienced catcalling and ogling. Not once has any harm come from a transgender person who is welcome to pee next to me. The trans community is not the threat. The real danger is unchecked male entitlement and this very legislature. Persecuting the vulnerable is not Christian, it's not Texan, it's not American. Upholding the Constitution is. Uphold the Constitution. Protect all Texans. History's watching, and yes, release those Epstein files.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is J.L. Henry. I am a trans woman from Katy, Texas, an indirect tax auditor, a community organizer, an activist, and a Christian. I am here representing myself, the overwhelming body of scientific evidence in support of transgender rights, and common decency. I come before this body today to testify against SB 7, a bill that reinforces and institutionalizes sexism, racism, homophobia, and transphobia. A bill that, in conjunction with the previously passed HB 229, will be used to attempt to criminalize the public existence of anyone guilty of the crime of existing outside of the narrow, unscientific, and discriminatory views of gender held by this legislative body. The definitions of sex provided by HB 229 are the teeth of the bill we are discussing today, and, as written, are incomprehensible and leave hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million plus Texans outside of the bounds of the law, in a no man's land ripe for selective enforcement by bigoted law enforcement officers. I can look around at this table, or at least I could before some of them left, and I can see women with Adam's apples, some facial hair, some subtle scars from facial feminization surgery. I might even clock a wig. Will you feel that your privacy is protected when you are transvestigated, when you're hauled into court, when you're forced to give proof of having produced ova? This bill is a farce and, quite frankly, a sin. I urge each of you to vote no on advancing this bill. Have the day you deserve.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is James Jackson. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a proud trans Latino born and raised Texan from Denton. I serve on the board for Pride Denton, a nonprofit that plans Pride events for the Denton community, and I'm here today to urge you to vote no on SB 7. For months, I'd been using the men's locker room at the gym because I'd started getting fearful looks in the women's. You can see why. One day, when I came out of the locker room, an employee was waiting for me. She said the name on my membership account didn't match my appearance. I explained that I'm trans and I had just legally changed my name, but hadn't had a chance to update it on my account. She said, well, you're going to have to keep using the women's locker room until you fully transition. Fully transition. I asked what she meant by that. She gestured toward her crotch and said, you know, the surgeries. I didn't know what to say. I was flooded with anger and shame. Imagine how you'd feel in a disturbing situation like that, in public, with a stranger. What did she expect me to do? Drop my pants to show her in a gym full of strangers my genitals? Please consider the damage a bill like SB 7 could do. This bill not only dehumanizes trans people, it dehumanizes all of us by whittling us down to our body parts. You're asking staff members to institute ridiculous and arbitrary security measures for bathrooms. This isn't protection, it's oppression. If this bill passes, I would be forced to use the women's restroom, and I would cause a lot of discomfort to the lives of the women using the restroom with me. I'm just a normal guy who loves his town, loves his state, loves trans people, and wants to exist just as I am. I take no pleasure in being here today with you, but I will do everything in my power to make sure no one experiences discrimination like I did. Keep the hands of the law off our bodies. Did you hear me? Keep your hands off of us.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee, for taking the time to hear this critical piece of legislation. My name is Megan Benton. I'm the Strategic Policy Associate for Texas Values Action, and I'm here to testify in favor of SB 7. This legislation will help to protect both women and girls in Texas by ensuring that our private spaces are protected. During the 89th legislature, after testifying in this room, I had a personal experience with this exact issue. I went to the second floor restrooms and realized there was a biological man in the women's restroom. To be safe, I left and waited until another woman was heading into the restroom, and I followed her in to ensure my personal safety. I've lived in Texas my entire life, so this wasn't an experience I expected to have. I was startled and a little shook up, but I'm not alone. A young female staffer in this building was subject to a similar incident not long before mine. Thankfully, not long after this experience, the State Preservation Board made it clear that in the Texas Capitol, men must use the men's restroom and women use the women's restroom. Since then, I haven't had another issue. But this safety shouldn't be exclusive to just the Texas Capitol. It should be the standard for the entire state. Both men and women deserve to have private spaces, and I thank the Senate for standing up and taking the initiative on this issue. Whether it's a Texas Capitol restroom, a locker room, women's shelter, or prison, all women deserve to feel safe. As a woman, I don't want to have to worry when I use a women's single-sex facility, such as a locker room at the gym. It's simply not fair. And it's happened before. Riley Gaines was forced to share a trophy and locker room with Will Thomas. Paula Scanlon was forced to swim on the same team as him, despite her discomfort with the situation. By passing SB 7, this legislature will be ensuring that the examples I've mentioned today do not continue, and women and girls are protected in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. And before we hear from you, we're going to get another panel on deck, so hold tight. We want to hear your testimony as well. And so I'm going to call some names, and if you wish to testify and you're not on the Senate floor, please make your way down so that we can hear from you coming up. We'll call Joe Good, Landon Ritchie, Laura Miller, Cynthia Heiser, Asher Thigh. And so again, if I've called your name and you make your way down to the Senate floor so we can hear from you on the next panel, and we want to hear from everyone who wishes to testify. And thank you for waiting. Welcome. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Richard Vega, also known as Pastor Richard Vega, out of Houston, Texas, with At His Feet Ministries and Community Transformation Church. We currently have 9 brick and mortar churches across, total, but 5 here in the state of Texas. And I'll just tell you, I'm in favor for this bill. I'm grateful that that Senator Mays Middleton had the stance that you took. I know it's not easy. But I want to thank you personally because you're defending women and children across this state. You are standing up for what is very valuable to Texas women. Women have come a long ways in our state. They've had to earn voting, they've had to earn jobs, they had to earn education, and here we are in 2025 having to protect their space in the restrooms and locker rooms. And I just want to thank you and all the co-authors that had decided to join forces with you on this. If I could change anything in the bill, it would be the fines. I think they're too low. I think we need to increase them. I want to know that my daughter is safe. I want to know that my wife is safe, my mom is safe, and Texas women are safe. I go to the gym, and I'll just tell you there was an incident there at our local gym in Houston. I had to go to the manager, and my mom and my wife were in the gym where they work out in a women's area because they feel uncomfortable in the general area. And a man went in there to work out, and they felt really uncomfortable to leave, and so I had to address the issue. I didn't address it with the individual, I addressed it with the management at the gym and went through the proper channels. There was an altercation that ended up happening between that individual and a few other people that were upset. And I don't want to see any violence that happens to anyone, but we got to be able to protect all people, and that is including biological females. And they have a space for them to be able to utilize the latrines and be able to feel safe in their environment. So I want to just tell you one last thing is that thank you, because we need people to stand up and protect the daughters of Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. I call Joe Good, Landon Ritchie, Laura Miller, Cynthia Heiser, Asher Thigh, Aaron Ritchie, Naveen Farani, Heather Clark, Ronan Regalado, Cyril Coons, Shelby Evans. So if I called your name and you wish to testify, please make your way down and you can take a seat on this panel and we'll already be started and we'll just continue to move through so that we can hear from everyone. So welcome, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia Heiser. Honored senators, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. SB 7, cited as the Texas Women's Privacy Act, suggests it protects women. I will assert before you today that this is not the bill's purpose. First, SB 7 feigns ignorance of the basic biological implications of medical transition, while counting on those implications to deliver a chilling effect to the trans population. It is absurd to suggest, for instance, that women who are afraid of men entering their public restrooms will feel safe when a bearded female-to-male transgender individual uses the women's public restroom in accordance with SB 7. It seems, in fact, the overarching purpose of the bill is to place transgender individuals at maximal risk. Requiring trans women to use male-only public restrooms will place them at risk for harassment, discrimination, and violence, a risk that escalates when SB 7 requires male-to-female transgender convicts to be placed in men's prisons. Make no mistake, cruelty is, in fact, one of SB 7's points. And what about people like myself? Since my 20s, I have on many occasions been mistaken for male. Should this bill become law, what will happen to me when I enter or try to enter a women's restroom and someone mistakes my gender? Will it protect my privacy for me to have to prove my gender before entering a restroom, or to be confronted by someone within that space? The passage of SB 7 into law would place me and people like me at risk for harassment, discrimination, and violence, even when we are following the letter of the law. SB 7 is both cruel and unnecessary. It is a shameful waste of legislative time and the taxpayers' money when far more urgent issues, like the failures that resulted in so much loss of life in July's floods, need your attention. I strongly urge you to reject this measure.
And thank you for your testimony. Just before we hear from you, just a moment, if I called your name and you wish to testify, we have one spot on this panel, so if someone wants to come take a seat, we'll reach you in just a moment. So if anyone else wishes to be on this panel, there you go. Just take your time, have a seat there on the end. And thank you for waiting. Welcome. Introduce yourself now. Go ahead.
My name's Laura Miller. I'm against SB 7. I'm lucky to be the mother of several beautiful, smart, hardworking,
Laura, will you get closer to the mic? We want to hear you.
Adults.
Go ahead. There you go.
I said they were beautiful, smart, and hardworking trans young adults. They're my kids. Like all parents of kids in their 20s, young adults in their 20s, I worry about regular young adult challenges. Will they finish college, find a job, find someone to love, have health insurance? But SB 7 makes these everyday life worries into something more frightening. Will they find a job with a single-user bathroom? Or will they be harassed, humiliated, or harmed when trying to perform a basic human action? Will they be treated with basic human dignity in their workplace. And I don't know if you noticed all the young adults here speaking to you today, trans young adults, young adult advocates. Thank you all for being here. You're so brave. Young adults, they should be starting out their lives with hope and excitement and joy, not being bombarded with constant threats to their dignity and personhood and safety. I wish that the legislatures would work to make this place, Texas, a safer place for trans people, and not just endangering them. So please do not support SB 7.
And thanks for your testimony. And welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Joe Good, and before you start my time, you guys get paid, right? For today? You're getting paid? I don't get paid for being here, so I think it'd be super cool if you'd quit playing on your phones and just pay attention to what I came to say for a minute. Thank you. Why are we here? Oh, you started my time, thanks. I'm not being philosophical, I'm being serious. What kind of priorities does it show that we are here debating a bill that does nothing but harass based on appearance? While left on the back burner, our neighbors suffer. Just over 3 weeks ago, floods swept through, claiming over 130 lives, leaving hundreds more displaced and inflicting damage so severe it will take years to rebuild. I've attempted to help people remotely, organizing lists of volunteers and supplies, helping with communications. And through this, I have heard stories that rivaled a disaster I was at 30 years ago, when a Christian white nationalist drove a truck bomb to Oklahoma City Federal Building. Only in Sandy Creek, the search and rescue wasn't Tony, FBI in Chicago, or Ed, a U.S. Marshal, Don, fire captain from Orange County. Instead, in Big Sandy, we had JJ and Sherry and Wesley, civilians searching for their own family members days after government should have been there. Why? Because you're too busy with nonsense. Let's be clear, no one's greatest need today is the creation of the PP police, or a new voting district, or additional reproductive restrictions. Their greatest need is a roof over their head, clean water, security, and hope. Put lives over politics. Make flood relief the one and only priority until every family is safe, every community is rebuilt, and every Texan feels helped and heard.
Thanks for your testimony. Go ahead, get close to that mic. You've done this before. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Landon Ritchie. I'm the policy coordinator for TENT, the Transgender Education Network of Texas. I'm a proud transgender man, third-generation Texan, and I'm opposed to SB 7. Discriminatory bills like this one are nothing more than an attempt to remove transgender expansive and intersex people from public life. They have nothing to do with safety nor privacy, and everything to do with marginalizing and endangering one of our most vulnerable communities. Their goal is clear: to further push transgender expansive and intersex people to the margins of our society by making existing in public spaces and in public life as difficult and dangerous as possible. It's evident that this legislative body and the people so fervently in support of this legislation simply just don't want to share public space with trans people. Cruelty has always been the point. Despite there being a limited amount of time in a special, this legislature is set on wasting that valuable time and taxpayer dollars on harming trans Texans instead of focusing only on addressing the issues impacting all Texans, like improving disaster infrastructure. Every moment spent trying to demonize and create an enemy out of a minority group, every moment spent pretending to be concerned about the safety of women while destroying their ability to make life-saving medical decisions, is precious time not being spent on strengthening Texas's infrastructure and improving Texans' chances of surviving and recovering from the next devastating disaster. SB 7 is an insulting waste of time and money, a distraction from your responsibility in honoring the 133 lives lost in July's devastating floods with action, and a shameful effort to pit neighbors against each other. It's also a deliberate attack on people who want nothing more than to exist as ourselves with protection, dignity, and respect in every aspect of our lives. Instead of fighting for good policies that will improve and save lives, our elected officials, you, are making the purposeful decision to advance policies against the will of the people that will cause harm. It's past time you start serving the people of Texas instead of carrying out selfish, cowardly cruelty. Vote no.
And thanks for your testimony. And before you start, will you tell me your name? We want to make sure we've got it right here.
Caroline Green.
One more time, I'm sorry.
Caroline Green.
Great, thank you so much. And if you don't mind, we want to make sure we have our records right. We're going to hear from you, and after that, will you fill out a card for us to make sure we have all your information?
Okay.
You probably did it online, but it didn't make it through in the system. Do you mind doing that?
I did outside, yeah. Where can I do that?
Okay, we'll give you the card before you leave. And you're welcome. We want to hear from you. We're glad you're here. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Caroline Green, and I'm here to voice opposition to SB 7. I'm from Austin, Texas, born and raised. I go to the church across the street. I grew up coming to the Capitol grounds for picnics and for Easter egg hunts. I'm here to oppose this bill and stand up for my rights and the rights of my gender nonconforming friends. I was born female, and I continue to identify as a woman. I get mistaken for a man or for a teenage boy when I go to the bathroom. I'm who this bill claims to protect, but in execution, I will only be harmed. When I walk into the bathroom at the airport, at Buc-ee's, or at the Capitol, I receive stares and glares. SB 7 gives these people an excuse to harass me. I'm concerned how this bill will be enforced. I'm concerned that SB 7 will target women that have short hair, that don't shave their legs or wear makeup or look traditionally, stereotypically feminine. You can't know based on appearance the sex that someone is assigned at birth. I don't want a cop or a gas station employee to look at my vagina just so I can go to the bathroom. I want the Texas government to protect girls by putting up flood sirens so that we don't have another Kerrville tragedy where girls were drowned in their cabins at summer camp, at a Christian summer camp. Why are we here fighting about bathrooms when we should be protecting their lives? Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. And Caroline, I was mistaken. We do have you here, so you don't need to fill out a card. And thank you for registering online. And Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? We thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Call Asher Thigh, Aaron Ritchie, Naveen Farani, Heather Clark, Ronan Regalado, Cyril Coons, welcome to each of you. We're glad you're here, and we're going to start over here on this end as you've seen us do, so make sure and get close to the microphone so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Aaron Ritchie from Missouri City, and I oppose SB 7. My wife and I are parents to 3 amazing people, and 11 years ago to the day, our oldest came out as trans. A few years later, our middle kid also came out as trans. That is also when Texas Republicans started with these anti-trans bills. Over these 8 years, there have been thousands of incredibly moving testimonies from all sorts of Texans sharing how these bills create hardship and harm. There are also hours of brilliant testimony full of data, statistics, facts, and science detailing why these bills are so misguided. There is more testimony today to add to the record. Unfortunately, much of this testimony is ignored. Today, I express my deepest gratitude to those who have defended trans rights. Thank you to my kids and all trans youth for your courage, authenticity, and resilience. To my wife and other parents of trans kids for your boldness and action. Thank you to the trans adults for supporting and loving our kids and for fighting for their well-being as fiercely as us parents do. Thank you to all the Texans who have tirelessly advocated for the trans community by writing letters and emails, making calls to elected officials. Thank you to those who testify in these halls, who rally and march around this building. Thank you to the elected officials that defend the trans community. Thank you to those who defend trans folks in your everyday life. Even though it is hard right now and it seems futile, keep advocating for each other, keep loving each other, it matters. Find joy, hold on to hope, and keep living. For those that have fled the state to escape this hate, hold your head up. You deserve peace, safety, and opportunity. This struggle and sacrifice is so that trans folks everywhere can have that experience. With the remainder of my time, I'm taking a moment of silence in memory and honor of the precious lives lost because of the hate that legislation like this has fomented.
And thank you for your testimony. And welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and committee members. My name is Naveen Farani. I'm a resident of Austin, and I'm testifying against SB 7. I am quite frankly so tired of repeatedly having to show up to defend my own humanity, my access to healthcare, and my ability to pee in peace while I'm stuck in this very building for hours at a time. Let me ask you, based on looking at me right now, which bathroom do you think I should use? I'm guessing about half of you would say women's, and half of you would say men's. The security guard at the south entrance this morning greeted me with a "Hey, sir." When I need to use a public restroom or gender-segregated space, how do I decide which one to use? Let me walk you through my thought process. I ask myself, which space am I less likely to get harassed in? I am the one worried about being harassed based on which bathroom I enter. I am not in the business of harassing other people. I am keeping to myself. You claim this bill is about ensuring safety and privacy for women. And based on your definition of woman, that includes me and all of the other transmasculine people who will have their privacy grossly invaded if this bill passes. Does our safety and privacy not matter to you? Or have you failed to realize that this bill will do the exact opposite of what you want? It will force men into women's spaces. You have been so fixated on painting trans women as the enemy and kicking them out of women's spaces that you have created a policy which would force trans men into the very spaces you're claiming to protect. It's well established that women are 3 times more likely to be assaulted by someone they know than by a stranger. I urge you to vote no on SB 7, and I will leave you with this quote from one of my favorite books. God blessed me by making me trans for the same reason God made wheat but not bread and grapes but not wine, so that humanity may share in the act of creation. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Right. Hello, my name is Heather Clark. I'm representing myself, and I'm testifying in opposition to SB 7. Much of the testimony given today focused on restrooms in government buildings, so I'd like to take some time to call attention to a less discussed but horrifying section of this bill. Senate Bill 7, as written, prohibits transgender women from being able to seek refuge at family violence shelters. You'll be requiring women who have just made potentially the most difficult decision of their lives, including women who are not transgender, but who someone thinks may be transgender, to prove somehow that they belong in these spaces. How exactly do you think this will work? Are you going to require these women who are fleeing for their lives, taking almost nothing with them, to submit an original birth certificate? Have you ever requested an original birth certificate? Do you know how long it takes to receive one? It's months, by the way. It takes months. Are you going to submit women who don't have birth certificates to genital checks before letting them in the door? That is outright cruelty. This will not just hurt transgender women, but anyone who is making the difficult decision to leave an abusive environment and must now consider the unnecessary and inhumane hurdle in their escape plans. This bill does nothing to help Texans, and it will hurt some of the most vulnerable members of our community, only for the purpose of creating sound bites for elections. I urge this committee to vote no on SB 7. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Howdy. And good day, members of the committee. My name is Ronan, and I'm representing myself today as a born and raised Texan. I'm here in opposition of SB 7 because you all are only using this piece of legislation to once again attack members of our community with a bathroom bill disguised as protection for cis women and children. I was here last week to provide factual evidence to various members' offices detailing sexual assault statistics, which showcase to no one's surprise our cis men, dressed as themselves, are among the majority of those who have attacked children and women in a public restroom, not trans folks. We've seen similar bills to SB 7 take effect in other states such as Florida and Arizona, and have seen how they are actually harming cis women who do not fit the stereotypical social construct of what a woman looks like, just because they had short hair or because they were wearing a t-shirt and shorts. The reality fueled behind SB 7 is your obsession with needing to control the trans community's lives the same way you have been controlling cis women's bodies when it comes to the right to their own body. It's all about control, not protection. None of you are entitled to anyone's body, let alone the right to govern what bathroom someone uses. Your inability to comprehend what consent means can no longer be the driving force behind these atrocious bills. Article 1, Section 3 in the Texas Constitution states equality under the law shall not be denied or abridged because of sex, race, color, creed, or national origin. I may not be a legislator, nor have I obtained a degree pertaining to anything law-related, but SB 7 sounds a little like it goes against our own Bill of Rights. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. And hold tight, because right before you testify, I'm going to call up the next panel. So we're going to get to you. Just stay ready. And we want to hear from you. On the next panel, we're going to be looking for Shelby Evans, Chelsea Bumgarner, Emmett Schelling, Jermaine Wild, Marcel Coons. And so if you're not on the Senate floor and you wish to testify, I called your name, please make your way down here so we can hear from you coming up. And thank you for your patience. Get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Hello, I'm Cyril Kuhns. I'm a native-born Texan who grew up in Austin and now lives in Cordell County. I also work for a public state college. SB 7 is a waste of the time, time, resources, and energy of the Texas legislature. It is already illegal to physically or sexually assault anyone, whether or not you're in a bathroom that matches your sex assigned at birth. SB 7 will not stop anyone whose intent is to harm women or children. What SB 7 will do is encourage vigilante policing of transgender and gender nonconforming Texans, as well as cisgender women who simply look different for reasons that may be medical or religious or personal choice. Just over a week ago, right here in Austin, a transgender woman was attacked, and a bystander who tried to intervene was badly beaten. One need only reference readily available statistics to know that violence against trans and gender expansive individuals is on the rise. I am non-binary, and many of my friends are transgender and gender nonconforming. I don't know anyone in our community who wants to hurt children or do anything other than live our lives without the threat of violence. If your goal is to protect vulnerable Texans, you don't need to invent a fictitious boogeyman who wants to prey on women and children. Look at real data and stop using women and children as your excuse to advance a false narrative that demonizes me and my friends. End SB 7 now, and thus take action to protect the peace, safety, and dignity of all Texans. Fix your hearts. It is not your fault that you fear what is unfamiliar to you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for anybody on this panel? Thank each of you for being here. Thank you. You're excused. Call Shelby Evans, Chelsea Bumgarner, Emmett Schelling, Jermaine Wild, Marcel Coons, call Sebastian Taus, Michelle Bumgarner. Oh, all right, take your time. Take your time. We're fine. And if I called your name and there's not a spot at the table, we will get you on the next panel. So thank you for working with us. Want to hear from everyone. All right, if you're ready, we get close to them. Yeah, if you're okay to go first, or we can give you a little more time. I didn't want to rush you. Get close to that microphone so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Sebastian. I am a transgender man born and raised in the Texas Hill Country who now works as a music teacher in Central Texas. I am testifying today to urge you all to stop SB 7 from moving out of committee. SB 7 will not only cause harm to me personally, but will also harm all Texans. It will also prevent K-12 teachers from properly doing their jobs. I will first speak about this issue from my perspective as a teacher. SB 7 will limit myself and my coworkers from doing our jobs effectively. Outside of classroom instruction, teachers also have responsibilities to monitor student behavior in hallways and bathrooms, especially during passing periods and lunch. Given the existing gender disparities amongst school teachers, the Texas Education Agency puts it at about 75% women and 25% men. I'm often the only masculine adult that can address male students using the bathrooms to skip class, vape, etc. when I'm on bathroom hall monitoring duty. If it is not me, one of my female coworkers must go into the boys' bathroom to handle student behavior. Our jobs as teachers are hard enough. I shouldn't have to worry about facing consequences from SB 7 because my IDs say female, but often I am the masculine authority figure that connects with, I work with middle schoolers, so like these 12 to 13-year-old guys, from doing things they're not supposed to in the bathroom. And it also shouldn't be hard for my female coworkers when they have to go into like boys or men's bathrooms to also stop 12 to 14-year-old boys from vaping and doing things they shouldn't be doing. I will now shift my focus to the specifics of my bathroom experiences as a transgender man. People in support of SB 7 today reference the danger transgender women pose to using the women's restroom. However, they fail to recognize the opposite case. Is that my time? Okay. Well, thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Chelsea Baumgartner. I'm a veteran. I've been in Texas for 28 years. I'm a Christian, and I'm made in the image that God made me. With that said, I'd like to say that perverse is perverse, regardless of what gender you are. I keep hearing the phrase, a man claiming they're a woman. I was never a man claiming I'm a woman. I'm a woman. One of the things that bothers me with this bill is the fact that, God forbid, I am ever arrested for anything, but God forbid that I, somebody who's had at least 6 different surgeries, wind up in a population full of men who would do things to me. I can't even begin to think of what would happen to me somewhere along those lines. I can't imagine what it's like for people who wind up in a bathroom where people are waving their private parts. I don't know who does this. I've never been in a bathroom where somebody waves their private parts. When I go into a restroom, I'm terrified. Half of the time when I go into a restroom with my wife, which typically when I'm in public, I have her come in there with me because I'm terrified that somebody is going to spot me or say something to me and try to out me and yell at me and embarrass me when I'm in public because I'm terrified. All I want to do is just go in there and do my business and get the hell out. I'm a taxpayer. I'm not a politician. I want the Democrats out of my wallet. I want the Republicans out of my bedroom. That's truly how I feel about politics, period. The civil action in these bills just scares the living daylights out of me. The amount of leeway that you're giving people to actually come back and sue other people and the amount of finances that is in these bills. I heard you speaking earlier about the fact that you're giving the Paxton, the amount of leeway that you're giving Paxton over the local governments. It scares the hell out of me. I hope that if you do decide to do something with these bills, you actually check his control as well. And also, this bill seems to give tacit approval. I heard this earlier. It's things like this are giving tacit approval over violence. The thing that happened in Barton Springs, the local church that was attacked, we are getting attacked out there, and it's due to bills like this creating more discrimination against transgender people out there. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, yes. My name is Dr. Jermaine Wild, and I want to thank the committee for allowing me to testify and for the opportunity to testify today. I am a pharmacist who has years of experience treating and supporting transgender military service members and veterans. I am also a behavioral health specialist. I am against SB 7. This bill is an insult to every woman, girl, and trans veteran in Texas. It is also ironic that the party of small government is so interested in legislating their fellow Texans' most private activities. SB 7 does not protect women and girls more than existing laws. It increases the risk of violence for all women and girls, regardless of cis or trans status. SB 7 only serves to make public life of transgender Texans illegal. Every Texan deserves dignity. SB 7 makes transgender folks and anyone perceived to be trans or outside the gender expectations of the observer subject to increased scrutiny for the only reason that others are uncomfortable with their presence. Trans Texans' rights and life should not be impeded due to the discomfort of the few. SB 7 looks to restrict bathroom access, humane imprisonment, and domestic violence assistance. Bathroom access is necessary for humans. Prisons are already brutal for the LGBTQ population. Subjecting them to isolation is an inhumane solution or workaround that can precipitate permanent psychological damage even within 7 days of isolation. Domestic and regular violence is already higher against trans women. Trans women are women. Fines, violence, and discrimination will not change who they are. SB 7 will harm trans and LGBTQ youth and adults' mental health. Trans Texans deserve the freedoms and protections afforded to all Texans. Trans Texans belong in Texas. SB 7 doesn't. Don't let this leave committee.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shelby Evans. I'm testifying against SB 7. I'm apparently the type of person that this bill intends to protect, a woman who has been harassed, flashed, followed, touched, and violated more times than I can count. Most recently on Friday night, walking to my car after waiting 14 hours, but never being called to testify against gerrymandered maps. Never once have I ever been assaulted or harassed by a trans person. This bill shows a fundamental misunderstanding of who is involved in sexual assaults and where they occur. It is almost always men, like coaches, pastors, community leaders, who commit these offenses. Women experience assaults in public parks, on the streets, and too often in their own homes. Besides missing the point about the reality of these crimes, this bill emboldens further harassment. Am I intended to carry my birth certificate every time I need to relieve myself? If I forget it, does it mean that a self-deputized bathroom regulator gets to inspect my body and pass judgment? This is a disturbing prospect. Lastly, I think it likely that I personally know more trans people than this committee combined. I feel abundantly safe around trans people, a community that protects my. Perhaps because these folks have had to fight the fiercest for bodily autonomy, they respect everyone else's too. This bill is completely unnecessary and actually further compromises the safety of all women. Take SB 7 and flush it. Focus on floods instead. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Looking forward to hearing from you in just a second. Before we do, tell me your name.
Marcel Rudin, or Kings.
Thank you. Hold just a second. We're going to hear from you. And I want to call some names for the next panel so we can keep moving. So on the next panel, we'll be looking for Julian Herrera, Michelle Bumgarner, Becky Bullard, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Safara Malone, Anna Eastman. And so if I called your name and you're not on the Senate floor, please make your way down here so we can get you on the next panel or the next one. And thank you for waiting. Get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Yes, sir. Chairman Hughes, I just want to say first that I do find it surprising that committee members have excused themselves periodically during today's hearing, playing Candy Crush on their phone, whatever they may please, and feel that it speaks further to the character of the people introducing this bill. My name is Marcel Coons. I'm here representing myself. I'm a proud non-binary Texan. I come all the way from Coryell County to testify against this bill today, taking the time away from my municipal job to be able to advocate on the basic rights of human beings in this state. I contest the testimony of someone representing an outside organization from California as it pertains to the matters of Texans, especially trans and intersex Texans. I contest the testimony of a parent whose feelings suggest she does not consider the capacity to care about any children but her own. I contest the ability of Senator Middleton to understand the struggles of any incarcerated or abused peoples, as there does not seem to be any record of him visiting any county, state, or federal facilities that seem to concern him so much. Senator Middleton mentioned that this bill now has teeth. It does not have legs. The time and money spent on this hateful bill not only wastes the time of the committee, but of all Texans. This bill will be challenged legally, as it has the potential to violate federal and constitutional privacy laws. Transgender Texans have become demonized, scapegoated, and othered, and the majority of testimony today has recognized the real, tangible benefits and advances of a community who literally just want to feel comfortable using the bathroom. No more, no less. This directly affects me, my coworkers, family, friends who do not live in large metropolitan areas, who do not have the time to speak out. All we want to do is our job and to live in dignity. Senator Middleton is himself confused. Sir, if you are confused how to properly address a bathroom, there is a wonderful product out there named Depends that I recommend you check into. Thank you, and I plead you to vote no on this bill.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for anybody on this panel? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair calls Julian Herrera, Michelle Bumgarner, Becky Bullard, Dr. Susana Carranza, Safara Malone, Anna Eastman. All right. Welcome to each of you. I'm sure you've heard me say, but you got to get close to the microphone on the end. Please do so. Introduce yourself. Welcome, and give us your testimony.
Hello. My name is Julian Herrera, and I'm here as a man of God, a husband, a father, and a youth leader at my local church, and I support this bill. This bill is extremely common sense. Men shouldn't be in women's private spaces in all areas. I'm tired of the delusion and the perversion America has gotten over these few years. We should protect and respect women's spaces. Heterosexuality, homosexuality, and transgenderism, no man should violate women's or children's privacy rights. Certain ideologies of politicians pushing different movements and using the leaders of the organization as puppets to go after the children and women. And when a crime is committed, they use mental health as an excuse. Delusion and victimization has to stop in America. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Bumgarner. I am also a Christian, a mother of 7, and a youth leader in my church, and I am here to oppose SB 7. I also believe that men should not be in female spaces. When we're speaking of transgender individuals, a transgender female is not a man. They are a woman, as they have expressed today. Especially when you are dealing with someone that feels that they are trans, like my 53-year-old wife, who has undergone every single surgery to make herself the woman that she knows that she is. When you're discussing adults that have undergone complete surgeries, and then you're telling her that she is now required to go into a men's room and then flash her vagina at what? So that she can tell you who she is. Or you're going to ask a person like yourself, sir, who has completely undergone full surgeries to be a trans man, to go into a women's room then, because you weren't born a man, so that you can flash what? So that you can prove that you're supposed to be there. That's going to make me, as a cis woman, safer in my space. Why don't we talk about the difference between sex and gender? Gender is who you go to bed as. Sex is who you go to bed with. I am a pansexual, meaning that I am attracted to people by their personality. So if I am in a female restroom, I might find some females attractive. If I am in there and they are changing in front of me, I could be more of a predator than my wife being in there, who is a transgender female. So if we're talking about protecting privacy and protecting women, perhaps this should be more about the sex of a person, their actual sex, what they believe in that way, than their gender. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Becky Bullard. I am representing myself, and I'm opposed to this bill. This bill is called the Texas Women's Privacy Act. Trans women deserve protection and privacy just as I deserve protection and privacy. Though I'm not here in my official capacity as chair of the City of Austin Commission for Women, I do serve in that role. And in that role, it is my responsibility to understand the barriers Texas women face to living a full, happy life. The list of barriers women face is long. It includes intimate partner violence, lack of access to health care, especially here in Texas, the most underinsured state in the nation. Black women in particular face harmful health disparities. Climate disasters disproportionately impact women, and Texas has experienced more billion-dollar climate disasters than any other state. Pay disparity makes our lives harder. The existence of trans people in public life is not a threat to cisgender women like me. Trans women are not new. Trans people have existed throughout human history. It is the politicization of their existence by legislative bodies like this that is new. Bills like this make this state less safe for trans women. Recently, a trans woman enjoying Barton Springs here in Austin with her friends was assaulted simply for being trans. Attacks like this happen because y'all are demonizing trans people for their mere existence. But let's go back to the bathroom. If we are truly concerned about privacy in public bathrooms and changing rooms, we should consider keeping the real threat out: toddlers. Many times have I experienced a toddler crawling underneath the stall door, peeking at me through the crack in the door, staring at me as I change. It makes more sense to keep toddlers out of public bathrooms than trans people. And if anyone doesn't want to see someone else's private parts in a bathroom or changing room, I have a simple solution. Don't look at their private parts. Please vote against this ridiculous bill. Thank you for your time.
And thanks for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
I am Dr. Susanna Carranza, testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose Senate Bill 7. First of all, why are you wasting your time on this and not 100% focus on the actual needs of Texans? Like, let's say, emergency alert system, which could have saved the actual lives of a lot of kids during our last floods. That is a problem that Texans really care about. You keep saying you're trying to protect girls and women when passing this kind of ridiculous bills. Yet, time after time, when we learn about predators, it is consistently cis men. And sometimes, they're enabled by awful cis women, such as Ms. Maxwell, as mentioned by another witness. You know, the same Maxwell, the woman who grew many, many kids to be abused in the Epstein's Island. And now that woman was illegally transferred to a minimum security prison in Texas. I have not heard any of you say anything about that publicly. So maybe you can start there. Maybe you should be addressing real threats against kids instead of caring about where anyone goes to the restroom. Just vote no on this thing and actually really withdraw it because it's really ridiculous. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. And hold tight just a moment. We're going to call some more witnesses and we want to hear from you, so don't go anywhere. On the next panel, we're going to be looking for Jonathan Covey, Darby Hicks, Thalia Castle, Safara Malone. And all right, thanks. I know you were all set to go. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Anna Eastman. I am a former member of the Texas House. I represented House District 148 briefly. I have testified in front of you before against these issues. I am also a former member of the Houston ISD School Board. I served for 8 years, left before things got to the place that they are in now. I am a licensed master social worker and clinical supervision to get my clinical license. I am, most importantly, the wife of my husband, Brad, and the mother of Eli, Abigail, and Helen Eastman. My youngest child is transgender. She has also testified in this committee. I have been coming here to testify against these bills since 2017, before I knew I had a transgender child. For the first time, I am afraid for my daughter to come home. I have never felt that way. We have always lived bravely, loudly, proudly, celebrating her and who she is. She just graduated from college. She can play a sonata on the piano. She can pick the banjo. She's been a kindergarten teacher. She babysits. She's taught middle school children. She is a lovely, brilliant person, just as the lovely, brilliant trans people who have had the ability and the nerve and the guts to come and sit here today. I don't know if y'all have been in a women's bathroom lately, but every single time I've been in one in my entire life, whether or not it's in a state park or this building or a restaurant, you can't see anyone else's private parts. There's a door that you shut. And if you feel uncomfortable washing your hands next to my daughter, you're gonna feel uncomfortable next to her in the line at the grocery store or anyone else, and anywhere else. This bill makes no sense. Y'all stop. People died in the floods. It's not helping anyone. It is harming people, actively harming them now because we're having this conversation.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks for your testimony. If there's any questions for any of our witnesses? Very well. Thank you each for being here. You're excused. I call Jonathan Covey, Darby Hicks, Thalia Castle, Mac Tegg, Jonathan Covey, Darby Hicks, Thalia Castle, Mac Tegg, Ada Starks. And if Ada's, if you want to make your way down for the next panel, that's fine. Eve Molnar. Is Eve Molnar? If not, please come down for that next panel. And Alexander Stein. All right, welcome to each of you. Remember, on the end, you got to get close to the microphone so we can hear you. So please do that. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Thalia Castle. I'm a trans woman living in the Woodlands, Texas, and I'm here to oppose SB 7. Aren't we tired of America being this super cool place filled with bigotry and hate? Oh, and especially Texas. Texas is famous around the world for all its hate. Now, I wasn't born in Texas, but I've met some great people who were. I've met a great friend of mine who moved away years ago because of the government's endorsement of transphobia, a US Navy veteran. Good person, not in Texas anymore. Thank you, by the way. My partner is scared of transitioning. They're transgender too, but they're scared of it because the government just keeps attacking us. Why? Gay people, black people, women, they all had to fight for their rights in this country. Why? Why can't we, for once, see what has happened over and over and over again and take the chance to finally step into progress, to accepting people for who they are, for letting people live their lives? Why are we attacking trans people instead of working on emergency alert systems and flood relief? Why? Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Safara Malone, and I am a 20-year-old Black trans woman and a student. I'm here representing myself and TENT, or the Transgender Education Network of Texas. As a born and bred Texan and a product of Texas public schools, this bill is a disgrace. Attending a public school where I was allowed to be myself was a breath of fresh air. Getting to use the restroom of my gender, where I felt safe and comfortable, was everything to me. Not only did I pose zero harm to my cisgender girl classmates, but I was much safer from the bullying and harassment that may have likely occurred within the boys' restroom. We know that trans people aren't causing harm. Facts don't care about your feelings. There is no data or report showing that trans women pose a threat to cisgender women in restrooms and other essential facilities. What we do know is that trans women are more prone to sexual violence and harassment when forced to use male facilities, and we have data from the Federal Bureau of Prisons that proves this. Listen to the data. Furthermore, this bill does not only affect trans women. Under this legislation, trans men will be forced to use women's restrooms. We at TENT will continue to fight no matter what, and we won't let you legislate anyone out of public life.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name's Alex Stein. I'm considered one of the sexiest men in conservative politics. And one thing I want to say, a lot of people are going to hear my testimony and you're going to say you're anti-LGBTQ. I want to say that's impossible because I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. So obviously I have a lot of gay pride. But, you know, a lot of conservatives like yourself, you want to outlaw transgenders and women's sports. I disagree. I like transgenders and women's sports because you can gamble on them and win money. You know, I won so much money on Leah Thomas's propeller in that pool. I almost turned draft kings into draft queens. And, you know, I actually like transgenders in the military, too, because, first of all, transgenders are some of the meanest people on planet Earth, so they'd make a good soldier, don't you think? And then, you know, second of all, transgenders love to do mass shootings. So, you know, that's perfect for a military veteran. And then on top of that, the suicide rate is incredibly high among transgender people. So we could just use them like the Taliban has suicide bombers. Maybe you guys can actually, you know, if you commit suicide, actually help us in the battlefield. So that would be good. So I think we need transgenders in the military and women's sports. Now, when we come to the bathroom bill, though, this is an asymmetrical problem. Because, first of all, no dude cares if, like, a bisexual woman comes in there and tries to use, like, a pee funnel. You know, if some lady boy comes in there, some, you know, stud comes in there, wants to pee in the urinal. No guy's going to be threatened by, you know, a trans woman. But we don't want these gargoyles in a dress, you know, some chick with a dick coming in there and trying to pee or poop next to my girlfriend, because that's disgusting. And, well, I was just going to say something. Listen, I have my First Amendment right. Let me just speak. So, we're sick of these transgenders trying to invade women's personal spaces. These people have autogynephilia, they're sexual perverts, and they actually get satisfaction from going there and looking under a stall. So these are mentally ill people that are on hormones, that are on all kinds of pills, they're impulsive, and they do not belong in a women's restroom. So if some of you lesbians want to come in and pee next to me, you're more than welcome. So we just don't let the chicks with dicks in the women's room, and you guys are all welcome in the men's room. I think that works.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Covey, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jonathan Covey. I'm the Director of Policy for Texas Values, and I'm testifying in favor of Senate Bill 7 because protections for women and girls in private spaces are long overdue, and common sense is finally starting to come around. Nowhere do we see this fight more evident and prevalent than in public schools. In 2023, Texas Values fought a battle at the Fort Worth charter school when activists attempted to force boys to be allowed in an award-winning all-girls choir and vice versa, potentially setting up scenarios where boys and girls could be sharing rooms or using common shower facilities. School districts across the state are either addressing this issue, they're attempting to address this issue, or they're being intentionally subversive and political with a bunch of unspoken shadow policies where officials claim they have no official policy, but in practice are consistently following a mode of operation for handling student privacy cases that everyone understands and rarely results in actual privacy for women or girls. These districts have taken proactive steps to address this issue in a constitutional manner, the ones that have, not only find support amongst students and parents, but they also find victory in legal challenges that we could tell you about. On the academic side, children in K through 12 are being falsely taught with stunning success that gender and sex exist on a spectrum. However, we know from real and provable science that the sex binary is a biological reality. There are only two sexes, male and female, and that these categories refer to individuals whose primary sex organs are organized around what they produce. Even the federal government, notoriously partisan and slow to adopt change, now recognizes the biological reality of the sex binary due to President Trump's executive order. So I would ask you to support this measure. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Now get close to the microphone so we can hear you, and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mac Tagg. I'm here to oppose this bill. Let's see. This bill is another flimsy attempt to attack the current scapegoat, which happens to be trans people today. This bill will harm a multitude of people. It will not help anyone. Here are some actual things that would help women and children. Guaranteed paid family leave, including maternity, paternity, and sick leave. Universal access to reproductive health care, universal health care, free or subsidized maternal care, free mental health coverage, free child care programs and after-school programs, universal pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, living wages and benefits for child care workers, living wages for anyone, $20 minimum wage and equal pay laws that are enforced, tax credits for caregivers, access to free transportation for single mothers and working families, access to safe housing, gun reform, free school meals for all children, flexible working hours and remote work opportunities for working families. These would help. Controlling the bathroom won't help anyone. So, thank you for actually coming back out here to hear the people talk, the people that you are interested in harming. And I feel bad for people like these two guys who spoke before me who have no clue and just want to hurt people, I guess. I don't know, maybe they weren't hugged enough, who knows. This guy over here, his girlfriend is a saint. His girlfriend is a saint for putting up with his ignorance. Please do the right thing and vote against this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Thank you for being here. You're excused. Calls Aiden, we call Aiden Vega, Isabella Vega, We're going to continue to call names and ask folks to make your way down to the Senate floor so that we can hear from each witness that wants to testify. Chair calls Aiden Vega, Isabella Vega, Ada Starks, Eve Molnar, Kelly Marshall. Come on down and have a seat. That's okay. Make yourselves at home. Call Cecily Saylor. Cecily Saylor, Celeste Smith, and if you're up in the gallery, don't break your neck getting down here. We'll get you on the next panel, but do please make your way down so that we can hear from you. Spencer Cook. Whitney Kalari. Alicia Castillo. Emily Wisniewski, Genevieve Leshper, all right, please have a seat. Welcome, and if I called your name, please make your way down to the Senate floor if you're not here already, so that we can get you coming up on the next panel. Thank you for working with us so that everybody can testify. And so thanks for your patience. Get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Ada Starks, and I'm here to testify against SB 7. I'm a native Texan and a transgender woman. I worked in the software industry, and in my spare time, I like to make music, write in my journal, and go on neighborhood jogs. I'm also working with a gestational carrier to have a baby, and if the ultrasound in 7 days shows a heartbeat, then next week my daughter will be born and I'll be a mother. Please cross your fingers for me. I've never been so excited for anything in my life, but it won't be all sunshine and roses. My nights will be sleepless, the laundry will be endless, and I'll be constantly worried about my baby. It will be hard, and if this bill becomes law, it will be even harder. It will turn the simple act of going to the restroom into a constant risk assessment. I'll have to ask myself, is anyone watching the women's room? And if so, will they follow me and confront me? I could use a family restroom if there is one, but sometimes those are closed for repair. So maybe I just shouldn't drink water while I'm out and hold it until I get home. After all, what's a little dehydration? But it's not hard to imagine a case where I am sleep deprived and recovering from a stomach flu, but I need to go to the store because I'm out of diapers and baby food, and so I end up having to use the restroom only for someone to confront me, and then a security guard comes over, and suddenly my baby starts crying and I start crying. Men, seeing me as a woman, have made unwelcome advances on me. They have rested their hands on my waist and tried to follow me to my car. I don't feel safe using the men's room. Instead, I use the women's room because women see me as a woman, because I am a woman, and because I feel safe around other women. Please don't make me feel unsafe. Please don't pass SB 7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. If you would introduce yourself, your position on the bill, we look forward to your testimony.
Yeah, hi, my name is Darby Hicks. I'm an 18-year-old constituent from Denton, Texas. I came down here with my brother this morning, and I'm here to speak against Senate Bill 7. I am here because I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and my community sticks together when a group of us is hurting. My trans siblings are suffering right now, and I could not sit by and allow these laws to be passed amid my silence. So I made the drive at 4 this morning from Denton today to come out here. This last spring, one of my acquaintances, a nephew of a family friend, was violently assaulted in their school bathroom after being marked as transgender. When the school began to pressure trans students to use the bathrooms aligning with their gender assigned at birth, these students were not only put into uncomfortable situations, they also became targets. This person is obviously trans, we know who they are now, these people are thinking, so they become targets of violent assault just like my friend. Some of these people closest to me are non-binary, transgender, they're still just kids, and watching them suffer under this legislation, dealing with their own issues at home is heartbreaking, and I don't think anyone really deserves to go through that. So I ask that you consider the implications of these policies that are being proposed. How could this affect people like my friend who was assaulted by his classmates? These people visually appear to be a different gender than the bathroom they will be forced into. It will make them targets for those who wish violence upon them. I know why this bill is here, and I don't see it as an act of protection against women. I am a cisgender woman, and I would feel safe with a transgender woman in the bathroom with me. If a man was to come into the bathroom to assault me, he will anyways, bill or not, and that is entirely separate of an issue from allowing transgender people into this space they feel most comfortable in. This bill was never about women's safety in the restrooms, and I think we all know it, because I see it only as an opening for more bullying to get away with more, a tactic to isolate these individuals and attack them in every way possible. You cannot say you are suffering, cannot say you are here for the people when the people you are here for are suffering because of the legislation you have the power to influence.
Thank
so
you.
In conclusion, can I ask you not to support Senate Bill 7?
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
And good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee, Senator Lewis Kolkers. My name is Kelly Marshall, and I'm here representing myself in the National Association of Social Workers, Texas chapter. I'm testifying in opposition to SB 7. I'm speaking today on behalf of social workers across our state who are deeply committed to the safety, dignity, and human rights of all people, including women, children, and transgender and intersex Texans. We strongly oppose SB 7, a bill that would further restrict sex segregation spaces, including restrooms and locker rooms and facilities and institutions owned in part or in full by the state government, based on rigid, narrow, and ultimately harmful definitions of gender. This would include detention centers, schools, libraries, shelters, and spaces where vulnerable populations are seeking assistance. As social workers, we know that public spaces must be safe and accessible to all people. This bill does nothing to advance safety. It only invites greater harm. This bill does not effectively protect women and children. It endangers transgender and intersex people, who are already 4 times more likely to experience harassment and violence than cis women. It places all women under a microscope, asking them to somehow prove they look enough like a woman to use a restroom. SB 7 states a political subdivision of state agencies shall take every reasonable step to ensure an individual whose biological sex is opposite to the biological sex designated. That's the bill itself. What does take every reasonable step mean? How will you effectively enforce this bill? Does that mean demanding every person present a birth certificate before entering the restroom? Does that mean every person will be physically inspected before entering the restroom? Let me be clear, forcing individuals to pass an inspection is not safety, it's surveillance, it's control, it's a direct threat to bodily autonomy. Moreover, as a trans masculine person, if I follow this bill to the letter, I will be required to use the women's restroom. I'd like to invite the members of this committee to reflect upon my appearance and the ramifications of that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Would you introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please?
Hello, my name is Isabella Vega. I am a daughter, sister, Thea, and most importantly, I'm a daughter of the King Jesus. He made me biologically female, and there is a difference between male and female. I am from Houston, and I am for the bill. I am asking this committee to protect me, not just today, but for my future, and for all Texans girls' futures. I am a volleyball and soccer athlete, and I am very competitive among my peers, and it is hard enough to change in front of girls in the locker room. I don't want any boys or men in the locker room while I'm using the bathroom or changing. So please, again, I ask you to protect me today and my future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And you're going to go next, but I'm going to go in and call the next 5 people down. So when I call your name, if you would go in and make your way down to the chamber: Eve Molnar, Cecily Saylor, Celeste Smith, Whitney Kayari, and Alicia Castillo. If you would go in and make your way down: Eve Molnar, Cecily Saylor, Celeste Smith, Whitney Kayari, and Alicia Castillo. All right, and as those folks are making their way down, would you go on and introduce yourself, your position on the bill, and we look forward to your testimony.
Hi, my name is Aiden Vega. I'm a brother, boyfriend, a son. I'm in support of this bill, and quite frankly, it's common sense. I'm extremely tired of all these perverted men being so delusional where they think they can just be a guy one day and a girl the next and play dress up like it's a Halloween party. I don't understand why we would let some man in the restroom with my sister. You see, all these men try to come up and tell us how they feel. Well, what about my sister and my mom and my grandma? What about their feelings when they have to take a shower next to another guy, not knowing their thoughts, not knowing what they're thinking, right? We don't know what those guys think. We don't know if they're attracted to them or not. Only they would know that. It's very disturbing. Imagine how traumatic that could be for my little sister to see some random guy in the restroom with her, right? She's small. She can't protect herself. Who knows what those guys are thinking or what those guys are trying to do? Whether they think they're women or not, they're not. They're men. Please help me protect my sister, my mom, my grandma. As you guys are supposed to be in support for the people, I need y'all's help to protect not even just my family, but the women of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Members, are there any questions? Senator Middleton?
Here, Isabel, Aiden, I know y'all had to get up very early this morning. And, you know, this is a big building with a lot of people in it. There have been a lot of raised voices today, and I want to thank you for your boldness in coming here and standing for what's right and for all the daughters of our great state. So thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Senator. All right, thank you. We appreciate you being here. You're excused. Eve Molnar, Cecily Saylor, Celeste Smith, Whitney Cagliari, and Alicia Castillo. And I think I may keep going. I may have a few more here. Emily Wisniewski, Genevieve Leshper, Spencer Cook. All right. If I have called your name, go on and make your way down. We still have 2 spots available. Oxford Delarvery. Okay. I'm a teacher. I can do this. Delarvery. Oxford. I think we may be at the end of our list. Thank you. I apologize. I'm looking forward to hearing the correct pronunciation so I can fix that. Delavier. Thank you. All right. Let's go on and start on this side. Thank you for being here. If you would begin by saying your name, your position on the bill, and then give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Celeste Smith. I am here representing myself in opposition of SB 7. I'm one of those lady boys that was referenced earlier, so lovingly as it was called. I understand that I'm not the boogeyman that you're portraying in this bill. I'm a trans masculine individual who does not identify as a man or a woman. But because I was assigned female at birth, you don't see me as a threat. You claim you're protecting women and girls, and it's interesting because we already have laws against causing harm, specifically sexual harm, and harassment in bathrooms and other spaces. What will be the most harmful thing from this bill is the enforcement. Should I have photos of my genitalia available for strangers to approve before using a stall in a bathroom? I am androgynous, and this bill will allow anyone to harass me or demand I clarify what's in my pants before using a bathroom. Where's the safety for me? Why should I have to walk in fear to use a bathroom when needed? This is not a bill about safety. This is a bill that only looks to cause harm and turns Texans against each other. We as individuals should not have to look a certain way to use a public bathroom. Your discomfort does not validate the harassment upon me. I ask that you vote no to SB 7 for the safety of myself and so many other Texans. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. If you begin by introducing yourself, state your name, your position on the bill, and then we look forward to your testimony.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on my own behalf. My name is Emily Wisniewski, and I'm here to testify firmly against SB 7. I was born and raised in Houston and currently live in Austin. I'm a proud bisexual in the queer community. I'm a single, unmarried woman. I'm a small business owner and wedding photographer. I'm a public middle school math and science teacher. I'm a college graduate from Texas A&M University with a bachelor's of science degree in interdisciplinary studies. I grew up in the Catholic Church. Safety in private spaces is a legitimate concern, but this bill is not about safety. It would put people in harm's way. You claim it protects women and children from men pretending to be women, but what we need is protection from men pretending to be leaders. This bill is rooted in transphobia. I'm a woman with short hair who doesn't fit everyone's idea of feminine. Under this law, I could be questioned, harassed, or worse, because measures like this embolden strangers to police anyone who doesn't look the way that they think they should. It creates an environment where women, trans people, and anyone who doesn't fit the rigid gender stereotypes face harassment or demands to prove their gender. Politicians have exploited unfamiliarity with trans people to fuel fear and spread misinformation under the false banner of privacy. If women's safety
If women's safety were truly your priority, Texas wouldn't have one of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country, where women are being denied life-saving care and currently be on the international watch list for the health of its civil society. You cannot claim to protect us while actively supporting legislation that harms us and while actively shielding pedophiles and sex traffickers on the Epstein list, such as Jelaine Maxwell, who was just illegally moved to a prison here in Bryan, Texas. If women's safety were truly your priority, we wouldn't be here policing restrooms while flood victims in Central Texas still need urgent help. This bill targets trans people, polices body, imposes one set of religious values in all Texans, and doesn't prioritize Texas floods. It's cruel, invasive, and dangerous. Please reject this bill.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. All right, introduce yourself, your name, and your position on the bill, and we look forward to hearing your testimony.
My name is Spencer Cook. I am representing myself, and as a lifelong Texan, I oppose SB 7. Those that support SB 7 purport that it represents biological reality, though it lacks basis in both biology and reality. Of course, people that support SB 7 also purport that it protects women, though you don't hear that from the groups that have historically fought for women's rights. We also hear a lot of concern from people who did not grow up with the Texas school system as it was through the 2010s. Let me be clear, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a politician, and I'm not a biologist. I am a cashier, and I was a student. Even more, I'm a friend of those that this bill will hurt. Even if you think this bill has no potential for harm, I tell you it will. Though, of course, I need to forget arguments of morality when it comes to y'all. Repeatedly, every time I've been here, there always seems to be this mandate of unreachability, or I guess inhumanity. Of course, we're not the people funding you, besides your buildings, facilities, and other such things our tax dollars are going to. The only thing I'm here to do is be the dumb suburban boy to tell you to stop hurting my friends in as many legal ways as I can. Largely, there's too much money behind the support of these kinds of bills, but so little support from the actual people in Texas. Commissions by coalitions with agendas spanning the nation, while the people of Texas are actually desperate for flood relief and weather warning systems. The values these kinds of bills hold dear are not values at all. They're a grift. They're a bubble. And it's a bubble that's liable to burst when something more profitable comes along. At the end of the day, we're not getting any closer to protections for women. We're not going to have cheaper rape kits. We're not going to have proper channels open for reporting sexual assault and harassment. Instead of building a better society that allows women to be safer, you are complicit and implicit in a system that criminalizes the marginalized and continues while you treat the symptom. I'll tell you, you're not treating anything. You're chasing ghosts. You're playing for an audience. Please listen to actual Texans for once. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you'd state your name. Hold on. Let me call some more folks to come down, if you don't mind giving me just a second. I called some of these folks' names already, but one more time. Whitney Cagliari, Alicia Castillo, Genevieve Leshber, Daniel Iescas, Sarah Beck, Lindsay Foster, and Jessica Cohen. If you go on and make your way down to the table and to the chamber, and as we're hearing this testimony, but go ahead, introduce yourself, please, and state your testimony.
I am Oxford de la Ville. I oppose SB 7, representing myself. In February, sheriff's constables in Arizona interrupted a natal female, locked in a stall while urinating. They forced her to lift her shirt to prove her sex. In March, Walmart fired a natal female employee after a natal male customer followed her into the ladies' room and falsely accused her of being transgender. In May, a natal female in Boston, locked in a stall, was interrupted while urinating by a private security guard in a hotel ladies' room. He demanded her ID, which she showed, and which accurately documented her as female. He still kicked her out of the hotel because she, quote, looked like a man. Current assault laws protect women in restrooms. This bill does not make them safer. It opens them up to harassment or worse from presumptuous, incorrect natal males. Further, I ask you, if the natal females you love, your mothers, your wives, your daughters, would feel safe in a public restroom with a female-to-male transsexual, possibly bearded, muscled, standing up in the next stall? Is this truly a special session priority in a Texas that proclaims to value individual privacy and freedom? Wow, meanwhile, over 130 Texans died recently in historic floods. Please do not advance Bill SB 7. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And I see you are there.
Yes.
Did I call your name? Okay,
did.
wonderful. And if you can lean in, I know you've got some special cargo there.
here,
If you
yeah.
can lean in and state your name, give us your testimony, please.
Sure. My name is Alicia Castillo. I'm representing the Texas Civil Rights Project in opposition to SB 7. We're opposed, of course, because of the discriminatory nature of this bill. We believe it'll harm trans and gender-expansive Texans all across our state, and are opposed on those grounds alone. But I wanted to also just mention the fact that we feel like, bless you, conflicts with federal law. The Prison Rape Elimination Act currently requires that prisons and jails, detention facilities establish who should be where on a case-by-case basis, which is extremely important for the safety of all people who are detained in this state. And so out of 232 jails that we have, over 50 prisons that we have, I think it's really important that we trust our correctional leaders to make the decisions that are going to be safest for the people that they're responsible for detaining. On both the details of this bill before passing it out of this committee, but ultimately would oppose the bill entirely and recommend that you all reject it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? All right. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. You're excused. All right, the chair calls Daniel Iescas, Sarah Beck, Lindsay Foster, Jessica Cohen, Christopher Neal. I'm going to call a couple more. Sarah Childs and Mia Sanchez. You can have a seat at any chair. And Paige Wallace. All right. How about if we still go in and start on my left, if that's okay with you guys? We'll start. Oh, would you, your page? Okay, go on and have a seat. Would you like to go first?
I'll go last.
Okay, I'm going to let you get your breath a little bit since you got here last. If you'd state your name, your position on the bill, and then give us your testimony, please. Thanks for being here.
My name is Sarah Beck, and I'm against this bill. I'm a commercial interior designer. Bathrooms and locker rooms are heavily designed and regulated spaces per ADA, IBC, TOS, etc. They are designed to be accessible to every person. Because single-user restrooms are not mandatory, this bill would ban gender-diverse folks from these essential spaces in public life, violating their human and civil rights. By defining sex based on genitals and chromosomes and mandating state agencies to take every reasonable step to ensure an individual whose biological sex is opposite does not enter, I fear that some will consider a reasonable approach to be physical or visual genital inspections. This bill is shameful, and naming it the Women's Privacy Act is a complete sham. It's a guise to allow easy accusations and subsequent penalization of public facilities like schools, libraries, parks, event spaces, and domestic violence shelters. We don't need police officers or staff members inspecting our bodies in order to use the bathroom, and we don't want to see these pillars of community fined out of existence due to the ridiculous task of verifying everyone's genitals. As it stands right now, on level E2, there are 2 family restrooms. If a family with one of their children older than 9, or even a co-ed group of friends were to enter this bathroom together, they would violate this bill. Embarrassingly, under section 3002.035, subsections 1 and 2A, a dad and his 4-year-old son could use the women's restroom together and not violate this bill. And who's going to verify which disabilities can use aid? About 80% of disabilities are hidden, such as PTSD, epilepsy, or chronic pain. This is ridiculous. This bill is so long just trying to explain who can use which bathroom and when, and it still doesn't make sense. Bathrooms are already clear enough, and we have laws against assault. If you want to protect women, then tell our judges to start holding abusers accountable and change the standards to require single-user restrooms, which would give fearful folks the autonomy to choose where and how they conduct their autonomy and private business without policing every single person who needs to use the restroom. Ultimately, this bill would harm women. It is blatantly discriminatory. It is physically harmful towards trans folks and folks with not physically apparent disabilities, and it would easily defund much of our communities. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I know it's hard to get everything you have to say in 2 minutes, but it helps everyone else get their chance. So thank you very much. If you would go on and introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
Hi, I'm Lindsay. I'm the mom of 2 young girls, and I oppose this bill. This bill will harm my trans daughter and many of my friends. The first testimony given today
for abuse, voyeurism, and exploitation. And we send the harmful message that protecting feelings outweighs protecting children from harm. This bill is simple and common sense. It designates restrooms, locker rooms, and showers according to biological sex. It protects the privacy and safety of all children and provides accountability for schools and public institutions that fail to comply. Stopping the sexualization of Texas kids is an official Republican Party priority, because we have seen how radical gender ideology is creeping into our classrooms and our children's lives. A line must be drawn. Protecting children should not be controversial. Texans are demanding that our schools remain safe and free from policies that sexualize or endanger our kids. I urge you to pass this bill without delay. Thank you to both authors, Senator Middleton and Representative Swanson. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And before you begin, I'm going to go on and call a few more folks to make their way down to the chamber. If you don't mind, give me your patience for just a second. Ryan Pascarella, Sadie Hernandez, Molly Voiles, Mari Peterson, Carrie King, and Taylor Fox. Ryan Pascarella, Sadie Hernandez, Molly Voiles, Mari Peterson, Carrie King, and Taylor Fox. If you would go on and make your way down to the chamber and find a seat or stand along the back, and then when this panel finishes up, we'll go on and have you seated. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. If you'd go on and state your name, your position on the bill, and we look forward to your testimony.
Of course. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Luba. I live in Senate District 14, and I'm asking you to vote no on Senate Bill 7. I'm a middle-aged, middle-class, cisgender, heterosexual woman. I've been led to believe this bill is intended to protect women like me and my children. I'm married, and my husband and I both have very good jobs in the tech industry here in Austin. We have children in middle school, high school, and graduates of universities here in Austin. We donate to campaigns, and we pay property taxes in multiple counties in Texas. I'm also a cancer survivor who's had radical bilateral mastectomy and reconstruction, so I know a little something about gender affirmation as well. I was raised in a Christian community of faith. My sister's an Episcopal priest, and we have a belief that we should lead with love. But this bill and much of the legislation that comes out of the state of Texas leads with fear. It claims to be based on protecting individuals, but sets entire segments of our population up for discrimination and violence. This bill claims to want to protect women in prisons, in school, and in other public places. But if we were interested in protecting these people, we would focus on real reform, on how we manage our prisons, on how we prosecute sexual assault on campuses. We would enact real reform to child protective services here in Texas, which continues to leave our children behind. We've heard repeatedly here today that there's zero evidence of trans women attacking women in restrooms. And we have ample evidence of cisgender men attacking women. We know that suicide is a bigger issue than the ones you claim to be addressing here. We know bullying and violence are bigger issues than the ones you claim to be addressing by this bill. We know that gun violence is a bigger issue than the ones you claim to be addressing by this bill. But once again, the state of Texas is focused on legislating hate. I'm asking you, what would it look like if you led with love?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this panel? All right, thank you. Thank you all for being here. You're dismissed. The chair calls Ryan Pascarella, Sadie Hernandez, Molly Voiles, Mari Peterson, Carrie King, and Taylor Fox. Great. And I'm going to go on and call Kelly Garemko. And I've got all my seats full now, but if you'll have a seat along the rail there, if I've called your name and there's not a seat at the table right now. All right. Well, thank you all for being here. Appreciate your patience. We'll start on this side. If you would begin by stating your name, and if you're on the ends, both ends, you really have to kind of lean in close to the microphone. But say your name, your position on the bill, and then we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Marie Peterson. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to Senate Bill 7. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. According to the real woman who spoke before me, I'm a real woman who has a uterus and who has birthed children. But her statement negates so many. Not having a uterus can be because of health issues, and not being able to have children doesn't make you less of a real woman. And trans women are real women too. I am Miss Texas Leather 2023 and International Miss Leather 2024. I've traveled the world with inclusion and building bridges as my platform. Everywhere I go, Texas has become a cautionary tale. This bill restricts restroom access based on biological sex at birth. Let's be honest, this isn't about public safety. It's about policing identity and pushing transgender Texans out of public life. Trans people have used public restrooms safely for decades with no evidence that inclusive policies create risk. But research in pediatrics showed transgender youth denied restroom access experienced significantly higher anxiety, depression, and bullying. This bill isolates children, denies access to safety and public services, and manufactures a problem that doesn't exist. It tells every transgender Texan that their existence is a threat. Texas lawmakers can repeat past mistakes or lead with integrity. SB 7 is unnecessary, dangerous, and harmful. I urge you, vote no to SB 7, not because it's convenient, but because it's right. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. If you would introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Molly Voiles. I'm the Director of Public Policy at the Texas Council on Family Violence. I have been an advocate standing with survivors of domestic violence for over 30 years. I'm here on the bill. I have a terrible voice, y'all. I'll get real close. So I have actually spent my entire life standing with survivors of domestic violence, over 30 years. We're here to testify on the bill today and be a resource. We know many of y'all had great questions. My colleague Jen offered some answers. I'm here to answer more. I do want to underscore, and many of you know this because I look around a room of people who have often held bills for survivors. Over 200 Texans will die this year, as they have the 5 years before, because the person who was supposed to love them the most killed them. Calling a hotline is extraordinarily difficult. You do so when you have no other good option, and when you think the next thing that will happen is your life or your children's life. I had the privilege to be a hotline advocate for many years, and I'll never forget the call I got from someone in a hotel room with their 18-year-old son. They had 3 minutes while their partner, who had just abused them in that hotel room, went downstairs to get a drink. In that moment, the only thing we need to care about is that they are a survivor and we need to get them safe. We have really appreciated Senator Middleton and Caleb in the office working with us. We have some language we believe will improve the bill, but primarily we're asking that you remove us from the multi-occupancy spaces, and also to clarify that any dependent should come with their parent. This means that survivors can stay with their children, and it will allow our programs to follow federal law, which asks that you serve everyone, and that you make sure that you have a protocol if you're choosing to be a sex-segregated facility, also in federal law. Happy to answer any of you guys' great questions, too.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for your work. Welcome. If you would state your name, your position on the bill, and we look forward to your testimony.
My name is Carrie King, and I'm testifying against SB 7. I'm emotionally raw from recent events in this building. Many lingering gazes out there in the nation and world are wondering how long Texas government will deprioritize issues that most Texans care about: disaster relief and equitable access to representation, healthcare, and education, to name a few. The sheer fact that we're here proves that Texas government is officially deaf, dumb, and blind to their constituents. Stop attacking this most precious and vulnerable community. Trans people deserve the same respect and human rights as anyone else. Furthermore, as was stated by other constituents, those who care to learn anthropological history of the ancient world are well aware that transgender individuals have existed as long as people have existed. Stop this ludicrous and ignorant offense on people different than you. As a cisgender female who's used public bathrooms and showers my entire life, both here in Texas and in various locations across our country and abroad, I can attest to the fact that there is no credible threat instigated by trans women against cisgender women in public restrooms, showers, and locker rooms. I spent the bulk of my youth in the Montrose District, an area in downtown Houston, well known as a longtime sanctuary for the queer community. I grew up around those who don't fit into neat male or female boxes. Hands down, the queer folk I've had the pleasure to come across in my life have been the most nonviolent, the most inclusive, and the least threatening. This bill is built on fear and xenophobia, and nothing good ever comes from fear, ever. This continued waste of time and taxpayer dollars on these embarrassingly close-minded attempts to treat trans people as though they are subhuman must stop. We know we can scream and cry about this until we're blue in the face and it won't change the imminent passage of this bill, but what you resist will persist. Trans friends, we see you, we love you, you are safe with us. Fear may prevail for now, but in the end, love wins. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. If you would state your name and then give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Sadie Hernandez. I use she, her pronouns, and I am here to testify against SB 7. And this isn't the first time that I'm testifying against a bill like this. I've spent the last over 10 years working with the trans community, and I'm now proud to be part of the Transgender Education Network of Texas. And one thing I want to bring up is the history of this bill and the fact that nobody on this committee is trans, nobody who was involved in the writing process of this bill is trans, and nobody who is in favor of this is in community with trans folks. Why? Because in order to be in community with trans folks, you have to have compassion, empathy, and you just have to be a cool person, which unfortunately not everyone fits that bill. But what is going on with this is a witch hunt, a scapegoating of Texas leadership failures. And honestly, this bill and all of the bills like it before have been nothing but disrespectful and written in bad faith. All Texans need to use the bathroom. All Texans need support when it comes to disaster relief. And all Texans need to be left alone. We deserve our right to bodily autonomy with abortion, with trans issues, and honestly, just the ability to go to the bathroom without being harassed. I, as a cis person in this building, have been harassed by conservatives who are witch hunting in the bathroom, looking under stalls, and honestly fighting each other. And this is honestly really ridiculous, and these women should be embarrassed. So I don't want folks to be belittled by botched turfs or conservative chasers. Y'all aren't afraid of trans people. Y'all are afraid of accountability. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And if you don't mind holding for just a second, I'm going to call some more folks to go on and make their way down to the chamber. The chair calls C.J. Grisham, Cindy Asmussen, Taylor Fox, Kelly Garemko, and Priscilla Johnson. C.J. Grisham, Cindy Asmussen, Taylor Fox, Kelly Garemko, Priscilla Johnson. If you would go on and make your way down to the chamber, and we'll have you seated for the next panel. Thanks for waiting, and go ahead, state your name, and then give us your testimony, please.
I'm Ryan Pascarella. I'm testifying in favor of SB 7, and I'm representing Texas Values and myself as a private individual. Women and girls deserve private, safe spaces, especially in restrooms, showers, and changing facilities as listed on this bill. Parents have the right to know that their daughters are in private, secure environments, especially at school. The law respects parental concerns and values, particularly in schools and youth programs, and protects the very facilities that I once used as a student of RISD. There are two cases which have been overlooked in the mainstream media of students who have suffered as a result of pro-transgender policies, enabling members of the opposite sex to enter their restrooms. One of these cases was in New Mexico, in which Ray, a sixth grader at ASK Academy, was reportedly raped by a trans student in the girls' school restroom. And as a result of her traumatic experience, Ray suffered from a mental health crisis, including symptoms of anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts. And before her mother knew of the event, Ray had diaried this in a journal before it was discovered by her mother. We have a second example in Virginia, in Loudoun County, where a superintendent's email revealed a situation in which a student in the restroom was reportedly sexually assaulted by a male transgender in the girls' bathroom. These two examples serve to demonstrate that this pro-transgender policy is not without examples of real-world harm and real-world victims as a result of an open transgender policy. So I'm asking the members of this committee to vote in favor of SB 7 and to protect our women and to protect bathrooms for sex-separated spaces. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Thank you all so much for being here. You're dismissed. The chair calls C.J. Grisham, Cindy Asmussen, Taylor Fox, Kelly Garemko, Priscilla Johnson, you can have a seat in any chair. Everybody's trying to not be in the first chair, I see, but you won. All right, and I'm going to go on and call, just so people can get ready to go on and come down. I'm going to call one more time. Is that it? Okay. I'm going to go on and call Fran Rhodes and Stephanie Burku. Fran Rhodes and Stephanie Burku. If you could go on and make your way down to the chamber, and you'll be on our next panel. Thank you all for your patience today, for being here, and if you would begin by stating your name, your position on the bill, and then we look forward to your testimony. Again, appreciate everyone keeping it to 2 minutes so that everyone has a chance to testify. We want to hear from everyone. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Priscilla Johnson. I'm here to oppose SB 7. I am your current Miss Texas Leather. I oppose this bill. I represent a community, a family of people who are bonded by their love of Texas and their passion for the safety that comes from human equality. You represent Texans. I also represent Texans. I am also the mother of 2 beautiful children, 12 and 15. They are happy, charismatic, intelligent beings that light up every conversation that they have. Neither of my children fit the bathroom gender expression requirements. They'll be set by passing SB 7. How do you plan to make my children prove what genitals they have when they go into the bathroom? I'm also the owner of a commercial utility company. The bread and butter of my company is spent repairing the failing infrastructure in Texas at the cost of federal funding from our taxpayers. I can personally attest to how money from public bonds is misappropriated to pad the pockets of members of private utility districts, municipal utility districts, land developers, and the good old boy construction contracts. Correctly managing public funding could pay for the implementation of mental health services, restorative justice systems, and public education initiatives. We all know we have the money. Many of my fellow Texans who stand here today in favor of SB 7 are here to represent only what they have experience with. This bill doesn't impact them directly like it does so many in our state. They don't represent all of Texas, as you must. Passing a law that cannot be enforced without causing trauma to Texas youth is not the answer. You cannot enforce SB 7 safely. You cannot pass SB 7 safely.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. If you would introduce yourself, your position on the bill, and we look forward to your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gromko, and I am here testifying in opposition to SB 7. I'm a lifelong Texan, a wife, a mom of a almost 7-year-old, and I've had the privilege of having my gender appearance, for the most part, conform to gender stereotypes that match my birth certificate. So I would like to share with you my perspective using the women's restroom. I think it's interesting. I feel like the expectation of privacy, that's the purported purpose of this bill, is really being conflated with safety, which are two different things. But in a multiple occupancy facility like a public restroom, I certainly have never had the expectation of having complete privacy, and I've always expected that I might see all kinds of people in that restroom, even though for the most part I might see people who present as being female. I'm a mom of a kid. We spend a lot of time in spaces with children, and I understand there might be dad in there who's trying to look after his daughters that feel more comfortable in the women's restroom. There might be a child or caregiver of a woman who wants to use the ladies' restroom, and maybe even like the men's restroom is out of order and a man needs to use the women's restroom. I would never consider my privacy or safety to be in any way at issue if I saw someone who was trans, non-binary, non-gender conforming, or male presenting in the women's restroom. I would love to see more of a focus on...
Go on and wrap up your thought. Go on and just finish your thought.
Oh, I would love to see more of a focus on providing more single occupancy and family restrooms in public spaces. I think that would benefit everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. If you would start with your name, your position on the bill, and then we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is CJ Grisham, here testifying in in support of Senator Middleton's bill here. I want to start with a story. This weekend that just passed, we had Comic-Con in Bell County. Comic-Con is where people get to dress up and pretend to be whomever they want. I'm the Texalorian. I identify as a powerful Texas Jedi. You will give me 5 more minutes. See, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Just because I identify as a Jedi.
These are not the droids you seek.
So just because I identify as I like that, thank you. As a powerful Jedi doesn't make me a powerful Jedi. I don't have 5 extra minutes on the clock. There's no such thing as trans. Trans people don't exist. There are people who think that they're something that they're not. But the fact of the matter is that the human race cannot transition into something that they're not, just like there's no such thing as a cis man or a cis woman. That's not hate. It's called reality. As a matter of fact, the word trans is nowhere in this bill. Senator Middleton, I did a search. I didn't see the word trans. Why? Because there's no such thing as a trans person. There's just a mentally ill man or a mentally ill woman. And if this bill is so dangerous, where are the Democrats? If this is such a bad thing, where'd they go? Why aren't they here to oppose it? Why aren't they here to ask the tough questions? Oh, they're in Chicago. The problem isn't that the supporters of this bill, like me, won't accept these identities that people think that they are. Really what the problem is that the people who oppose this bill can't accept their own identity, that they're a man or that they're a woman, and they want the rest of us to live in that delusion with them. They want us to play in their fantasy playground, and that's just not going to happen. And then a lot of these people are talking about we should focus on the floods. Every time somebody's come up here and said floods, I've checked their names against the hearings that have already been had on the floods. Guess what? Those people were nowhere to be found at those hearings. Interesting. Please vote for this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, go on and introduce yourself and your position on the bill and give us your testimony.
My name is Cindy Asmussen. I'm the Public Policy Advisor for the Southern Baptists of Texas Convention, in which we have over 2,800 Texas churches, and we support SB 7. On behalf of the women and children in Texas, we implore you to pass SB 7 to keep intimate private spaces separate based on biological sex. It is dangerous and it is traumatizing for a child or woman to share a restroom, locker room, shelter, jail, sleeping quarter, or dressing room with the opposite sex. And while there are reported incidences to law enforcement or ones made public of women being forced to accept their privacy being violated in intimate facilities, there are many encounters that go unreported, such as my own family member who experienced a man that came into the women's restroom while she was in there alone. He entered the stall next to her, and it was a very startling experience for her that left her feeling very unsafe. I've also had friends that have experienced the same occurrence in dressing rooms, and it is a violation of privacy and safety to be in a state of undress with the opposite sex. I was contacted by a mom whose high school child was traumatized when a male student walked in while she was undressing in the girls' locker room. And without anyone knowing, the district had approved him to use the girls' locker room because he claimed to identify as a female. The young girl was forced to accept it or to go home to change each day on her lunch hour. Several years ago, right here in Austin, an 8-year-old child in the Austin Public Library was sexually assaulted by a man who entered the restroom without anyone attempting to stop him from entering that private space or even thinking that that was abnormal. So this ideology of fluid sexuality undermines science and the basic understanding that human distinctly male and female in reflecting an embodied existence with substantive differences, including at the objective scientific level of genetics, anatomy, physiology, psychology, and reproduction. The number one role of government is public safety, law, and order, and women and children must be protected. Thank you for SB 7.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, before we go on to our last person on the panel, I'm going to go in and call a few more folks down. The chair calls Jonathan Sines, Allie Schmude, Fran Rhodes, Jera Turner, and Stephanie Burku. Jonathan Sines, Allie Schmude, Fran Rhodes, Jera Turner, and Stephanie Burku. If I called your name, would you go on and make your way down to the chamber, and we'll get you on the next panel. And with that, get a double bonus there. Hi. Welcome, thank you for being here. And if you'd start by giving us your name and give us your testimony, please.
Sure. I'll give it my best go. We've been here since like 9:40 this morning. My name's Taylor, my pronouns are she, her, and I am against SB 7. I thought I heard earlier, maybe I didn't hear it right, but I thought I heard earlier that the only difference between this bill and the one that I think already passed is harsher penalties. I don't think this bill goes far enough, because men are not only a threat in women's restrooms, men are also a threat in restaurants, in schools, at work, definitely in churches, as police, as domestic partners, in the White House, and here in this Capitol. So men shouldn't be allowed in any of those spaces, in my opinion. In fact, everywhere men go, they could possibly assault or harass an unsuspecting woman. So I think the best solution is to just sequester men entirely, and only then will women and children truly be protected. Alternatively, I think another potential route to take with this issue is to treat it exactly the way we treat school shootings. Do nothing except pray about it. In all seriousness, the only thing trans people threaten is Senator Middleton's fragile masculinity, and I wonder if this hearing makes you feel like a big, strong man. To every trans and non-binary Texan listening to this, you are not the problem. You belong here in our workplaces, in our classrooms, in our...
All right, thank you for your testimony. You're
welcome.
This is to give your opinion about a bill, but not to attack the members. So thank you all for being here. Members, do you have any questions for this panel? All right, thank you. You're dismissed. Senator Betancourt, you're
I
recognized.
just wanted to make sure that in the talking to the bill author that the penalties have not increased. Okay, at least from the 240.
Thank you.
And that is probably the most patient child in the state of Texas. He's the most patient child after 940. That's right.
All right, thank you. The chair calls Jonathan Sines, Allie Schmude, Fran Rhodes, Jara Turner, Stephanie Berque, David Rogers. Schmude is the right pronunciation? Sorry about that. All right. All right, we've got 5. Let me go on and call a couple more. David Rogers, Angel Fierro. And if there's not a seat right now, if you'll just have a place at the back. Sir, if you can just have a seat right back here on the wall, and then we'll have you come down on the next panel. Anyone else whose name I have already called, if you'll go on and make your way down to the chamber and have a seat, and then we'll call you on the next panel. All right, well, welcome. Thank you for being here. Go on and introduce yourself. Give us your name, your position on the bill, and then your testimony.
Hi, I am Fran Rhodes. I'm president of True Texas Project, and I'm here testifying on behalf of myself and True Texas Project in support of SB 7. I will not be giving you my resume or my gender preference or my pronouns today. I am a common sense girl. I'm a big fan of common sense, and I believe SB 7 is common sense. Maybe it's because I'm old, I don't know, but what I do know is that God created men and women differently for a very good reason, and one cannot become the other. They can dress up in the appropriate clothing, they can take drugs, they can even have surgeries, but a man will never become a woman, and a woman will never become a man. So here we are today debating who should use which public bathroom in public buildings. I'm still astonished that we have to be here today. I've heard lots of other witnesses say, why are we here today talking about this? There are so many more other important things we should be talking about, and I agree. There are, and yet here we are discussing who should use which bathroom, and why is that? It's because we have men in ladies' bathrooms. That's the whole reason we're here today. 20 years ago, that was unheard of. Today, it's a common problem, and so we come to you as legislators to do this. It is unfortunate that we have to do things. Women and girls deserve to have privacy in their private spaces, and accommodating less than 1% of the population who believe they can alter their gender is not reason enough to put women and girls at risk. This is especially true in our public schools. As Jennifer Fleck pointed out, it's exposing young children to sexual things way before they are prepared to do it. So please support SB 7.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. If you would introduce yourself, your position on the bill, and we look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Allie Schmude. I'm a proud native Texan from Montgomery County, and I'm representing myself as a college student in support of SB 7. I want to cut to the chase and outline 3 main reasons why I support this bill. The first is that it protects the obvious vulnerability of women. Just a quick story, I have been exercising for several years, and my little brother, who just started going to the gym, is already significantly stronger than I will ever be. While this is slightly annoying, it reminds me of the clear differences between men and women, differences that penetrate into our very biology and genetic makeup, a genetic makeup that cannot be altered by surgeries. There are certainly amazing things women can do that men cannot, most notably having children. But that does not change the fact that men are naturally stronger than women. Constantly hearing stories of human trafficking, rape, and sexual harassment that men have committed against women, I often feel vulnerable and unsafe in public places, knowing that there are men who are both capable of such crimes and of overpowering me. With that being said, restrooms and changing rooms, which are where women are the most vulnerable, should be upheld as safe places exclusively for biological women. Off of this point, this bill allows for women who are victims of human trafficking or abusive relationships to find an escape from their abuser and seek help from and confide in another woman. Lastly, and most importantly, SB 7 upholds the profound dignity of women. Women are so much more than people who wear dresses, makeup, or simply identify as a woman. By reserving restrooms and changing rooms for biological women alone, SB 7 not only protects women who are already vulnerable, but it advances the truth that a woman is a beautiful masterpiece of creation made by God that cannot be surgically manufactured by men. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Mr. Sines, if you would introduce yourself, give us your testimony. We look forward to hearing it.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Sines. I'm president and attorney for Texas Values, and I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 7. I'm also a proud resident and constituent of Senator Schwertner. Good to see you this afternoon, sir. Texas Values is the largest faith, family, and freedom law and policy organization in the state of Texas. And for over a decade, we've been advocating on behalf of women's privacy and safety that's covered quite well in this legislation. We thank Governor Greg Abbott for making this a priority for this special session, and also for Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick for making this a priority during this special session. We're also thankful that the majority of the Texas House also has indicated their support, and they'll be glad to be passing that bill once this is passed over to that Texas House chamber. That's a major accomplishment from the regular session. And we're looking forward to Texas joining nearly half of the country. 19 states have already passed a law like Senate Bill 7 because of the necessity and the urgency. That includes bordering states like Oklahoma, Louisiana, and Arkansas, and nearby states of Florida and Mississippi. The court rulings recently from the Ninth Circuit have made it clear that states have a right to have these type of laws. This was the Roe versus Critchfield case, and the SCOTUS case of the Scarametti case recently shows that the Supreme Court is moving in the direction of deferring to states on these type of issues. Riley Gaines supports this law. We heard from the mother of Brooke Slusher, a Texas athlete, in support of this issue earlier. What Brooke went through was awful. To have a male student use a tuck kit to disguise his genitalia that left her vulnerable is something that we don't want to see happen in Texas. This has been an issue in Round Rock ISD. This has been an issue in Dripping Springs ISD. We've seen laws that pass in the opposite direction of the city of Austin. It's clear that local governments are being met with this issue, and they need some guidance, and they need statewide support, not a patchwork. And I'm also the father of a 15-year-old daughter. So I ask you, do not erase women and girls, protect privacy. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Burkew. I have the privilege of being a cisgender woman who almost everyone, if not everyone, will take me at my word that my identity matches my sex assigned at birth. I am an ally to my trans family members, friends, and strangers. I am strongly opposed to SB 7. The author of this bill has stated this is to protect women's privacy and dignity. I see this bill harming all women's privacy and dignity. Countless people before me have explained how it will do harm. Go back and listen to their testimony. All humans deserve privacy and dignity. If your goal is to protect privacy and dignity in public restrooms, it would be more helpful to change building codes to require single-person user restrooms with doors that seal fully. Women's privacy is violated by bathroom stalls with cracks between the doors and the material it is hinged to. As mentioned by a previous speaker, women's privacy is violated by curious children who peek under walls or through cracks in the door. No one is asking you to ban children from a restroom because that would be ridiculous. If your goal is to protect privacy and dignity, change the structure of the facility so it provides privacy and dignity. Everyone deserves the right to use the restroom facility with privacy and dignity. In the last 5 to 10 years, I've noticed a trend of general neutral single-stall restrooms in both private and public places. These spaces make restrooms more accessible and safe for all. This makes restrooms more accessible. There often is long lines in the women's restroom, and the men's restroom either has no line or no one in there. Having single stall, single use restrooms allows everyone access to that restroom. It allows people who don't feel comfortable in the restroom with people that are their same gender, same sex, to have a place to have privacy and dignity while they go to the restroom. And I, again, encourage you to vote against SB 7.
And thank you for your testimony. Before we start, hold tight. We're going to call a few more witnesses to be ready for the next panel. So thank you for bearing with us. On the next panel, we'll be looking for David Rogers, Angel Fierro, Martha Fierro, Abby Fierro, Zulema Villalobos. And so if I've called your name, please make your way to the floor of the Senate or close by so that we can hear from you shortly. Thank you for waiting. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Of course, thank you. I'm Jared Turner. I'm testifying for myself. I am for SB 7. I'm a sergeant in the Guard. I'm a firearms instructor, and I'm a rape survivor. I don't think, just to be clear, I don't think the trans community deserves any harm. As a matter of fact, I have defended a trans person from being bullied in a military setting, but I want to remind everyone that transgenderism is a choice. And I don't have to defend a lifestyle to defend a life, but that's where it ends. Because it is ridiculously audacious to wake up one day, decide you're a woman, and think you're owed automatic access to our spaces, and that I'm supposed to change my clothes in front of you without hesitation. Trans women are not women. I am tired of this lie. I don't get to go to the lion's den at the zoo because one day I decide I'm Mufasa. Like, I just don't get to do that. So you get to be... Women deserve to have their spaces and not relinquish them to whoever chooses to be a woman that day. The experiences of Riley Gaines and other collegiate athletes don't matter. Being forced to change and shower in front of a man playing pretend isn't relevant and, more importantly, dangerous. The way actual women feel about this trumps those who merely cosplay as females. The fact that our legislature is even entertaining men in women's spaces as a conversation, and the fact that a bill even needs to be written regarding the most basic biological science we learned in elementary school is completely appalling and void of any common sense. I really hope you pass SB 7.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Senator Middleton, you have the panel.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman. Jonathan, you maybe talk a little bit about this law as it's passed in a number of other states, and how this is really, a lot of states have taken this action already, and how it's in effect, and some of the background on those successes that we've seen elsewhere and this implemented as well in those states.
Well, absolutely. A lot of the states that are passing laws, it's a result of them already dealing with litigation on this issue, where students have been harmed, whether it's in the sports issue and other contexts, they've seen where the privacy has been violated or taken for granted. The Department of Justice has filed an action against the state of California, of all places, trying to enforce these type of measures. You heard from the mother of Brooke Slusser, Kim Slusser, earlier. She's involved in litigation at the NCAA. And when you get to this point when there's been litigation, and it seems like almost every state there's been a matter that's come up, it now falls on the states to do something. Because if we wait for a violation over and over, we know young ladies are going to continue to get harmed, and there's going to be other privacy violations. And so you look at one circumstance when there's been a lawsuit. But I can tell you, Senator Middleton, we've worked on this issue for over a decade. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of parents out there and young people who are not coming forward, who are afraid to talk about these issues. I reference in my testimony the case in Round Rock ISD, where the young lady and her parents wanted to remain anonymous. Right? That issue drug on for over a year, and we never really got any relief from the school district. And so our concern is this issue is going to remain in the shadows in a lot of these circumstances. Local governments, they're making decisions on these issues. They're just not using a policy that they're public about. My colleague who testified early referenced this as a shadow policy, because that's what we find out. You don't know that it's actually happening as a parent. You don't know that your daughter is going to go into the locker room and there's going to be a male student in there, unless maybe you file a Public Information Act request and maybe you get the information. These things have been bubbling up for years in other states across the country. And one of the reasons I know that is Texas Values is a part of the Family Policy Council network throughout the country. There are 40 other states that have groups like ours, and we hear about these circumstances. And if you'll allow me, Senator Middleton, and I know this is a case from another state, but in West Virginia, there was a young lady who had a boy that was not only competing, they were allowing boys to compete against her in the sports, but also use the locker room. And the boy was making sexual advances, asking the girls in the locker room to send him nude photos. And in one of the circumstances, this is Adelia Cross, this is a case by Alliance Defending Freedom, our friends, where it got to that point that no one was doing anything and they had to threaten legal action. This male student was telling this young girl that he was going to put his male genitalia into her female genitalia. All right, these things we feel like are more likely to happen when you blur these lines and you open up these spaces for the males to be in the girls' locker rooms. Not only that, but these young ladies are afraid. It was after some time that this young lady told this to her parents. She used code words at the beginning because it was so difficult and sensitive. And we get these type of calls at our office. And so we know that there's been litigation on these issues, that it's happening more often than we're hearing about it publicly. And so I mentioned there being 19 other states because it's not as if this is the first that people are hearing about these matters. It's been a concern for a while. And I'll tell you, it is a major development that the Department of Justice that are getting involved, and they're seeing through these violations of Title IX, and the U.S. Supreme Court stepping back and saying, we're going to allow the states to resolve these issues. And so I think it's time, and I'm grateful that we're in a special session. There's an opportunity to do it. But every day that goes by, particularly with school starting in a couple of weeks, we're leaving our young ladies vulnerable, and we're leaving parents without options. And if there's not a statewide protection in law, you're going to have people sitting back and saying, we're not sure what to do.
Thank you. Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's your name again?
Jara Turner.
Ms. Turner, thank you for coming, and thank you for having the strength to tell us what happened to you, because that takes a strong survivor, and especially one to come and testify today. So appreciate it.
Senator Hall.
My question is for you. Thank you for being here. I think your testimony is one of the most revealing or truthful things said here today, because it is a choice. And we as individuals have a right. And it's one of the things that we fail to recognize, that it's a right to make a choice. But we don't have rights independent of responsibility. They're like a two-sided of a coin. Rights on one side and responsibility on the other. And we exercise a right to make a choice. It's our responsibility to not violate the other people's rights in doing that. Just because I choose to walk into a room swinging a baseball bat, everybody doesn't, it's not their responsibility to get out of my way any more than it is to accept someone who decides to break basic law that has existed since man was created in there.
Well, and if I may, as an NCO in the military, my job is to protect all of my service members, even the transgender ones. And so that puts us in a little bit of a very prickly situation to have to make those decisions where we're trying to respect the transgender community, but we also have to be a ready and capable military force, and that's very difficult.
Absolutely. Everyone deserves equal protection under the law. But when people are doing things that step out and interfere with the responsibilities of others, that's when it changes.
I agree.
In there. But I thank you for coming with your testimony.
Senators, is there any other questions? Thank you each for your testimony. You're excused. Thank you for being here. I call David Rogers, Angel Fierro, Martha Fierro, Abby Fierro, Zulema Villalobos. Welcome to each of you. If you're ready, we'll start over here. Get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Abby Micaela Fierro, and I'm in support for Senate Bill 7. I am an 18-year-old recent high school graduate from the class of 2025. Just 3 days ago, I turned 18. I am here today not just for myself, but young girls across Texas like me. When I was 13 years old, back in 21, I was part of an effort to support the Texas Save the Girls sports bill. I helped distribute research papers to legislators and was actively involved on the ground advocating for fairness in girls' sports. That session was intense. There were many passionate voices on both sides. During one of those days at the Capitol, something happened that I will never forget. I had stepped into a girls' restroom near the Capitol Grill. I went to go use the restroom like any other girl would. And while I was inside, I noticed someone staring at me through the gap of the stall door. It was a biological man presenting as a woman, smiling and watching me. As a 13-year-old girl, I was terrified. I froze, and thankfully, a woman from our team came into the restroom just moments later. The individual quickly left after seeing her. I grabbed my things, told the woman what had happened, and went to find my mother in our group. I didn't want to say anything at first. I was embarrassed and shaken. But I'm so grateful those women listened to me, took me seriously, and went straight to the Capitol security. The man was found and removed from the Capitol the same day. I share this experience not to shame anyone, but to highlight a very real and personal reason why protecting female spaces matters. This isn't a political thing for me, it's a personal thing. SB 7 isn't about hatred or exclusion, it's about ensuring safety and dignity and privacy for young girls like what I was. Please, I urge you to support and pass this bill. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Angel Fierro, and I am here in support of SB 7. As a Latina woman and the oldest of 4 siblings and a youth mentor for over a decade, I come from a community where modesty, privacy, and protection are important, especially for our young girls. They are the most important people that we care about, especially our young men that we mentor. In Texas and in the Latino culture, we're taught to honor our bodies and establish healthy boundaries. That's not hate, it's protection. 10 years ago, I was a camp counselor for a transgender student, and out of care for everyone involved, we created a private restroom and locker room just for them. It wasn't exclusion, it was dignity. We honored their needs without sacrificing the privacy for the rest of the students. That experience showed me that we can walk in compassion and in love while still recognizing the biological reality. This isn't a new debate. In 1972, Title IX gave girls equal opportunities in education and sports, but it did so while maintaining sex-based distinctions in the restrooms and locker rooms and teams. And in 1996, the U.S. Supreme Court in United States versus Virginia upheld that separating facilities of sex can serve important public interests, including safety and privacy, as Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg wrote in the majority opinion, that sex classifications may be used to compensate for real differences between men and women, but not to create or perpetuate the legal and social and economic inferiority of women. SB 7 follows that same logic. It respects differences without demeaning another. Lastly, we cannot ignore history. In the early 20th century, eugenics policies have targeted Black, brown, immigrant, and disabled and Latino communities. often under the claim of science and progress. Today, some of those same ideologies have resurfaced through gender ideology, encouraging irreversible interventions in young people, particularly in minority communities, in a way that often forgets their natural identity. SB 7 doesn't erase anybody, it protects.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Marta Fierro, and I am the mother of these two wonderful children, girls. I'm the Texas Rotunda Prayer Worship founder and director, as well as the Moms for America Espanol Hispanic coordinator. I am representing 1,000 ministries all over the state of Texas, along with their families. I am for SB 7. My daughter, at the age of 13, Abby, was harassed and traumatized in the bathroom in this Texas Capitol. A confused, mentally ill biological male, dressed as a woman, was allowed to enter into the women's bathroom, and he pervertedly peeked through the slot in between the bathrooms to gaze lustfully at my innocent 13-year-old. My daughter suffered trauma, fear, and PTSD. Of all places for a young girl to be traumatized, I would never have thought it would be here, where law and order are supposed to take place. After we told the Texas Capitol Police, they did do something about it, but we had to speak and speak, because they said unless he put his hands on her, they could not do anything. This is wrong and horrific. I ask you, as a Texas mother, to please pass SB 7, not just for me, but for all the girls, young ladies, and women in the state of Texas. For our safety and our dignity, please pass SB 7. And I thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Zulema Villalobos, and I'm here supporting the SB 7 as a mom, as a friend, and as a member of the community. I am here because I care deeply about the values, faith, responsibility, and the protection of our community. We all want to live in a state where everyone feels respected, safe, and secure. Ensuring that women can use these spaces without fear. And it's not about exclusion, it's about safety, dignity, and respect for privacy. Values that should be fundamental for everyone. I believe that if you pass this value, it will protect us all, and this will avoid child molested and a lot of problems and consequences that will come with this bill. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is David Rogers. I'm from Granbury, Texas. I'm a retired law enforcement official. I served for 24 years in the Air Force. I was assigned to the Air Force Office of Special Investigation. Part of my duties included crime reporting. One of the things that's troubling today, this is a real problem, is some of the witnesses here earlier today said, well, this hasn't happened in Texas. We don't have this problem in Texas. There is a lot of really highly publicized reports in Oklahoma of young girls, female students getting assaulted by biological males that self-identified as females going into their bathrooms and physically assaulting them. And there's many parents having lawsuits against the ISDs there. And there's also several other highly publicized cases across the country in Washington State, in New York, and California, for example, female inmates having biological males self-identifying as transgender females going in and raping them, physically assaulting them, brutalizing them, lawsuits, several highly publicized lawsuits going on. In Seattle, there was a battered women's shelter where a lady was a victim of domestic violence, and she went in there seeking protection for her and her young child, and a biological male went in there identifying as a female and assaulted her. Tucker Carlson did like a half episode on that. I mean, this is a real problem. And people that don't think it's the potential for this causing violence to our young girls and women are just wrong. You know, Martin Luther King Jr. used to say, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And if we can't protect our young girls and our women, how can we give justice to all our people. You know, Ayn Rand used to say, communism causes the abnormal absurdities of today to become the normal of tomorrow. And so the time to prevent this is now. So I'm asking all the senators and people on this committee to be in favor of SB 7.
And thank you for your testimony. Before we see if there are questions, I'm going to get folks to come down for the next panel. On the next panel, we're going to be looking for Vanessa Savage, Liz Case, Dan Chandler, Perla Hopkins, Teresa Thomas. So if you're not on the floor of the Senate, please make your way down. We're going to have you up in just a moment. And if there's any questions for the witnesses on this panel, we thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Call Vanessa Savage, Liz Case, Dan Chandler, Perla Hopkins, Teresa Thomas. Lauren Pena, Caden Lopez, welcome to each of you. We'll start over here, and so get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Vanessa Savage. I'm the founder of Protecting Texas Children, and I'm here testifying in strong support of SB 7 on behalf of myself and our organization. I want to first address the many people today who have claimed that men pretending to be women have never harmed biological girls in the bathroom, that issue doesn't exist. In 2021, a young girl in Loudoun County, Virginia, was sexually assaulted in a school bathroom by a teenage boy masquerading as a girl in a skirt. Instead of protecting her, the school transferred the offender, who then assaulted another girl. Shockingly, the perpetrator was later released without being required to register as a sex offender. This incident made national news. It's easy to claim that this isn't happening, but it is, and any claim made to the contrary is at best ignorant and at worst a complete lie. This failure of the Loudoun County School District puts every girl at risk and should be a wake-up call to every school district, county, and state in America. Opponents of this legislation today will attempt to gaslight supporters of this bill into believing that our concern for women's safety is an attack on their quote-unquote right to exist. They will undoubtedly say and repeat the entire narrative that this legislation is hateful. Make no mistake, it is not hateful to protect girls in vulnerable spaces. It is not hateful to protect survivors of rape from re-traumatization in areas that should be secure. It is not hateful to continue to affirm that in the state of Texas, biological sex will be upheld and defended. Governor Greg Abbott has made it emphatically clear he wants to see this legislation passed. He understands. Strongly urges support of SB 7, stand with women and girls, preserve their privacy, safeguard their dignity, and ensure Texas remains the safest place to raise a family. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senators. I am Perla Hopkins, mother of 3, married 25 years, and we're a retired military family. Thank you for holding this hearing. I am testifying in strong and full support for Senate Bill 7, the Women's Privacy Act, because every woman and child deserves privacy and safety in every facility and environment. Visitors to the Texas Capitol should not have to be exposed to grown men utilizing women-designated spaces. Little girls or a mother of young children should not have to check the Capitol bathrooms before entering completely. Thank you to this body and to other leaders for instituting a policy here on these very grounds to ensure safety and privacy. As a policy, education, and parental rights advocate, I am often notified by concerned parents throughout the state about the exploitation of children and discrimination. For example, in the local Leander Independent School District, educators have crossed the line by pushing identity politics and social justice agendas. Students have been exploited by explicit instructional materials, gender unicorn practices, pronoun surveys, asking children to hide things from their parents, or by administrator-authorized sharing of bathrooms at schools like at Camacho Elementary School. We have also heard of traumatic crimes all day, such as the high school male student raping a girl in a bathroom, women also rape victims in prisons and women's shelters, young children from the opposite sex being instructed to share locker rooms or beds during field trips. The list abounds. Senate Bill 7 is extremely important because the mixed issue and misuse of one's biological sex continues to place women and girls in danger, and it robs them of equal opportunity as well. This bill addresses enforcement and civil penalties. That is crucial in order to protect women and children and their privacy and safety once and for all. I have also been recently informed by a 1990s A&M Women's Choir member and by parents of current Women's Choir students that A&M is changing the name of the chorus by eradicating the word women's, basing and blaming that on SB 17 of the 88th legislature. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Teresa Thomas. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I'm the state director for Moms for America. And we're here to say we support Senate Bill 7. But I would first like to ask some questions. How do you feel when you accidentally go into the wrong bathroom? We intuitively know it's wrong. Do you get embarrassed? Do you have anxiety? Do you revert to fright and flight with an adrenaline spike? Do you actively rush out? Do you know those feelings and actions are also experienced by many women and girls when they are taken by surprise to find a man in their private spaces? I experienced these things at Texas Tech in a female dorm room while I was in grad school. While I was showering, I heard a male voice laughing with the RA who was his girlfriend. They were chasing each other in sexual play. I had to stay in the shower until they were done. This happened over and over again. I had to forfeit. But the most disturbing fact was having to escort my daughters to the restroom when they came to visit me because I knew they weren't safe. I was forced to give up my rights as a woman to privacy and security to get my degree. I had no choice and no voice. We need to ask the recovering trafficked women and children, the abused, the raped, do they have a voice and a choice? We are a trafficking hub. The chances are increasing that these victims will be in public-private spaces. How does one know if the male in a female private space is claiming to be a woman to keep an eye on his property so they can't reach out for help?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Case. I'm here representing Texas Eagle Forum and myself. Well, we're back again. We were here to protect women and girls with the Girls Sports Bill in 2021, and it took us 4 sessions to get that done, amazingly. And then we had to come back the next session to get it done for college. It's not easy to protect women and girls. It takes courage and it takes fortitude, and we appreciate you, Senator Middleton, for filing this bill for us. You know, I'm really happy that all 3 of my girls are grown because they were athletes. And if I'd had to face this problem of having boys in their locker room, it would not have been a good thing. You know, we've heard a lot of talk today, but let's talk about some statistics, because the overwhelming majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, the voters agree that men and women are legally equal, but they're not biologically equal. That should be a fact that most people agree on. Separating the sexes in prisons has a 91% approval rating. Separating them in locker rooms is an 89% issue. And in bathrooms in schools, it's an 87% agreement. The numbers come from Republicans, Democrats, independents, men, and women. This is an issue that is clear for all of us. We just ask you to protect girls and women. Think about the women and the girls in your life, and we appreciate you voting to do that.
And thank you for your testimony. And before we hear from you, hold tight. We want to hear your testimony. We want to get the next panel ready, so just a moment. On the next panel, we'll be looking for Lauren Pena, Caden Lopez, Gina Chavez, Janet Caldwell, Valentina Gomez. So if I called your name, please make your way to the Senate floor if you're not here already, so that we can have you up on the next panel. That's going to be Lauren Pena, Caden Lopez, Gina Chavez, Janet Caswell, Valentina Gomez. And with that, thanks for your patience. Get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Chair members, my name is Caden Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Family Project, and I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 7 on behalf of both myself and Texas Family Project. I just wanted to say, first off, thank you to Senator Middleton and the rest of you guys for really pushing this issue, both in the regular session and in years past. We really appreciate it. Senate Bill 7 is a common sense bill that Texans both want and need. I have my first child on the way, and we are very blessed to be having a girl, so now more than ever, I see the need for Senate Bill 7 as a necessary measure to protect the safety and dignity of young Texans. We shouldn't have to live in a world where we fear men walking into bathrooms after our daughters go in it. It is truly sickening that this is actually an issue that we actually have to address, but I'm glad we're addressing it now. We heard a lot of stories today of young women being targeted in their spaces and little that they could do about it. That all changes now. The Bible affirms that God created us male and female, and God does not make mistakes. This means that we were made with very real differences, and spaces need to account for that. It's common sense. Once again, I want to thank all of you guys, especially Senator Middleton, for taking charge on this issue. I strongly urge you to pass Senate Bill 7. Texans deserve safety and protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations on that little one. If there's any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel, we thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Call Lauren Pena, Gina Chavez, Janet Caswell, Valentina Gomez, Dan Chandler. Again, looking for Lauren Pena, Gina Chavez, Janet Caswell, Dan Chandler, Julian Jurado, All right, welcome. Well, welcome. Welcome to each one of you. Ms. Chandler, okay, here we go. We're going to testify. Get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
Okay. Can you hear me like that? Okay. My name is Dan Chandler, and I'm for Senate Bill 7. And, you know, I've got a T-shirt. A lot of people have mentioned this. Why don't we do something about a flood? I got a T-shirt about that. What does it say? The princes of Judah are like those who tear down a monument. I will pour out my wrath on them like water. Duh. Okay? So if tearing down the Confederate plaque or some of the other stuff that we've torn down is enough to make God do that to the Guadalupe River, what's he going to do when we put these predators in these little kids' bathrooms? I'm a guy, I don't tear down the flags, the statues, the monuments, the Ten Commandments, the babies born. The little tranny kids, don't tear down America piece by piece, plank by plank. That's my message from the start. I'm an advocate for the statues. But it doesn't just stop with the statues. It's all this stuff that going against the Word of God, and some people have no fear. They could care less about this. I'm saying there's blood moons in the sky and there's X lines in the sky, and we've got a flood, and we've got a lot of things right now. You do what you want. But I'm telling you what, you better start looking up. And that's what this is right here. That's what's wrong. And they talk about, oh, well, I've had all these surgeries, and now I got a real problem because I'm like a woman, but how am I going to go in a man's restroom? You know what I've got to say about this? You made some bad choices. You followed after the devil himself. And you know what? You got some real problems now. But you want the society to change to accommodate you and forget it and put your problems on everybody else. Can't do it. I got to go.
Thanks for your
testimony. You know
testimony.
what? You guys take a lot of heat. And I've been watching this today, and you know what? I want to thank you because every time you go, well, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for your comment. You're very nice. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you for testifying. Thank you very much. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead. I'm sorry. We normally just go right down the line. So go ahead unless
I was going to skip my brother. Oh, it's okay. Should go ladies.
If you'd prefer to go next, that's fine with me. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Valentina Gomez. I'm a former NCAA Division I swimmer. Graduated college at 19 and earned my MBA in finance from Tulane University at 21 with full athletic scholarships. And I want to be perfectly clear. There's no such thing as a chick with a dick. It doesn't matter how many surgeries, hormones, or makeup you give to yourself. A man will never become a woman, and a woman will never become a man. Nobody likes those trans things anyways. And if you're a parent that transitioned its child, then you're a groomer. You failed as a parent, and you failed society. And to all of the pedophiles that hide under the LGBTQ flag, I catch pedophiles, and I cannot wait to put you behind bars. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your testimony. Go ahead, sir. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Michael Gomez. I'm an NCAA Division I swimmer, soldier, and American, proud American of this great nation, because a lot of people here, I know that they love this country. And man, it's sad to see that there's a bunch of pedophiles out here today testifying, trying to get into the little kids' bathrooms, and that just shows how sick they are. These people are not even happy with themselves. That's why they keep getting more surgeries. And look, then a lot of times they end up self-deleting because they don't have Jesus Christ. They go down a path of self-destruction that is not helpful for them or anyone else. If you look at our children and our schools, the last school shootings have been by trans. The Aberdeen school shooter was trans. Multiple of the Tennessee school shooter was trans. All of these things are happening because of the trans movement and all the gay stuff that it's happening with our children. I'm a proud soldier. I took an oath to defend life. But these people that are pushing for pedophiles to get into other bathrooms shouldn't be taking place. And yeah, we have the supermajority here in Texas. We can make this happen right away. And yeah, like my sister said, there's no such thing as a chick with a dick, and I look forward to having her be my next congresswoman because she will do right for the kids. She will do right for our service members, for my brothers and sisters that put on the uniform. And one thing is different. She is someone who speaks the truth and walks the talk and talks the talk. She knows if we go into a conflict, the measures that it takes, apologies. But either way, God bless America, God bless our troops, and God bless our children. That's all.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And if you'll do me a favor, before you leave, will you fill out this card just so we have a record of your attendance and we have everybody down? We're glad you're here. Thankful for your testimony.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We already got you in the system. We already got you. And so welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Janet Caswell.
Get a little closer to the mic. Janet, get closer to that mic so we can hear you, okay?
My name is Janet Caswell. I'm a native Houstonian, born and raised in Houston, Texas. My dad was a private investigator, a bounty hunter, and I grew up with my father. And I know the law. I know right from wrong. My grandmother raised me. And I remember there was times when I was a little girl and I would look at her on the telephone. You know, she was senior, and she would be calling Austin, you know, to get her Social Security straightened out, et cetera. And it was hard for her, you know, to get through and get the right questions answered. I later became an activity director in long-term care. I'm a prison minister. I do a lot for the Lord. I attend a great church in Houston, and I know right from wrong. I'm not confused. And I have to take breaks throughout the hours I've been sitting over there to get unconfused in this room. And I know that each one of y'all are fine men. My dad wore a tie and a suit. And I know that you wake up and you have breakfast and you see your children and your family and your wives. I had one husband 31 years. And I have 2 daughters. And I was physically raped at 16. I am 70 years old and I still live with that violation. And I don't understand what is going on with society. My grandmother raised me. There's a word called boundaries. Boundaries. Let's just get back to the heart of God. You know right from wrong. Little House on the Prairie. Horace Cartwright, whatever his name, the Bonanza. Y'all know those shows. You know right from wrong. Do your job. Keep my little granddaughter safe. Her daddy touched her at 3 years old. She's going to be 16. Please, I just say please, with a grandma's heart, a wife's heart, and a mother's heart, do what's right. Please. I won't be here forever, but y'all will be here longer than I will. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, for testifying.
Yes.
Before we get to you, we're going to call the next panel, so hold tight, all right? On the next panel, we'll be looking for Lauren Pena, Lindsay Fallberg, June Benyon, Candace Holloway, Francisco Fierro. So on the next panel, we're going to be looking for Lauren Pena, Francisco Fierro, Lindsay Fallberg, June Benyon, and Candace Holloway. And so thank you for waiting. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Julian Dorado, and I'm here on behalf of Texas Rotunda Prayer. And also, I'm on behalf of today's Voice Strong to support and make my voice heard to support the Senate Bill 7. I'm pro for it. I support this bill because I believe women and girls, including my mother and my sisters and my nieces, deserve to feel safe. respected, and comfortable in private spaces, like restrooms and locker rooms. Their space exists for a reason, to give women and girls a privacy they need, especially in a vulnerable situation. No woman or girl should expose when using restrooms or changing facilities. It shouldn't be controversial or say that men do not belong on women's restrooms or locker rooms. This is not about hate or discrimination. It's about common sense and boundaries. I want the woman in my life to have the same level of comfort and for anyone, including your daughters, your wives, your mothers. SB 7 gives Texas clear, fair guidelines to protect privacy while still allowing accommodations for those who need them, and draw reasonable lines to make sure that biological males cannot freely enter women's private spaces. Please pass this bill and stand up for the safety, dignity, and privacy for Texas women and girls. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Call Lauren Pena, Francisco Fierro, Lindsay Fallberg, June Benyon, Candace Holloway, Michael Gomez, Allison Hoke, call Brenda Beringer. Brenda Beringer. Denise Palacios. Denise Palacios. Looking for Lauren Pena, Francisco Fierro, thank you, Brenda Beringer, Denise Palacios, Lindsay Fallberg, June Benyon, Candace Holloway, Michael Gomez, Allison Hoke. Those are all the witnesses we have registered have expressed a desire to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 7. If anyone wishes to testify, please make your way to the Senate floor now so we can get you on this panel. We have one seat left or the next. This is getting close to the last call to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 7. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Fallberg, and I am a proud Catholic transgender woman and a long life living Texan. I have been known also to be a trans performer by the name of Lindsay Andrews. I'm here today to speak in strong opposition of SB 7. Let me say this clearly. This bill is not about protecting women. It's about controlling trans people. And if this bill passes, you're telling every trans person in Texas that we should be living in fear, that our lives and safety matter less than others. Let's be honest, trans people are not a threat. If this bill becomes law, it will force me into situations where I'm likely to be harassed, attacked, humiliated, or even worse, killed. If you really care about protecting women, we'd be talking about access to health care and safe housing. I want to say something to my trans brothers and sisters who may be listening today, whether you're here or at home. You are real, you are loved, and you matter. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, not even your state government. To those in power, I ask you to do what's right. Don't turn your backs on us. The only place we are dangerous is at the ballot box. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. And if I called your name to testify, please come over. We have a seat for you right over here. Come on down, and I think we'll get to you in just a moment. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lauren Pena. Thank you so much, Senator.
Lauren, get a little closer so we can hear you, okay?
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena. Thank you guys so much for being here. I can say, she's beautiful to me. I would not have understood that she was a trans male. I had no idea. And so I think that one of the common things we've seen today is a lot of the people that have testified, they're normal people. But I happen to live in affordable housing over across the highway, and they are fast-tracking people from the homeless shelters into my building. So I do have a transgender that lives 2 doors down from me and my kids, who unfortunately suffers with addiction and has mental health crisis issues. And so instead of her getting treatment before being put into housing where there's family, elderly, disabled, and it's a HUD property, they were not given treatment. And so my children have had to witness them walking up and down the stairs in stripper clothes. And they're also bringing in other people from the community and having them come use drugs inside my facility. And so I just want to point out that I have nothing against the transgender community, because overall I believe that they're normal. There's nothing different. But there are some that are having significant health care issues, and they're being fast-tracked into public housing and affordable housing, and it needs to be addressed because it's not safe, especially if they have drug addiction problems.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. We'll come back to her. We'll keep going. Thank you so much. Introduce yourself and go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Senators. It's a privilege to be here with you today. I honor and revere the positions that you all have and the holding, the standing that you have, and how your decisions ripple effect so many people for generations. And so humbly, I come before you. My name is Brenda Behringer, and I am for the bill that we're speaking of today. And I just wanted to take the opportunity, because I feel so inadequate to be able to state what I need to state, that our forefathers wrote the Declaration of Independence, and they fought with prayer, and they fought with the Word of God. They stood on it, and our military was second to none. There were people that would not even think to look in our direction because of putting God first. And as we began to take him out of everything, we took the 10 Commandments out. Rules are very important. They keep us safe. A stop sign is octagon. It says STOP if we stop. And we look both ways. It might save us or our children from getting hit by a Mack truck. If it's the train, from getting run over by a train, rules keep us safe. In our society, we have my father-in-law is a retired captain of the Upland Police Department in California. I'm so grateful that he was just a little boy who was a candle lighter in his church, but that he grew up and he was a light in his community, and he led men. And I could go on to tell you about my husband, but we don't have time. We were married 45 years, and he got called home 2020, but he was an ordained minister. One of the things that I'm the most proud of, because he gave his heart to Jesus on Valentine's Day. And when people would say he's the nicest man that anybody ever met, they didn't know it wasn't his heart, but it was God's heart that God put inside of him. So I have a word to read today. It's very short, but it's true, and we can stand on it. And so it's in James, and it says, "Pray for us, for we trust we have a good conscience, in all things willing to live honestly. But I beseech you, the rather to do this, that I may be restored to you the sooner. Now the God of peace, that brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of his sheep, that through the blood of everlasting covenant make you perfect in every good work, to do the will, working in you that which is well-pleasing in the sight of thou Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever. So I want to thank him today for the opportunity to have breath and to have the opportunity to stand as our forefathers did. Some things have happened in the United States of America as we began to take God out of everything. And what has happened is compromise. And what has happened is that other people are allowed to come here and they're allowed to say what they want to say, but we don't tell them, look, you can come, but you uphold the policies and standards of the Lord Jesus Christ, because he's why we're great. And so now we're in a position where we don't know what is right and we don't know what's wrong. Well, you know what? We can stand on this because it never changes.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead. No, ma'am, we've gone way over time. We're glad you're here, but we want to respect everybody's time, so we're going to move on. Thank you so much. No, ma'am, your testimony is closed. Thank you for being here. We're going to let the next witness testify. Thank you for being here.
Can you hear me good?
I can hear you good. Thank you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yo, what's up? My name is Francisco Fiera. I am from H-Town, aka Houston, Texas. I am 16 years old. I'm representing for Texas Rotunda Prayer and Worship as a minister. I'm also volunteer for Kids Life, 4th to 5th graders as a volunteer. But right now I'm representing myself and on behalf of the Texas Rotunda Prayer and Worship as a minister. Right before I give facts and also I am for SB7 bill. Before I speak facts about Christianity and biology, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for giving us the time, the opportunity, the privilege to talk to you guys. I am so grateful. All of us are grateful that you're giving us your time. So thank you.
Thank you.
So what is a woman? In the CDC and ChatGPT, the difference of a male and a female is male has XY chromosomes, female got XX chromosomes. Reproductive organs is testes, penis for male. Female is ovary, uterus, vagina. Male is produce sperm, produce eggs, that type of stuff. There's a difference already in biological. And hormonal is testosterone is 20 times higher than women, biologically. And estrogen is higher in females. And for physical difference is the average. So like there's a 5-inch difference, 27 pounds heavier, 50% more muscle, especially in the arms. This is the average. Of course, some of us are going to be different, 6'2", some of us are going to be 5'4", that type of difference. But there's already a difference. And in the Bible, which I am so sad that I've seen people saying that they are Christians, but they believe that they can make their own image of themselves than letting God. Because in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verses 26 to 27, then God said, let us make mankind in our image, rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. So God created mankind in his own image, and the image of God he created them, male and female he created them. I have a request to make. May I have more time, or?
No, sir, we're going to keep going. We may have questions for you at the end, but we've kept everybody close to these time, but we have to treat everybody the same way. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. We're going to move on, and we may have questions for you at the end. Thank you so much. Welcome. Get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Haley Green, and I am here today to speak in opposition of Senate Bill 7 on behalf of myself. I am a born and raised Texan, current resident of Fort Worth, and a proud faculty member of a public university in North Texas in the Department of Theater Arts and Dance. If Senate Bill 7 is passed into law, many of my students that do not subscribe to their gender assigned at birth will become unsafe and subject to legal action using restrooms, living in dormitories, and existing in other binary public spaces on our university's campus. Higher education should be a time of self-discovery and relationship building. It should not be a time of fearing for personal safety for simply existing. I am inspired by my trans and gender nonconforming students every day who continue to strive to make art in a political climate that repeatedly tells them that their existence is not valid, that they are not safe, and that they will not be protected. It is a privilege to love and care for trans and gender nonconforming individuals, both in my professional and my personal life. And truly, it is an embarrassment for the authors of this bill to hide behind the protection of women as a way to blatantly discriminate against trans Texans. After sitting in this room since 9 a.m. today, it is very clear to me that the stances of most members of this committee are made up. And I am under no disillusion that anything that I say to you today is going to change that. But what I am here to do is tell you in plain language that just because you hold the legal power doesn't mean you speak for all Texans. There has never been a Texas without trans and gender nonconforming people, and there never will be. Y'all means all. And as long as you continue to pin bills targeting these marginalized groups, those who love them will keep showing up. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. And will you do me a favor? We couldn't find you in the system. You were glad you're here. Would you mind filling out a card just so we have a record of your testimony?
I did register this morning, but I can do it again if you'd like.
Not your fault. Sometimes it doesn't go through, or I may have lost it. But if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hang on just a moment. Senator, if there's any questions for any of our witnesses? Okay, go ahead. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Miss Barringer, what were you going to ask?
Yes, and so I'm here for testimony, and so I just wanted to appeal for a little moment to give a testimony. May I please, very quickly?
No, unfortunately, the Senate is going to be in session here in a few minutes, and
Yes,
we
sir.
have more witnesses. I'm so sorry, but we're glad you're here, and anything you want to give us in writing, we'll take it. We can also visit with you later, but we do have to keep moving on public testimony on this bill.
Thank you.
Any members, any questions for any of these witnesses? Listen, we thank each of you for being here. And did you have one more thought you can keep? Ms. Fierro, you were trying to say something at the very end. If you can give us just that, we can let you do that. If you have anything else. It's okay if you don't. Your testimony was great.
Okay. I just want to say thank you. And once again, the Bible says the government has been appointed by God, that you guys are meant to serve us. Like Jesus said in book of Matthew, chapter 20, verses 28, the Son of Man was not supposed to be served, but to serve. So please serve us. If you're not able to serve us, we will find someone that is better. So please serve us, because that's how God appointed you guys. God appointed you guys to represent us, to be righteous. So please consider this bill. Thank you so much for listening to us on our testimonies. I know how hard it is.
Very good. We thank you for being here. We thank each one of you for being here. Your testimony is important, whether you're for it or against it. Thank you for being here. Your excuse. Thank you so much. Chair calls Aaron Aldridge. Aaron Aldridge. Okay, come on down. We'll give you some time. And we'll ask, is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 7? No, ma'am, just one time. You just get one turn. I'm sorry. Is there anyone else present? Mr. Aldridge is coming downstairs. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 7? Seeing none, and we'll close public testimony after Mr. Aldridge testifies. Any seat is fine. Make yourself comfortable. Catch your breath. I'm sure you're in better shape than me, but get ready. And when you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Sure. I'm Aaron Aldridge. I didn't prepare a statement, but I've been listening. I have a trans friend, and we were talking about the practicality of a bill like this just the other day. And he was weighing whether or not it just, I just misgendered. Sorry. She was weighing whether or not it was just better to look up a statute and figure out what was more expensive, like public indecency and just peeing on the wall, or going to a bathroom. And it's just weird. I don't know why we would legislate something like this. The practicality of it seems impossible. So yeah. I don't have much to say past that. I'm just very confused at our priorities. I don't I don't understand something like this. It seems just beyond the scope of where I thought this state, this country could go. I appreciate what y'all do. Thank you for the time.
And thank you for taking time to testify. Let's see if there's questions for you. Senators, any questions for Mr. Aldridge? Thank you for being here. Thank you for testifying. You're excused. Public testimony on Senate Bill 7 is closed. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 7 be reported favorably to the full Senate. Thank you. I should have looked at my script over here. Senator Middleton. So we've already brought this committee substitute. It's been laid out. And Senator Middleton moves that we adopt the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the substitute? Hearing none, it's adopted. Substitute's now before. Senator Middleton now moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 7, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Aye. Birdwell. Hall. Aye. Hinojosa. Middleton. Aye. Parker. Perry. Aye. Schwertner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 7 ayes and no nays. And noting that there will be motions in writing from a couple of members who have, because our folks have been in and out with other matters. Senate Bill 7 will be reported favorably. The motion is adopted. And oh, we're going to have to amend it, aren't we? We're going to have.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a favorable amendment. We're going to work that it'll need to come to the floor. That so.
It's administration. That's the joke. When Mays' bill.
Oh, okay.
All right. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 14 and recognizes our colleague, the vice chair, to explain the bill on behalf of its author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for the opportunity to lay out Senate Bill 14 on behalf of the author, Senator King. Currently, Texas law enforcement agencies do not follow a standardized procedure for determining the confidentiality and release of peace officer information found outside their personnel files. Instead, the confidentiality of peace officers' personal information, such as background hiring information and unsubstantiated complaints, is determined by the policies of the employing local political subdivision. Consequently, peace officers' personal files may not remain confidential unless a city has adopted policies clarifying the peace officers' files, which are not expressly subject to public disclosure, must remain confidential. While many Texas cities have adopted these policies, the majority of Texas cities have not. State-level Department of Public Safety troopers and over 20,000 peace officers employed across the state already have these protections. Senate Bill 14 extends these protections to all Texas peace officers by, 1, establishing a departmental file to house documents related to peace officers that are not otherwise required to be included in their personnel file, and 2, mandating that the contents of this file remain confidential. Under Senate Bill 14, the contents of a peace officer's department file will still be available for disclosure for, number 1, misconduct investigations and standard hiring procedures, and 2, ongoing investigations by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, TCOL. And this was actually a recommendation of the TCOL sunset review. Importantly, the bill clarifies that its provisions do not conflict with disclosure required by the Michael Morton Act, third-party law enforcement under the Sandra Bland Act, and a meet and confer agreement entered into before September 1st, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, and there are some witnesses here who can further explain the bill if there is a need for that.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Members, any questions for the Vice Chair on behalf of the author? Very well, we'll open testimony, begin with invited testimony on Senate Bill 14. Chair calls Jennifer Szymanski, testifying in favor or for the bill, Senate Bill 14. And after Ms. Szymanski, we'll open up public testimony. Welcome. Get situated there, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Senators, members.
And get a little closer as you do it, please, if you can.
Okay. I'm Jennifer Szymanski. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for CLEAT, the Combined Law Enforcement Associations of Texas, here on behalf of our 28,000 members. Thank you for the layout, Senator Paxton. This all began back after the 88th legislative session, where the TCOL Sunset Bill actually mandated in state law that TCOL form committees of stakeholders, and those committees of stakeholders were to develop model policies in several different areas. One of the areas that they were mandated to focus on was personnel files, thus the model policy, which is now the bill in front of you. There were several other areas that they were required to develop model policies in. This is just one of those. One of the reasons in the legislative intent, as being part of the conversations with Senator Paxton's staff, Representative Goldman's staff, the legislative intent behind these model policies was to establish a standardization of the way we do things in law enforcement in certain areas where we lack standardization. And this was one of those areas. CLEAT, labor, chiefs, sheriffs, as well as civilians, HR directors, city managers were part of the committee of stakeholders. These stakeholders met between the months of September and all the way through January to develop the model policy that was then voted on by all of the TCOL commissioners unanimously on all policies, including the personnel files policy, again, which is before you today. As the senator mentioned, this needs to be codified, and the committee, the way that we developed this model policy was we started with Chapter 143 Civil Service. So Chapter 143 Civil Service is the only form of standardization out there currently. That's why we started with that. As you can see in the memo that we've circulated, 26,000 plus peace officers currently enjoy the language in the bill. This would bring the remainder of those officers into the same confidentiality standards. And that's exactly, again, what this bill does. As Senator Paxton mentioned, it is in state law currently, and the default that the Attorney General's office would use if they were asked for an opinion, which they are many times on these types of files and requests, have to default to not policies, but state law, which would be Chapter 552. So either you fall under 143, state law, or 552, the other state law governing FOIA requests. Again, the adoption of Chapter 143 Civil Service is extremely cumbersome. That is the only reason why several of our agencies have not adopted it. And you can see that it's evident in the way that they are, in the way that they do business today, because they're mimicking civil service. If you look at cities who do not have civil service, they are mimicking those standards. Much easier to do that than to hold an election and have to put something on a ballot. That's how we came up with the model policy. It needs to, unlike the other model policies, this one needs to be codified because, again, 552 is the default. So this must go into state law. The model policy went into effect June 1st of this year. We were hoping to have this through. It passed the Senate, but died in the House. We were hoping to have this through so that there is no conflicting information between the model policy and the current state law. There were 3 amendments that the Senate took on, and the bill today you see before you is the bill as it passed the Senate. And again, as the senator mentioned, those amendments were to clarify what's currently in state law already, but again, further clarifies that this bill does not prevent the disclosure of any records on an officer when it comes to the Michael Morton Act, Sandra Bland Act, and again, any meet and confer contract that is executed, does supersede state law, and that's in current 143 policy today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for our invited witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
And Jennifer, just in case some questions come up, you okay to hang around for a little while just in case? Thank you very much. We'll open public testimony. And the chair calls Mike Swanson. Juliet Thurber. Rye Vasquez. Charlotte LeMay. Jonathan Blanchard, Lieutenant Jonathan Blanchard. So looking for Mike Swanson, Juliet Thurber, Rye Vasquez, Charlotte LeMay, Lieutenant Jonathan Blanchard, C.J. Grisham. I saw C.J. earlier. Brent McCain. All right. Have a seat, make yourself comfortable there, and get close to that microphone. We'll normally start on your end, so get close to the microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
All right, my name is Brent McCain. I'm representing myself, and I am in opposition to SB 14. So on September 15th of 2020, during the height of COVID, I entered a convenience store in Central Texas. While inside, I was confronted by a city police officer who demanded to know why I was not wearing a mask. I informed him that I did not have one, at which point he stated that I must leave or be cited. I tried to explain to him Governor Abbott's executive order GA-29, and he ignored that. And basically, I exited the building only to turn around and find out he was pointing a taser straight at my head. I was detained while he called for backup. 6 officers arrived for a mask violation that, according to Governor Abbott, I should not have been detained nor arrested for. I was arrested, handcuffed, put in the back of a police car. So fast forward a little bit, I submitted a number of open records requests. A lot of that was delayed because of like body cam video. I did eventually get it all. However, it was difficult to get a lot of the information. Luckily, I had my own body camera on, and I did that because of all the madness surrounding the mask mandates. And without that, it would have been even more difficult. So basically, without that, I wouldn't have been able to. Anyway, I oppose SB 14.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello again, Senators. My name is Mike Swanson. I stand in opposition of Senate Bill 14 because of stories like his. If we're to allow records of our law enforcement to remain closed off and not able to be subpoenaed, that leaves instances where he cannot seek justice. And in a country like ours, it's important that we're always able to find justice when injustice has been caused. As a citizen's perspective, I like to think back towards what the Black Lives Matter protests that happened many years ago and think about the reasons why those existed. The enforcements that have been caused well past necessary authority. Now, I'm not strictly opposed to law enforcement. I believe that law enforcement does have a vital service to our community. However, in certain situations, there are bad things that happen to where authority is overstepped. Things that are used with excessive force versus being able to manage the situation. On a case-by-case basis, it's understandable to why a police officer or law enforcement personnel would overstep their authority in some cases if necessary to protect their own human life or to protect those around them. But we do not need to block off the ability to have a citizen's check on our government when the government has done us wrong. As the Republican Party, I thought that y'all would care more about keeping the government in check, not protecting those that overstep their authority within it.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name's Lieutenant Jonathan Blanchard. I'm here representing the Dallas Police Department in support of Senate Bill 14 as an opportunity to make some specific reports confidential. Automatically generated reports related to officer performance and attendance provide a good starting point when addressing an officer's productivity. We would like to utilize these reports as part of an early warning system, but we are not a Chapter 143 civil service agency. As a result, reports related to an early warning system, including performance improvement plans, would be subject to release even before their accuracy is verified. Additionally, reports related to an officer's use of sick leave, vacation time, and when they choose to take their holiday are subject to release and are not currently confidential. If an officer's performance or attendance rises to the level of misconduct through violations of policy or law, then it becomes a matter of public concern and our department has no issues with releasing that information. Until such a scenario, we'd like to keep attendance and performance-related reports confidential. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill on behalf of the Dallas Police Department, as this bill provides us with an avenue to be a responsible employer by developing our staff and implementing a robust early warning system.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thanks, y'all. I hope we spend a little bit more time voting on this rather than the past bill. But my name is Rai Vaz. I'm opposed to this bill. I think making it harder for people to hold cops accountable will encourage cops to break the law. I'm sorry. There's no secret we've handed law enforcement a blank check anytime there's wrongdoing or they do something horrible. Wrongful deaths in the past decade average about 1,000 deaths per year. In 2023, an officer was captured on tape laughing about a woman he ran over going 74 miles per hour down an alleyway. How did we know about him laughing about this? Released body cam footage. And now you want to give information to a private company or license holder who, under your law, could ignore FOIA requests? I don't know, the bill was about a page long. There were no carve-outs for that or any kinds of guidelines. Your bill also includes that documents related to alleged misconduct by the license holder for which the agency determines there is insufficient evidence to sustain the charge of misconduct be included. Now, I don't know about you, and I don't have any real background in law enforcement, but from what I've seen about this is that holding those things, even if there's any alleged wrongdoing, will disadvantage people who are seeking justice from those things. I mean, how is a lawyer going to defend someone who faced police brutality? How is this going to do anything but disadvantage the public at large? I mean, recently a man was pulled out of his car and his car seat belt was ripped off, and we only really knew it because he was filming. We didn't see it until later when there was public outcry that the body cams were released. Much like the panelists in front of me today, law enforcement officers are public servants. They're not above the laws they protect. I don't know what Orwellian fascist wet dream you're seeking to create with this bill, but I know when it comes to the rights being taken away, it only takes small bills like this to pile up into a hellscape where secret police can or just get away with murder. It's not good. Don't pass the bill.
Thanks for your testimony. And hold tight. I'm going to call the next panel, and we'll be ready for you. So hang on just a second.
I won't take it personal.
I didn't think you would. Thanks. So we'll, on the next panel, we're going to be looking for Juliet Thurber, Charlotte LeMay, Melody Tremalo, Emily Gogol, also for Chief Deputy Jason Warren, Kathy Mitchell, Ananda Tomas. I've called a few extra names because some folks have left. So, but if I called your name, please be on the Senate floor so we can get you on the next panel or the one after that. And welcome back. You know how to do this, and you don't need to get close to the mic, but I don't have to remind you of that. You're welcome to. Introduce yourself for the record. Give us your testimony.
Thanks. I got that first sergeant voice. My name is CJ Grisham. I'm here in opposition to SB 14 on my own behalf because as a civil rights attorney, SB 14 is perhaps one of the most dangerous bills I've seen since I began coming to the Capitol and advocating for and against legislation. SB 14 should be named the Protect Bad Cops and Let the People Eat Cake Act. I feel this body needs to be reminded that Article 1, Section 2 of our Constitution says that, quote, all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit, not the benefit of government agents who violate that trust that we, the people, placed in them. I'm a retired special agent, federal agent. I've got my retired credentials here. I've got my TCOL certification, so I'm not anti-cop. As my website suggests, ISueBadCops.com, that's what I do. I sue bad cops. This is going to protect bad cops. It's going to make it harder. As a civil rights attorney, I can't tell you how many times I've got somebody that comes to me and they want to file a lawsuit, and I can't access through open records, okay, well, has this officer done this before? Because as we all know, the police investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing. This happens more often than not. And they want to protect this. Good cops are not afraid of having their records exposed on discipline, attendance. You know what, if my cops that I pay for taxpayers aren't showing up to work, I deserve to know they're not showing up for work. If they're taking extra vacation, I deserve to know that they're taking extra vacation. I don't need to know their addresses and their social media and their private information. I'm talking about when they're on the clock. And it is difficult as a civil rights attorney, as it is under the current law, to be able to get information. And it forces people like Mr. McCain here to pay thousands of dollars to an attorney to find out what we should be able to get anyway. We're moving in the wrong direction. 552 covers up way too much. This is going to cover up even more. And we need to be more open and transparent with how our law enforcement act and not hide stuff. Good cops aren't afraid of sunshine. And I ask you to vote against this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you have the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure this is why I wanted the resource witness to hang around. It may be more appropriate. She had laid out kind of how we got here, but not actually what the bill did. And my recollection and the origin of this conversation has gone on for a long time if it's the same concept. So I'm going to ask the gentleman in uniform there, the officer, and if you're not comfortable or you can't explain it, it's not going to hurt my feelings because you would be one of several, I'm afraid, that we're going to find out that can explain it. And maybe I'm wrong on the background, but this started kind of as an employment issue several sessions ago, and it'd been ongoing. I remember I've been here 15 years. It was old conversations, and I'm going to reference things, and if they're not applicable, to say this doesn't have anything to do with it. I remember there was something referred to as a G file. Is that relevant to this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And the origin or the conversation that ensued back when I was looking at this, because we had some bad police people. They're human, right? We get good ones and we get great ones, and then we get one or two bad ones. And what we found was no different than our school systems, et cetera. We're, quote, passing the trash. And so we opened up the G file as a required conversation between one department and the next when they were looking at hiring someone. So that if you're a bad guy here, that G file was absolutely required for the person talking about hiring you so that we would stop passing the trash. So with that as a background, is this the G file that we're talking about prohibiting from public disclosures? And if it is, great. If it's not, and then I'll probably have a conversation for CJ to follow up on. But is it that file?
From my understanding, this is the file that contains allegations of misconduct or any other information that is not substantiated, the exonerated, false reports, such information such as that is prohibited from public release.
So what I hear you saying is we don't have a problem going after bad cops with full disclosure, but what we don't want to do is go full disclosure of something that has not been vetted and proved.
Yes.
All right. CJ.
So here's the problem with that. It sounds good, and that would be great if that's how it worked. But what happens is a police officer gets accused of misconduct. Rather than go through the process of an investigation, that police officer resigns. Guess what the police department does? And I'm talking these are cases I've had. The department drops any substantiated or any investigation because the person no longer works there. So once that officer quits because he's been accused of doing something, the department no longer investigates it, and it's unsubstantiated. But the people deserve to know if I'm the fifth, the sixth, the first person who was accused this officer of something. I know it's just an accusation, and as an attorney, I will look at that as only an accusation. But when you start seeing patterns, that's what we're looking for. That's what people want to know about is, are there patterns? And if this guy's getting accused of something and then he quits so he doesn't get investigated, so he doesn't get into the G file, and then he goes to another police department, and that police department doesn't see anything because there's no, that's what we're talking about.
So back to the officer, there's an F form, there was some form. What was it, F something?
Something like that, I don't know.
So on that form, there was very general, let's just say very nondescript reasons for termination or retirements or whatever that is. So has that form been modified to be more detailed?
So yes, at the end of an officer's exit of employment, we're required to finish all pending investigations to complete this. And that's part of us adopting that TCOL model policy on misconduct. So once we complete all those, all that information is sent to TCOL.
With or without, so if I did something and I quit, does the form reflect a full investigation even after I quit?
Yes.
So the concern that you're a bad guy, you quit so that it won't get out and you'll go to the next place and there'll be no record of it is not true under today's reforms?
Under today's reforms that were just active a month ago.
Okay, so I'll go back to CJ a minute. Couple of questions.
Yes.
There's this really fine line, and this came up through a trial lawyer's bill during session, and after I understood the context, it made sense to me, and it was the trucker's bill. And effectively, the first stage was whereby I would just call smart lawyering. They would bring in previous information into the first stage that would prejudice or bias the jury. And once they made their case at that level, then they would go into award damages. Well, the whole law was about taking the prejudice of a historical context off the table and look at that individual on that instant and that issue. And I use the example, right, wrong, or indifferent. If I'm a murderer 20 years ago and I served my time, did my crime, and I walked out on the streets today under a justice system, and then I got called in for something else, it's the something else that I should be tried on first, and then if I'm found guilty of that, then I should be punished accordingly with all the back history. So what concerns me in what you're saying is, one, if it's never been vindicated, but there is a documentation of the final investigation, be it internal, but I have to trust internal affairs and people at that point that are delegated that responsibility, that if that was a public disclosure that you bias or taint or possibly prejudiced before that person was actually dealt with on the issue of the present. So is ultimately all that stuff, if you were to go to a court, is all that stuff going to be discoverable and pulled out anyway? once you've done your job as an attorney?
So yeah, that's where the difference is, where right now, if I want to get that information as an attorney for my client, I can do that if I file a lawsuit and then in the discovery process that my client's going to be paying for. What we're talking about, and I don't know if the new legislation that hasn't gone into effect yet is going to fix some of these problems, like as was just discussed, but I can tell you right now that here's the thing. I've been arrested 5 times. That's why I became an attorney late in life.
I know your
I'm tired of being arrested falsely. But you know what? If you go and you look it up, you're going to see 5 arrests from CJ, even though CJ never got convicted. Why? And that's good for me, because that shows that I'm not a lawbreaker, that my charges were dismissed. I would think it would be a good thing whether charges or claims against an officer, if they were dismissed as unfounded, I'd want to know that as an attorney, because if a client came to me and I did my pre-litigation work through an open records request and found out, well, this guy's been accused, but he hasn't done anything wrong. I just don't see where we can do it. That's a good thing. It helps the officer to show that, hey, I'm clear, I'm good, but we want to hide that. And it's not just the bad, but it's also the good. And the people, the citizens who pay that salary and for him to do those services, again, we deserve to know, because what if there's been 12 different claims from 12 different people in 12 different areas that have all said the same thing about this officer, but yet for some reason that corrupt police chief keeps finding no wrongdoing. Sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. Sure. But we won't know that with this bill.
So, Mr. Chair, when the members are through with this group, I do want the resource to come back and clear up current law that we passed that you said went in effect a month ago.
Yeah, it's just
okay.
June 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Schwartner, you have the panel.
Thank you. On the lines of Senator Perry's questioning, there is concern that I have regarding pass the trash, whether it's regarding our educators or our police officers. In Williamson County, we had the Michael Morden case in which exculpatory evidence was hidden by the sheriff and DA a long time ago, and he served a long time in jail before he was released. We also had an unfortunate incident with a prior sheriff as well, Sheriff Chody. I think you actually referenced that. But I have some concern that this bill, which, if I'm reading it correctly, allows for the creation of a confidential department file to be produced and maintained if there was insufficient evidence of a misconduct, of an alleged misconduct. And on the surface, that seems okay, but as I think Senator Perry was saying, a chief that's befriended somebody that is a subordinate could continue to hide wrongful action. And then, if I remember correctly, when TCLOS went through sunset, and hopefully someone on this panel can help out with this, the chief of that department, whether it's a sheriff's department or a municipal police officer's department, has to sign some sort of form. Is it a pink form, blue form, something before their L5, yeah, something like that. And so I want some clarification as to how this confidential file fits in with their L5.
I think it's an F5. I think it's an L5.
L5.
The resource witness.
The resource witness can help us with that? Yeah. All right. Well, am I, CJ, I guess, you're an attorney, prior police officer?
Federal agent.
Federal agent.
I did national security.
Am I thinking incorrectly that this could be a way in which bad cops can be passed on and are hidden from being properly overseen, and any misconduct found out that they are perpetrating on a repetitive basis against citizens?
And like I said, and by the way, I represent good cops too, by the way. I don't just sue bad cops, but I represent good cops. But I'm more concerned really what this does in a lot of the smaller towns where all the cops know each other and they're all buddy-buddy, and guess who the IA is? It's their buddies. But yes, I literally had, and I don't want to call out anybody, but I literally had a department tell me that, well, we dropped the investigation because he resigned. So there was no investigation done. I couldn't find out whether it was substantiated or not substantiated. I have to go off my client's word, which that's why I always tell my clients, record everything. because sometimes it's
This
just-
gentleman here, this officer said that all those investigations get completed. Is that wrong?
As of a month ago. With the TCO model policy requires us to complete all investigations upon employee's exit.
Well, and what I would say to that, I understand where he's coming from. I am in no way demeaning his integrity on this, but I doubt he follows every single department, whether it's an ISD police department, a city officer, the counties, the constables. And we have laws on the books already, but guess what? They get broken. I gave you 2 pages of police officers just in the last couple of years who have been arrested for very serious crimes. So just the fact that we've got that's not what's happening in practice. And by covering up even more, we're just making it easier for them to cover it up. And it's already being covered up.
If I may jump in just real quick on this, because I don't have a lot of experience with Texas law enforcement, but in other larger cities like New York, I have family who was affected in certain cases like this. A lot of the times, whether it's law enforcement unions or different precincts or chiefs who are buddy and buddy, there'll be these officers who do have these allegations and they're ongoing investigations, but then they are transferred, so then the ongoing information doesn't get passed along until that is wrapped up, and then these other precincts will draw out that investigation so that the people don't get the info. It's an ongoing investigation. We're still looking in, well, it's been 4 months and this happened 8 months ago, and we're trying to start our trial on this issue. So when it comes to those kinds of things,
Thank you. It's a difficult issue because I think police officers are probably repetitively and wrongly subjected to misconduct allegations, especially in this day and age. And how do we handle that as a state regarding the allowance of a separate personnel file for unquote unsubstantiated, insufficient evidence type of allegations versus substantiated and true allegations are ones that should have been at least evaluated fully. So it's interesting. We need to ask more questions. I agree.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
So the resource witness, I hope, is going to clear this up. History with the agency, maybe not. CJ, one question, quick and easy. You have a client. You, under the old law, subpoena the records, freedom of information, and you get a list of 20 different times this person's been written up. All either ultimately dealt with and no problems, or 20 of a correct record you can't tell because, quote, quit one 15th and then did it again. But here's the question. I don't have the answer. Is there anything to keep C.J. Grissom from making that information public before you file a lawsuit?
Currently, yes. I'm sorry, say your question.
So I don't know. I'm not an attorney. As I've said 100 times, I chose not to be one. Didn't want to go.
Good call.
It was. Yeah. I'm still married 43 years to the same person after it because I think I didn't go down that road. It's a frustrating profession. But if you were to get one of these files because you have someone that has come to you and said, I've been wronged, is there anything that keeps you legally, not morally or integrity, because I think you're a moral and integrity guy, but you can't count on that. But legally, is there anything to keep you from making that information public before there is a formal lawsuit filed?
So not under open records, but under discovery rules potentially, and it depends on whether it's a criminal or a civil case.
And that lies, and I was going to make that distinction, but you made it for me, civil and criminal, discovery and law processes. But since you don't have a formal charge, you're not formally lawsuit, you could say anything you want and disclose anything you want and then go to discovery after the fact, correct?
Correct.
So you could make a public case public and work the press and the public long before there's a formal lawsuit, correct?
That's correct, but I became an attorney to be an ethical attorney because I can't stand most attorneys.
I wish if most attorneys had your history and background, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and we wouldn't be in quite the quandary that we as legislatures, with our good men and women in uniform, act. So I do look forward to the resource witness coming back up. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized. You have the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CJ, I want to, the purpose of the bill is to, you'll understand these terms, I don't know if the other gentleman will, but it's the difference between the 201 file and the local file.
Right, I know what that is.
So,
even though it's Alpha 2-1 now.
yeah, I've been retired longer than I served, so they changed the names to confuse the retirees.
Right.
But anyway, so the 201 file is a permanent record, local file is kept only locally. So I think that's probably what we're dealing with here in analogy-wise, and that now, the difference is that the local file in a military unit is still an official record, but not permanent record, only for while the individual is in that organization.
And it doesn't follow
So
them.
it's not exactly congruent, the question I'm asking here. But I think, according to Lieutenant Blanchard, and then what I've read from the layout on the bill author is that it's designed for the things that are unsubstantiated. And when I read this list you've given me, are you telling me that this is all unsubstantiated that was hidden, or these are things that occurred, but there may be other things in these folks' files that was not accessible, but also not substantiated? Because I'm the one that had the trucking bill that because what we were, again, not to belabor, but what we had is in the phase one of a trial, it wasn't, what are the facts of this case? It's, hey, you had this violation 20 years ago. That's now evidence that, you must have had this violation now. So it corrupts the phase one of the trial, as opposed to in phase one, if you're found substantiated or guilty, now that history can be brought into the penalty phase, but it shouldn't be in the trial phase.
And
so I guess what I'm asking here is are all of these, everything from child pornography to DUIs, were these all things that were unsubstantiated in these officers' cases?
So in all of these cases that I brought before you, not all of these have been fully litigated. What I brought you, obviously, were extreme examples. But what I have seen, and the reason I bring these up, because I don't want to go into my personal caseload and potentially expose clients.
Sure, I'm not asking you to.
So I tried to be both vague and a little extremist in the examples that I used. But in these examples, there are underlying allegations that occurred before this person was ever charged that were found unsubstantiated. And then come to find out that there actually was a conspiracy, or this person, it's not his first DWI, it's just the first time that he got caught, even though other people had reported him, hey, this guy's driving crazy, only to find out he was a police officer, and it was never substantiated. That's what I'm talking about, is those kinds of complaints that because each of these has an underlying victim to them, a citizen that is except for the DWI, there's a potential victim, but each of these has a victim. I even included kind of a crazy one here: loafing, sleeping, inattention, and leaving his workstation. These kinds of things likely, and this one I don't know specifically, likely there were allegations before, oh no, he was fine, kind of thing. So, but to a lot of these cases, and I tried to bury the story in the mass so that I wasn't pinpointing any clients. In a lot of these cases, there were underlying unsubstantiated reports that eventually the client was vindicated because the officer got caught later and kept doing it.
Because okay, well, let me finish what I'm, because the underlying pretense, and to Mr. McCain's concern, and I'll ask you a question here in a moment, but is that, innocent till proven guilty. Now, administrative procedures aren't necessarily criminal or civil procedures, so you don't get as high a rigor of formality in those circumstances. But we're trying to afford the police officer the same assumption of innocence that we expect law enforcement and our criminal justice system to assume of the citizen. Let me ask this, Mr. McCain, if I may. Did you file I'm not sure, I assume the word is complaint, but was there a formal complaint against the officer that?
Yes, sir, there was.
That is now in the record that is searchable, that is not set aside? But, you know, again, Solomon tells us he who speaks first seems wise, till the second comes and examines him. So I only have your side of the story here, not the officers. But is your experience that you detailed in here in your testimony, your written testimony, is that case in an unsubstantiated file in the Waco PD, or is it in a substantiated
It has
file?
been substantiated.
Okay.
And
That
has
would-
been litigated.
That would tell me that as, because, look, given the COVID stuff, I mean, don't like you having to go through this, but that would tell me that the system worked for you, that you had an experience that was not just unpleasant, but outside the bounds of what the officer should have done. As a citizen, you filed that complaint, I assume, with the police department.
Correct. It was, I filed it with the interim police chief.
Okay.
Actually, the assistant police chief, but it was difficult in order to file the initial complaint. And the information that I was able to obtain showed that the responding officers, the commanders and sergeants, tried their best to put the officer that basically assaulted me favorably.
Okay. Let me ask this. The way you said that is, in making the complaint, did you try to access previous events to substantiate your complaint, or did your complaint stand on its own with the facts specifically of your experience from walking into that convenience store to being arrested and then filing a complaint? Because I think what I think the bill's trying to do is kind of like my trucking bill. The complaint ought to be based upon the experience with that officer, not taking, if you were, convicted of murder 20 years ago, get out, and then there's a murder and you're charged with it, does the fact that you were convicted 20 years ago mean that you're guilty now? The answer is no. So it would be appropriate that if and you've told me that your case was substantiated, then if you wish to civilly litigate it in some way for damages, then at that point, that other information may be relevant to a penalty phase as opposed to the guilt or innocence of the officer. Is that fundamentally what I think you're trying to express to me? That
Yes, and I filed the complaint, then I researched it throughout this time period, and I was able to get the officer's civil service personnel file. Not the one that the police department carried. And in that civil service file is where I found other issues or issue with this officer previously.
Okay. And is that civil service file held by CLEAT, TCOL, or was it a completely different public service organization besides the police department of Waco?
Local.
Yeah, I guess it's been 5 years since then, but
Okay. Let me ask, Lieutenant, if I may, are your most effective officers, and I have not defined what the definition of effective is, but are your most effective officers the ones with the greatest numbers of complaints because of their effectiveness? Or is the numbers of complaints against an officer not statistically relevant to how successful they are in whether it's patrol, homicide, whatever their particular division is,
There is a direct proportion to the number of citizen contacts an officer has versus how many complaints they get. Now, that is not indicative of misconduct, that's just indicative of their activity. Right? It is possible to be an officer and go through your entire career and not get a complaint. That's a great officer, right?
Okay.
It is also very easy to have a few citizen complaints and every single one generates a complaint, right? I don't think, to your question, I think that yes, you will probably get complaints if you're a active officer and you're enforcing the law.
Okay. In a department as large as yours, I would assume, internal affairs does every department have somebody that's checking the validity and the veracity of, or is there an independent, and I say independent of the department's authority, that is checking the veracity or sustainability, not sustainability, that's not the right word, but the verification of a complaint?
So I can speak to what we do. We take a complaint when we preliminarily review it. If we can review body-worn camera and verify that it just didn't happen, we clear the complaint. If we don't, and we still have the complaint that we weren't able to verify that it was false, we will start an investigation, and then we will determine whether there's enough evidence to sustain.
Okay. Who checks internal affairs?
We have a civilian oversight board that we work closely with.
And how are they made up? Are they
they
appointed by the mayor? Are they appointed by, how do they?
Each council member appoints a board member, and we also have an office of community police oversight that works closely with our internal affairs division and reviews our investigations as we do them.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator, can I make one quick, and just a legal aspect of it? One of the reasons why it's important, because there's something called Monell liability. I don't know if you know what that is, but if I, as a civil attorney, want to sue the county or the city or whatever that entity is, I have to overcome what's called Monell liability. I have to show that there's a policy, practice, or procedure. And that policy, practice, or procedure would show an act or an omission of an act. And so I would need to know, okay, that's why it's important to know, is there a policy, practice, and procedure to allow all these things and find them unsubstantiated? Because then I know when I've got my litigant that comes to me, am I only suing that officer, or am I also suing the county or the city or the school district or whatever it is? And so that's where the unsubstantiated stuff comes in, because it helps us to determine whether or not there's Monell liability.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Thank each member of this panel for your testimony. Thanks for being here, and you're excused.
Thank you.
We do have thank you each for being here. We do have a resource witness from the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Chair calls Gretchen Grigsby, who will be able to answer all of our questions and help us make sure we have the right baseline knowledge. Thanks for being here. Introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, and then we're going to have some questions for you. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Gretchen Grigsby. I'm the Director of Government and External Relations for the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And I certainly hope I'm able to answer most, if not all, of your questions, because the sunset process is one that I've been living for about 5 years now.
Thank you for that and for being here. We'll recognize Senator Perry.
Thank you for being here. I hope you can answer them. And is my recollection somewhat familiar, and was it accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay, so a couple of things. Where we were at prior to any of the conversations for multiple sessions was there really wasn't any transparency, and there was no requirement that an HR person would talk to the previous HR person regarding, and it could be chief to chief, about the G file. Or there might have been a requirement to have a conversation, but they didn't do anything with it, one of the two. Talk first about the F5, is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all change the F5 report to be more detailed? First.
Thank you, Senator. So the F5 has now actually been replaced by a mere report of separation. So no longer do we have the categories of honorable, general, or dishonorable, but instead what you've done is actually made a more comprehensive process that requires a much more detailed list of what a law enforcement agency should receive and review in order to hire a law enforcement officer or one of our other licensees. That includes the background confirmation form that was passed actually in the 87th legislative session through Senate Bill 24 that ensures under penalty of TCOL disciplinary action and up to and potentially including disciplinary action of the chief administrator's peace officer license, that they have reviewed all of the documents provided to them by the previous law enforcement agencies, each one of them, for every law enforcement hire that they make.
And that report would detail in great detail, I remember this conversation, everything good about and everything bad about, nothing left out.
Absolutely, Senator. So in fact, in the bill that's before you, under 1701-45351E1, that is the explicit requirement that the misconduct investigations, any allegation of misconduct against a licensee, regardless of whether they leave that law enforcement agency under whatever circumstances, is concluded, and a summary report of that investigation is submitted to TCOL within 30 days of their separation.
So practically speaking, I do something, I quit, you're going to go out and do the full documentation regardless of the fact I'm no longer there.
The law enforcement agency that was employing them is required to complete that.
Person reviewing for potential hire, if they choose to hire me and something bad goes on and it's in that particular report of a recurring theme, that person's taking that liability and responsibility on.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Secondly, you heard the conversation. This law came into effect 30 days ago. Would it address the concerns of Mr. Grissom in that, let me back up. Basically today, could there still be unsubstantiated claims reported to the press, if not but for this law?
So if I can address
Sure.
a couple of things real quick. So the requirement that a misconduct investigation be completed and a summary report submitted to TCOL actually took effect last September, and we have been receiving those. The scenario that Mr. Grisham laid out regarding an officer leaving to escape bad conduct, that previously, prior to the sunset requirements that went into place last session, previously, yes, that could have happened. But now today, you cannot just leave to try to escape bad conduct. That must be, the investigation must be completed and submitted to TCOL.
So let's talk about the concept of this bill.
Yes, sir.
It wants to not necessarily hide or anything. It's just not wanting things to get out that are biased or prejudicial before they're unsubstantiated. But in this current system, if I quit and the report's done, that would be subject to Freedom of Information Act.
Under the current scenario for a law enforcement agency that is not subject to 143 of the Local Government Code and Civil Service Protections, theoretically that could be released to the public, yes.
If this bill's passed, would that information be available?
If the bill passed, that information would go into a department file, which would then no longer be available for public information requests.
So, first of all, I don't think there's anybody who's not a huge supporter and fan. And this conversation gets, when you lay something out through Sunset and other places, you just assume that everything's going to get cleaned up. Why would y'all protect something that has been substantiated through internal investigations, literally keeping someone from being hired going forward? I'll put it this way. If it's substantiated and I'm a good guy, why not let it loose? If it's substantiated and I'm a bad guy, why wouldn't the public need to know that?
If it is substantiated, then it is already public and should be. And that the information in this bill, the legislation before you does not change that.
So qualify that. How is something that's in an internal report that reports everything that I've done, good and bad, that could keep me from being futurely employed, public knowledge?
So let's differentiate really quickly. You hear it called in terms of the A file and the G file, or the personnel file and the department file. The personnel file contains everything good and everything that is substantiated that is misconduct. What we're talking about here is the unsubstantiated information.
And in context, is that what used to be referred to the G file that's unsubstantiated, but over here for internal review, but not for public because it wasn't proved?
Correct.
But there is a personnel file that'll look just like that G file on everything that was proved.
Correct.
And that's not prohibitive from someone getting access to it, a CJ?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Birdwell, and we have a few minutes before the Senate has to gavel in. We may have to bring the resource witness back, but go ahead. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any report that TCOL collects from every law enforcement agency in the state annually, whatever it may be, that chief of police of town A says, I've received this many reports, this percentage were substantiated, this percentage was not substantiated, and when you look at total number of officers, again, size of a small town versus a large town, that you can draw any statistical, maybe not conclusions, but assumptions, that we have a structural problem with too many unsubstantiated? Is there some mechanism you have for some statistical review and analysis across the state in the same way we have statistical analysis across education and other fields?
Senator, I don't know that there is at this time. However, with the information that TCOL will now be receiving post-sunset, I think we will be getting closer to something like that where we might be able to put that information together. But there is not a statewide recording at this time that would give you that kind of analysis.
If I've got a department with 50 officers over here, 50 officers over there, and I've got 207 unsubstantiated over here, but only 3 unsubstantiated over here with the same operational tempo, things that make you go, kind of thing. And so we've got to have some mechanism for y'all to do some review and analysis.
I think with the information we're going to be receiving, we can get closer. I don't know that we can get quite there, but we will certainly get closer to that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Birdwell. And do you mind sticking around? I apologize. The committee's going to have to recess here in a moment so that the Senate can come in, but it won't be long and we'll be back. Do you mind sticking around a little bit longer?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. You're excused for now then. Thank you. And the Senate Committee on State Affairs will stand in recess, subject to call of the chair. For those participating, in a moment the Senate will gavel in. There's not a whole lot of business to do that I'm aware of. So the committee will be back upon adjournment of the Senate or final recess of the Senate, and we'll make an announcement as well. So for those waiting to testify, I apologize. We'll be back, and I don't think it's going to be all that long. So with that, Committee on State Affairs stands in recess up to the call of the chair. Good afternoon.
Senate will come to order. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committees. Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 4 by King relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas to the Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting. Senate Bill 8 by Betancourt et al. Relating to public school accountability and transparency to education K through 16. Senate Bill 60 by Colcourse relating to emergency preparedness and safety requirements for youth camps to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding.
Following motion in writing, Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess until 9:00 a.m. Wednesday, August 16th. Motion by Zaffarini. August the 6th.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Senate stands in recess until 9 a.m. Wednesday, August 6th.
The Texas Senate has concluded its deliberations for the day. Please join us on this same channel live for the next meeting of the Texas Senate. Members, just a clarification on that. We stand in recess pending the receipt of committee reports.